Hey guys, I'm so tired. Okay, so whoops. So now you guys know where I am. But the whole topic is, let me clean the station. The whole topic is Africans don't have to care about race. They just don't. Now, let me explain what. I've heard on a couple of panels, people who are especially not African, you're like, oh, Africans need to be concerned about race. And I'm just like, why would they need to be concerned about that? Like, why would they care about any of this stuff? Now, let me explain things from a perspective things of an actual African who's I'll say that I experienced imperialism and colonization, but actual racism I haven't, and I just haven't experienced it. Not saying it doesn't exist. I won't go far as saying that it doesn't exist, but I haven't experienced it to the point that I wanted to do something about it. So, and I live in a country where they literally stole someone's land and declared it as their own. So, what this country did is worse to someone else as opposed to what happened to me, in my opinion. Like, I mean, like, we could decide to value our resources more and our resources and our natural resources and our people. We could decide to do that when we care about it. I guess collectively we're not there yet. But we didn't lose our country. Like, we still have our country, we still have our land, we still have our stuff. So when people want me to feel bad, when it's like, bro, I'm not even the worst off, like, I ain't feeling bad. I mean, people are like, why don't you guys go collectively again, which makes me upset, but whatever, you know what, whatever. Why don't you guys go to Britain and get your artifacts? And I'm just like, do you think that we care about that? Like, do you think that's our number one priority to ask Britain for our artifacts back when we already do business with Britain? Why would we do that? Oh, but the British Museum has all your artifacts. No, it doesn't. You think that they have all our artifacts? They have artifacts that they stole, correct. But do you honestly think that we're concerned about artifacts when we have bigger fish to fry? Like, no, we're not. Like, I don't know why some people want to make it their issue. Like, that's not my problem. I don't care about artifacts. I have other artifacts. I'll be fine. Like, I will be. What is my GDP? Are people going to school? Are they having a good education? Is that something that I cannot care about more than artifacts? Liz, I don't know about other countries, but let me tell you, Ghana and the UK have a good relationship. It is what it is. Like, Ghanaians don't hate people from UK. Believe it or not, they don't. Do you want me to now hate them because you're telling me to? For what? Why would I hate them? I mean, have you guys seen the video of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah giving Queen Elizabeth gold? Have you guys seen that video? Okay, but I'm brand new. But I'm acting brand new, right? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. People are not gonna like this, but I'm an actual African, right? So, and I say that to say this. I've seen people in Europe, Africans in Europe, beg people for donations, beg people for food, beg people for clothing, and the Europeans gave it to them. So now I'm supposed to be like, these are the worst people in the world. When you're flooding to their countries and asking them to help you. But if you were to go to another African country, they wouldn't care. But I'm supposed to be like, to hell with all those people. Do you think I go out of my whole day thinking about people who don't care about me? Why would I do that? And then when you say this, they be like, "Oh, but you're cooning." Like, why would I spend my whole day caring about the minority of people who don't care about me? Why? Why would I go to a country that literally did bad stuff to people and then tell them that they need to care about Black Lives Matter when they done worse things to other people? Why would I do that? Why would I willingly go to a racist country and then complain about racism? Like, who does this? Who willingly travels to somewhere that has a history of something and then complains about it? Hi, Stephen. How are you doing? How's Hamilton? Hi, Abdullahi. Sorry, Abdullahi. I know I sound like I'm dying, but I have a question for Mo because I just did something. I normally just do cardio and leave, but today I decided to challenge myself. And apparently, there's this thing that if you go too hard, then you start coughing after you work out. I regret it. I regret it a lot. But, anyways, and hi, anime muscle 1 million, right? Let me tell you something. Some people don't talk about something not because they don't know it exists, right? But because they don't want it to be they don't want it to be like a barrier to them. They don't want it to be like, "Oh, I feel like I'm inferior, so I'm going to give it attention." Some people just don't want to talk about it. It doesn't mean that they don't care. It doesn't mean that they're less important than people who talk about it 24/7. Do people not understand this? It's like, and I hate this narrative of, "Oh, this happened specifically in America, therefore the whole world is supposed to care about it. What happens in America should be America's business." It You don't have to import what happened to America to everyone else. Everyone had a different experience with different things, and you should respect someone else's experience just as much as yours. Now, when I say that I'm the bad guy, but you're not respecting someone else's experience, their struggles, whatever they went through, I'm supposed to be sensitive to what happened to you, but you can't be sensitive about what happened to me. Yeah, what kind of friendship is that? Now, let me also ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? For people whose ancestors didn't go through the exact same thing, Stephen, thanks for bringing it up. How are they supposed to feel what you're feeling when they didn't experience it at the same level? How are they supposed to do that? Then you'll sit there and call them insensitive, escapism, you'll call them all these names. How can I feel what you're feeling when I did not experience it? I experienced something else. But you want me to feel the exact same way that you feel. That's impossible. And then when people are honest and they're like, "I don't understand this, like, I don't get it. I'm sorry, but I don't get it." Then you want to call them, "Oh, you guys are deniers. Oh, you guys are bootlickers." I don't even want to listen. People should stop talking about people being bootlickers, people being this, people being that. Last time I checked, none of the African slash black communities are where they need to be globally. That's what I remember last time I checked. So I don't know who's trying to police people, tell people what to do. I don't get that. Especially key difference here, especially if those people are not in America, especially if those people are in Europe and you're trying to give them like American history, blah blah blah. Like, why would I care about that if I'm not in America? And that's not being mean. I'm just saying, like, why would I care about that? Olu, can you imagine someone asked me why they don't teach about slavery in Europe? And I was like, um, why would they do that? I was like, well, their ancestors did it. Okay. I mean, that's their own curriculum. Like, why would they have to learn about that in Europe? They could, they couldn't give me an answer. They literally, they could not give me an answer. I was like, listen, for the context of the people who are actually in the States, I understand, right? But for the context of people who are not in the States, why would they need to know any of that? Like, at all. They're coming from an African or Caribbean country. Shouldn't they know their own history more than yours? Oh, oh, when I'm saying this, then I mean I'm I'm like insensitive. But I'm seriously asking, why would I need to know your history if I'm not in America? Seriously. Like no, I really need to know. You say this, you say this, and people want to call you names, they want to attack you, they want to give you terms. It's like, listen, all that name calling and all of that, that can only work in America. Outside of America, none of us are thinking about any of that, to be honest. Like, I read up on that stuff because I want to, not because I have to. I hope that makes sense. And I'm just being honest. Give me a second. Thank you once again. But yeah, like, honestly, like, bro, like, seriously? And then, Olu, you know what the worst part is, right? This is the worst part. They'll shame you and they'll be like, you should know this. It's your history too. I don't know it. What are you going to do about it? This is your history too. I don't know it. What are you going to do about it? I mean, I know more than the average person, right? I'm not going to sit here and lie. I know more than the average Ghanaian. But if a Ghanaian in Ghana doesn't know about this, why is that a problem? Like, I don't get it. Like, uh, a quest for life. Yeah, congratulations to Senegal. It's like people always want you to care about what happened to them, but I don't see them researching what happened to me. I literally, to this day, I've never heard one of them talk about what happened to me, ever. But I'm supposed to know everything about what happened to them. And I'm just like, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that. If you want equality, if you want a friendship that is equal, then we both have to know about each other. It's not just one side. And again, listen. I mean, I keep trying to let people know I know more than the average Ghanaian, right? So I'm even trying to understand these things, but people are still getting mad. So I'm like, okay, you know what? If that's the case, then speak to an actual Ghanaian in Ghana who doesn't know anything. Who are you gonna get mad at then? Like, who are you gonna get mad at then? When they tell you, oh no, my great grandparents never told me about this history. Oh, you guys are sellout. Okay, if that's what you want to call people, sellout, because they don't want to think about that word that's our racism all the time, then let them happily be sellouts. Let them just why are you worried about that? That's what I don't get. I don't understand that at all. But see, instead of them speaking to maybe other Africans who can relate to them a little bit more, they'll speak to the ones who maybe don't fully understand it and then get mad at them for not fully understanding it, which I will always find very awkward. It is just so weird. I'm like, there are so many Africans in America that you can speak to about certain things. Instead of doing that, you're speaking to Africans, especially outside of America, wanting them to understand everything that you went through, and then when they don't, then you want to get mad. Why? It's like, what kind of relationship is one where you always have to what kind of relationship is one where you always have to research someone, read up about someone, but they never do that to you? What kind of relationship is that? I seriously don't I seriously don't understand that. Now, if people want to sit here and say that racism doesn't exist, just let them say it. Why does it bother you? Like, I don't see, that's another thing I don't understand. When people want to sit here and say racism doesn't exist, it gets me upset too, right? But why should I be like, oh no, it does exist, blah 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 blah, and go through all the history? Like, they said it doesn't bother them. They don't care. Move on to someone who does care. Why are you sitting here? Then you're gonna be like, oh, they don't think it exists. Oh, I feel so bad for them. You don't have to feel bad for them, by the way. Kenya's doing just fine. You don't have to feel bad for them. I mean, Kenya could do better. I mean, all these countries could do better, but you don't have to feel bad for Nigeria is doing just fine. Could do way better, but it's on African standards, it's not doing that bad. I don't know why you need to be bothered about that. No, I don't. Okay, Africans in general don't understand racism. I don't think Africans don't understand racism. I don't think Africans generally don't care about racism. I don't think it's that they don't understand. Obviously, like, Africans went through colonization, they went through imperialism, they went through their own struggles. But see, this is the thing. I don't think they care. And to me, it's like, if they don't, if more often than not Africans don't care, why should they care? That's the question I feel like I need to be asking. Like, why should they care? And then when people say, okay, like, in general, right? I have a different standard for Africans in the West and Africans back home. I don't want Africans back home to care about racism. Generally speaking, I kind of don't. Why? Because I feel like once they start caring about it a little bit too much, it's actually going to stop their morale. It's gonna stop them from. It's gonna do damage that I don't think they need to is gonna do damage that I don't think they can deal with, that on top of what they're already dealing with, right? That's the truth. But Africans in the West, I mean, if they want to deny racism, that's their problem. I mean, I don't really care. They're too much of a minority to even be worried about anything. Like, to be honest, like, they're. I'm not really worried about what Africans in the West do right now, because in we're not in the majority yet, and that's just me being honest about that. But yeah, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? And the thing is, it's like, okay, it's really weird to talk about racism when you're going to their countries and begging them for donate. That's the thing about me. It's like, if you're really gonna say you don't care about it, don't talk to them, don't interact with them, don't go to their countries, don't ask for food. I've seen it my whole life that Africans are asking Europeans for food, for clothes, for different type of things. But then these are the same Africans that'll be like, oh, screw them. But you're asking them for stuff all the time. So to me, it's like, just pick a side. Pick a side. If you're really gonna say you don't care, please just show me that you don't care. But Forehead warrior, what do you think? Yeah, congratulations to Senegal. They did. I'm gonna watch that game at night. I wanted to watch it, but I was occupied. But yeah, I'm gonna watch it this evening. Um, I mean, I don't know. All I'll say is it's not the number one thing in Africa. That's what I'll say. I don't know if there isn't no racism in Africa, but tribalism, I agree, would be the bigger problem that Africans on average have to deal with, and it's unfortunate, but I mean, it is what it is. Like that's why people are talking about this fake love that people are talking about. I'm like, what fake love are you guys talking? I don't get it. Like, be an African, go to another African country, right? Have no money, no qualifications, no skills, and see how these other Africans will love you. So just do it, please. I'm tired of these YouTube videos showing people that already have money going to other African countries. Go to Africa with no money. Please go to another African country and please tell me how they're going to treat you. Please. I would like to see it. This fake love people are talking about, I don't know what they're talking about. Okay. I live in the country or migrate to an I always educate myself the host country I move to. It shows me signs of high IQ. I don't care. I do not care about racism. Yeah, they don't care about race. Okay. I don't give a damn about Morocco or Tunisia. Yeah, I don't agree with that, but if you're talking about in the FIFA, sure, but I have obvious reasons why I don't agree with that. Exactly. Africans care, but they don't have a deep-seated feeling about it. Africans care about racism. I don't remember last time I've seen Africans care about. That could be true though. There really is no racism. It's more of a racist system. It's the glass that's hard to break. I've seen racism before, so I'm not gonna be like it doesn't exist. But what I'll say is this. What I'll say is this. I'm not gonna act like I'm a Native American. I'm not gonna act like I am, because I'm not. And that's just the facts. Like, I'm not gonna act like I'm a Native American. I'm not. I don't have the same issues that they do. I don't. Um. So, uh, there's actually somebody from Mauritania here. He explained it. He explained the issue that's going on in Mauritania. What I'll say is, what's happening in Mauritania is happening to more Mauritanians on average. It's not really happening to West Africans. So, I mean, I feel bad, but not really. That's just their system that they need to figure out, and when they do that, that'll be great. But I'm not gonna act like that's the only country where that's happening. I can't. That's happening in other African countries as well, not to the same level, but it is happening in other African countries. So to me, it's like, I don't know. That's a form to me. That's a form of tribalism and a caste system that's mixed together. And to me, it's also obvious why that's happening is because there's a class of people who were there and are not indigenous Mauritanians, if we want to use that word, and they're still in power. And, if Mauritanians want to do something about it, they can. If they don't, that's cool. But it's just a caste system, really. Just the way I see it. What did he say? What did he say? Africa has a tribalism and classism, but that's everywhere. Being judged by something that is always on display is on another level. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Um, I'll say some countries are better dealing with tribalism than others. No shade, but tribalism is something that really, actually, tribalism is not bad. It's the toxic tribalism that needs to stop. In a lot of countries, it's political tribalism that needs to be dealt with. But I mean, I guess, because whenever you speak about tribalism, there's always that one person that says the whole world is tribalist. So is it really a problem? I can't speak on no shade. I cannot speak on other regions, but in case of my region, I'm not dealing with the civil war. We're past all of that. Civil wars, we're past all of that in my region, right? So I guess the tribalism that we're dealing with right now is political tribalism more. So we could deal with that. We could move past that. But I feel like in my region, at least, I keep saying my region because there are other regions that they still have civil wars. They'll talk about how great they are, but they still have civil wars right now. Okay, anyways, in the case of my region, right, I feel like it's something that we could work and deal with. When we're talking about political coup d'etats, all of that, like, that's great in my opinion. Like, that's not that bad. Like, I'm actually glad that people are speaking about their governments and they're protesting. I'm actually happy about that. So anyway, let me see. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This is not good. This is really not good. Okay. African cares when it smacks us in the face upon immigration and traveling. And to be honest, like, the Africans that experience racism outside of Africa, I don't really care that much because you willingly went to a racist country. I mean, deal with that. Like, I've known about racism in Europe, a lot of European countries for my whole life. I knew about it. My dad spoke to me about it. My dad's experienced it. I haven't, but my dad and mom experienced racism in Europe, or milds of racism. I don't know if it's racism or the fact that you're not getting any respect because you're coming from an African country. I'm not really. It could be both. So my parents spoke to me about that a long time ago. So when it's happening to other people now, I don't have a lot to say about that because I've been knowing about this for a long time. Just me personally. Just me personally. So I have a question. Can I come to Ghana and disrespect the people in Ghana? Can you come to Ghana and disrespect people in Ghana? No. Just call me Brian. Okay. Let's not go to Mauritania. I don't like to be associated with that cons, to be honest. So I don't associate with my mom's tribe that much. Foreigners are not the main ethnic group in West Africa. West Africa experienced a different set of colonialism than. I would like you to explain that. Hold on. I think you're in the back. Go ahead.
Hello, African. Hi. I think there's noise in your background.
Man, I need to leave. I need to go.
Hello?
But what? Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, I'm African millennial. It's been a while. I just said, let me just come up and just say hi. How you doing?
Oh, hey, how are you going? How's it
I'm
going?
fine. I'm good. Hamilton is great.
But
Okay,
yeah, what's up?
okay. To explain what I was trying to say is just that African people in general, I would say the racism. I mean, it's one thing.
No.
What I met. I'm sorry.
Sorry, continue. Yeah, continue.
Okay. And I also think that Africans might not really get the subliminals of racism. They may not really quick it that much because, many of them are coming from places where 99% of the population looks like them. Maybe Black South Africans might understand racism a lot better because of the white South African, the boys over there. And what I
That's what
meant
I'm
was,
saying.
yeah. And also, West Africa had a different set of colonialism because the settlers didn't settle in West Africa as to compare to East and Southern Africa, whereby the climate and the vegetation was much more temperate for there, you know, as to compare to West Africa, where West Africa is very heavily forested and jungle-like. They called West Africa the white man's graveyard for a reason, you know. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So basically that chocolate, and don't forget the African mosquito kind of protected West Africa from like Western encroachments. Whereby when I'm sorry?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, so it was protected like the malaria and African mosquito protected West Africa from Western encroachment. So that's why in the West African side, you don't really any see like white settlements in West Africa like that, as to compare to like Southern Africa, like in Namibia, South Africa, and other places whereby whites have carved up a place for them, have really made discriminatory laws against the natives. So the natives in those parts might understand a bit of the subliminals of racism a lot more better than West Africans. But in general, as for a 1.4 or 5 billion people continent, I don't think racism is an issue for Africans because they have a lot of things going on for themselves, like tribalism, class, economic deprivation, and all that stuff. So it's only when like Africans travel outside of the continent, that's when they now begin to like connect the dots and put the pieces together about what racism is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with.
Go ahead, Cliffaro.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for having me. Well, I think the other guy was making a different point, from what was on the title. I thought maybe I was thinking something else because the title states Africans in the West don't care about racism. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh
I
shoot!
mean,
Right, Africans in the West.
Okay.
I feel like they still don't care though.
Okay. I think it's not that they don't care. They don't have an option. They can't fight it.
they
It's
can't
not
fight
that
exactly.
they care, but there's nothing they can do about it. You understand? It's just for them like to shut up and get your money and go. There's racism, they feel it, but there's nothing they can do about it. It's like Africans that travel from the West, from Africa to the West, well, they accept it. But like Africans who were born and raised in some European countries who consider themselves like part and parcel of those countries, they do suffer racism because they are the
Okay,
integrationists. You understand? So
absolutely.
actually, there is racism, but the Africans, what are you going to do about it? If you talk so much, they will deport you. If you if
Period.
if you get into crime, they're gonna lock you up, and your family back home, you can feed them. So they understand the situation, they care about it, but they accept this racism. This is the West. I can't come to the West and start fighting racism. I just need to do what is better for me and my family and shut up. So they do care. They do care about racism. Among themselves, they talk, people have different stories, they are being racially abused, disrespected, things like that. They see it. but they just try to avoid it. That's the problem. It's not that they don't care. If that's not being, if that's what you consider don't care, okay, maybe you have a point.
Actually, true. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. What can they do about it? I don't know. I don't think they
Not
can do
Okay,
nothing,
anything about
absolutely.
it.
nothing.
There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's just part of like somewhat like they don't really have a full grasp of even what they're able coming to even deal with, especially those of them that who are not really familiar with Western stuff. For example, like the Africans that who grew up in the city might have a better understanding of how to navigate their ways into Western society. But the Africans that who came up straight from the village and who are entering the Western, and they can get themselves into a certain situation that they themselves might not even get out of because they don't really have that familiarity with racism and all that kind of stuff.
I consider myself an avid traveler, and I travel to many different parts of the world. Even when I started traveling before I went to the military, whatnot, I made sure before I got into the frying pan, that I read about the countries that I'm going to. When I stayed some time in Australia, I read about how the way Australia's population, a country is culturally, and a little bit about the history because I'm kind of a history nerd. So when I got to Australia, and to Sydney, to be perfectly honest, I knew what to expect when I got there. I knew from looking at different broadcasts that as an African American, I would consider it more favorable to the locals versus any other immigrant group, Asian,
Can you mute
indigenous.
Stephen, please? African millennial. He's got some feedback coming up.
I think it's Stevens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew as African Americans, since African Americans participated in World War II, and they had many different broadcasts in Australia about that. African Americans are considered one of the favorite groups there. In quote unquote, we are considered civilized versus any other group, whether they're from Indonesia, the Pacific Islanders, Africans, or whatnot. I knew before going there what the country might be like, how I'd be received by white Australians, and how I'll be viewed by others. I pretty much had a little education as far as before going there, and once being there, I seen how the society what it is. And I didn't backpedal from it. In other words, I educated myself about the nuances of that culture. So before you go anywhere to any country, know about the nuances there, especially if you plan on living your life there. Because, don't go there being shocked as far as how the way people might respond to you. Just don't be shocked.
I
And
don't think, yeah,
go ahead.
so I don't think any African will be shocked if they encounter racism. They do know that the West is racist. They just hope they don't meet racist people. I don't think I'll
I
be
mean, we all
shocked.
hope that. We all hope that.
Maybe if I go to an African country that I consider that I don't stand out and I witness like racism, that is going to freak me out. You understand? Okay, let's say
Right.
I go to, let's say, Cote d'Ivoire, and I witness racism. That's going to shock me. If I'm going to Cote d'Ivoire, I'm not thinking about racist people. They might be there. I don't know. Like most Africans, I think they will think like me. If I'm going to Ghana, I don't expect to have racist attack. But Africans going to the West, they know, they see everything. They just think, well, I can deal with it. I can make my money. Their focus is making money. It's not trying to be.
Oh, it's not
No,
trying to be, but still
yeah.
know the nuances of the society. And because those are things you might encounter. For me, going to Australia, I knew about the bullshit going on between white Australians and, you know, native Australians. I knew that before going in and how the way I'd be treated. And then even I heard some white Australians said some kind of awful things about the natives. And, you know, and I had to pretty much, you know, at first I was quiet about it. And then I had to correct folks about a couple of things.
Okay, I get you. You know, like most Africans are not going to integrate in your country. They're going to build their own Africa inside your country. Do you understand what I mean? When most Africa, when they go to America, they're not interested in being Americans.
Then if
Maybe
you're not
their
interested,
children.
I say like this: if you're not interested in going to a country and not least knowing the people, then don't go at all.
Well, the Africans don't think like that, unfortunately. They're just going there for their own personal interest. Maybe their children will want to integrate, but Africans, no one is planning to go to Italy to become Italian. Maybe they'll eat some Italian food. They're just
You
going
know,
there
it's kind of weird though. I had one of my Italian friends who is in Italy, who goes back and forth. I had to get on his ass about when he called Africans, specifically West Africans, a bunch of cockroaches. I said, you know, excuse me. He
well,
said,
Italians themselves, the North and the South, they call themselves names. So they
right. What I'm
cannot even
saying,
take that on
is
Africans.
he said it in a racialized way.
Well, I understand. I understand. They call those in the South Teroni. They call them the Terone. That's what they call those in the South. The ones in the North. So
no, he's
they just
complaining
have
that
the,
they always trying to sell you stuff in the streets. They always in the streets and this and that.
yes.
And
That
you
is
know,
bad. That is
and
bad for
I had to pretty
Africans.
much really get on his ass about that.
Well, the Africans don't care. You understand? They know that these things exist. You understand?
Right, but he
But
made it seem like they were the worst of the worst and they need to be killed. That's where he was going at.
what
And
kind
that
of Italian is that?
he's Italian. He goes back and forth all the time.
Yeah, he's probably lived all his life not in Italy or in the West.
No,
Italians are
he's
not
from
that.
Italy. He's from Italy. He's from Italy. He goes back and
Can
forth
I say
to Italy
something?
all the time. Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yes, sir.
Just to add to Kifaru's point about, yeah, I think maybe their kids do that. I mean, I think there are some Africans that would try to integrate into Western society, but some of them get pushed back maybe because of the language barriers, or maybe they face too much discrimination and they don't really know how to handle stuff like that. So maybe that's a lot of them just going through a fallback. But their kids and their grandkids, since they were born in all these European countries or Canada or the United States, they will be the ones that will be the integrationists within their society because they were born there, because that's the homeland they know. They don't know their parents' homeland, Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia, and in some cases, or even in most cases, may not even have that much of an interest because, you know, they may not really fit in. It's already tough trying to fit in within the European society. It will even be much worse for them to even try and fit in within the African one. So
It's kind
yeah.
of weird because I remember talking to a Ghanaian. He is actually in Brazil, and he also complained about Africans. He's very, very critical about Africans, about everything.
There's this global disrespect
No.
of
I just want to just talk
Africans.
about
You
this particular
understand?
person.
So
No, this particular person is always critical about everything about Africans, and he was also critical about Africans are not who have bad things to say about people from Brazil, saying that they're this and saying that they're that and saying that they're that. And when I heard him say that in one of his videos, I was just like, what the F? And then I was like saying to myself, why you are in Brazil? Why don't you just leave the country? If you feel that way about Brazilians and how
was that an
they're,
African?
yeah, I'll put up the video and what he said. And we could all see what he said.
No, we don't need to. I don't want to take like particular people then start making a whole generalization. You know, the
No, it's
bad
not a
people in every
generalization. It was just,
society.
no,
Yeah.
it was another African who pretty much, who live in Brazil, very, very critical about Africans when it comes to Brazil and their attitude. He said Africans, he said particularly in Brazil, have a bad attitude.
Yeah, who is he to judge people? I hate people like that.
Well, I mean that's
Because he
his.
What
thinks,
about other
I mean,
immigrants? The other
with him, he believes.
yeah,
What about
those are
other
those kind of
immigrants that
let me
come to
people
land. I
Brazil
mean,
though?
okay, Farrell, let me land. Let me land.
okay.
Let me land. Let me land.
Go ahead.
You know, that's what he said. You know, And he said that, you know, these Africans do not like integrate. Whereas him, he's pretty much integrated, learned the language Portuguese in Brazil, and he feels that a lot of Africans, when they come in Brazil, they have a bad attitude. I will show that video where he was pretty much talking about that.
Bro, this is some double standard. You understand? I don't know why people expect Africans to integrate. White people in Africa don't integrate with no African. You understand? White people, they come, they have their own society, they have their own
At
community
all.
where they live in, they do their things and go. Why do people expect Africans to integrate? It's just disrespect. I think it's just because of the thing we are beneath everyone, so we need to become everyone. We don't need to. You know, that's for the most part. That's why sometimes I like Nigerians, because Nigerians will always be Nigerians no matter where they are. You know, they
That's a
might
goddamn lie.
mimic to be.
Sorry, bro. Nigerians literally was like for a long time. I've been here. I used to went to college with a lot of Nigerians. It wasn't until necessarily a few years back that they even got the pride to say they was Nigerians, bro. It was for a long time, and I mean a long time. They would do the same thing, and they would go to was it Britain, and they would say, "Oh, I'm Jamaican" or whatever, right? When they was in here, necessarily in the United States, they would say, "Oh, I'm American," or they wouldn't even say where
Yeah,
they
see,
from.
let me say this. This is the argument like people like you make. You have some few people that have got their own issues going on in their head, but that does not represent. That represent like
Who is you
2%
people though,
of the
bro?
Nigerians
I
that
mean,
you meet.
who is used people, bro?
Who?
You said people like you necessarily. So who's people like me?
People who talk like you, who think like you.
Who I mean, explain that. Explain that. What do you mean by
Yeah,
that?
okay. How you talk, there are a lot of people who say who have your same figure of speech, the same words. That Nigerians, when they come here, you know, they want to be like us. They have the same school of thought. That's what I mean. You know, when I say people who think like you, people who have seen those Nigerians who do things like you, or maybe you have not even seen them. Maybe you've heard that they say some Nigerians in these countries do like this. For the most part, you have not seen those Nigerians. You just hear people say this. Yes, it's true. There's some Nigerians for some reason, few of them, really, really few, they say, well, I don't want to be Nigerians. But those Nigerians are isolated. The vast majority of Nigerians in the UK, they're doing Nigerians thing. They have their Nigerian parties, they'll have their Nigerians occasion. It is big. So those few isolated ones that have things going on in their head, they don't represent Nigeria or my country. So you can't use 2 people or 10 people and say some Nigerians want to do that. No, the Nigerians that are part of the Nigerian society, they don't tell no one they like openly. Maybe they have something they say, maybe it's an advantage, they will say that, but they don't. They don't do that. I don't know what kind of Nigerians you meet or what. Maybe some, I don't know. So that's not the right data. It's not a data you can
Okay.
use to say some
Most
Nigerians. No.
Nigerians I know are too focused on trying to get money, to be honest.
Exactly. No one is trying to
Most
Exactly. I
be
don't know
Nigerians I
why
know
MS.
are
everyone is saying
way
this
too
so far.
focused on
Yeah.
trying to get money. Like, way
Okay.
too focused. And some people might say that's a bad thing, but like, bro, they came
That's
here to get
just that,
money.
and also as the Nigerian over here. Let me just say this. Yeah, Kifaru is right. There are very little Nigerians that maybe might be ashamed of their Nigerian heritage for the most. For the most part, here in Canada, then they will just say, "I'm Nigerian." They will even be speaking pidgin to each other loudly. Don't even give a fuck who is even near them. So most, I don't really understand why this one is saying that, oh, Nigerians were ashamed on this thing. Even in the UK,
In
Nigerians have
Peckham,
been
Peckham in London, everybody is speaking broken. It's
everybody, and
Nigerians.
that's what I'm saying. That's what
So I
I'm even
don't know what
saying.
you're
So
saying,
I don't
Nigerians in
really
that Jamaica.
understand why this
Maybe
thing
sometime,
everywhere.
All right.
maybe
When
some
y'all
time
finish, I want to
ago,
speak though. I'm not gonna interrupt y'all today. I'm in a pretty good mood.
yeah, maybe sometime Jamaican was good, but now I don't see it. It's not. It's stopped. Maybe.
Most of everything they're always like including like Nigerians into this. If you throw like most of the African parties, if a Nigerian party is throwing, most of the Africans are now showing up to that beach. There ain't no Ghanaian party, no disrespect to African millennial, but Somalis, other parties are throwing that. Ain't nobody going to their shit. The laugh for what I've seen.
No, come on,
Yeah, no
Cameroons do have
disrespect
party.
taken.
Can I
I
say
know,
something?
I know.
Hey, can I say something to you guys? Hey, everyone on the panel.
Hi, how are you?
All right. Well, I'll
Hey,
go
how are
after the
you?
lady then.
Hey, I'm good. I want to say something about the Nigerian discussion. You guys always want to go one side, to be one-sided, which doesn't reflect the truth when we look generally. There's a guy here on YouTube. His name is Franklin. I don't know if you guys watch Franklin.
Oh yeah, I do.
Franklin talks about the Nigerian behavior in the West. And he discussed that issue all the time. There are Nigerian people that change their name to sound white. Okay? He has a whole show. He had a whole show on that to encourage people to be proud of who they are. There's a lot of people that change their last name just to assimilate and it's in UK. It's not even here in United States or anything. He talks about that, how people want to kind of like change their identity to kind of like pass um the people from the country in which they are. It can be United States, it can be Canada, it can be whatever. He talks about issue about the community, and he's coming from inside. So us from the outside looking in, I don't think we understand all the dynamic, everything they go through. So for you guys to just like be shutting
Mamize,
down
I
something
I
that
live in
somebody
the
else,
UK. I've been in the UK. I
it
lived
doesn't
there a long
matter.
time
Franklin
ago.
knows UK and Nigerian community better than you. He talks to those people every day and he calls them out.
You
Go
don't
watch
know the
his show.
community that I'm part of.
So I don't want you guys to be talking in an absolute way. It's not. I mean, like,
You must not be always be there. You must not always have this attitude of be against, because that if you make it your duty to be against, you're not going to be reasonable when you speak, because
against
what you
what?
just want to do, you just want to be against. Listen,
Against what?
understand, against the trajectory, what people say. That's
I
your
like when you
attitude.
guys are
Okay?
inclusive. I want you
No,
guys to
no,
be
no. Yeah,
realistic.
but I've never seen you anytime be
It
like
doesn't
when
matter
someone says something, you say yes, because to you being
because
against
you
is
guys
fun.
like to be one-sided. That's what I
Yeah,
don't like
you just
about.
want to be against because to you some kind of
No,
fun. I
I
get
have to
that.
give you perspective because you guys want to be one-sided, and that's not the real world. And that's how African people think.
I gave you an example. I say in Peckham, that's the biggest Nigerian community in the UK. Everyone is speaking broken. So if you come and tell me Nigeria wants to change your name, you don't know what you're talking about.
It's
You've
not
got some
me.
few people. Listen. You may have some few people on YouTube, social media. That is maybe some 50 people or maybe 25 people. Do you know how many Nigerians are in the UK?
It doesn't matter to me, Kifaro. You beside the point. I'm telling you, when you guys have a discussion, try to
Look,
have
see,
No, no,
this
discussion
is
no.
a
that is
thing.
Can I
See,
take
balanced.
my moment to speak? Because I mean,
see, this
y'all
is a
keep kind
thing
of going
like
back and forth for a
social
minute.
media, okay? Social
You
media,
like
what
to
you see is
justify
got.
and rationalize. Nobody cares. Just say what it
Listen,
is.
yeah, you
Okay?
don't care, but at least you can listen.
Listen
Social
to
media,
what?
if you are judging, you're making your data based on what you see on social media. Social media has got so much power and influence. They can make two people be to act like 1 million people. That's social media. There's a lot of influence. One person can be all the time and making information about social media, and you might think that's true. So if you're using social media, just be careful. That's just what I'm trying to tell you.
What you say had nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody from Nigeria discussing Nigerian issue. It's not me. I like to listen to Franklin because
Okay.
he's
I
a
tell you,
native.
come to Peckham and ask them to show you those
He
people.
talks about Pekin all the time. He talks about all
Okay.
those people, and they're on the comment section getting at him or stuff like that. It's not about. I don't need to go.
No,
I
whenever
don't
y'all
have the
ready.
data on it. I'm not saying that it's true or not. I'm just saying that it exists, just like the other person said. Don't just brush it like that and
What I
pretend
say
it
is
doesn't
a
exist.
I'm gonna
negligible
go
amount
after
of people.
FBA
That's the
strike back.
point.
Okay, go ahead, man.
No,
All
go
right, is
ahead.
it my
No, I
turn to
just
speak?
want, yeah,
Is it my turn? Because I'm trying to be
yeah. Go
respectful.
ahead. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Okay, I think we people are having a schism here, and the schism is where you were yesterday is not where you were today, right?
Yeah.
So I know for a guaranteed fact when a lot of Africans usually necessarily Nigerian. That was the heaviest demographic that usually came to America, right? They would come to America, right, and literally swap, whole different personality, whole different, you know, name, everything, the whole get down, right? And they would necessarily do this to fit in for their own safety. Sometimes it may be necessarily they don't want to get picked on. Sometimes they don't want to, you know, the white kids would get on them sometimes, and it's a variation of things. Now, after the explosion necessarily of what was it, Afro Beach, what they learned from here in Atlanta, they took that necessarily and made themselves and took those skills and abilities and multiplied it necessarily and put it to use. It was like, okay, well, cool. Now all of a sudden, you know, Afro Beach is now popping, so you know they walk around with their head up. But it wasn't for me. I understand the reality, bro. I know about 12 years ago, bro, that was not the same, bro. 12 years ago, that was not the same, bro. Right? So I'm not confused on that manner, bro. Just like also, I have people who actually live who actually live in the Caribbean, who actually moved to the UK, right? They were telling me directly. These are people who directly live on the ground. They was like, bro, we having a whole bunch of fights with Nigerians because they would come over here necessarily, say they Jamaican necessarily, right? And they the one they basically what they would do, they would come over there under somebody else's flag, right? Same thing they do in America. Try to rip certain benefits, and then at the moment when, you know, when the tide turned, oh well, you know, flag out, fuck you,
Yeah,
I'm Nigerian. So
Wait, guys.
hold on, I didn't stop anybody. Hey, hold on, bro. I didn't stop any. I didn't stop any of y'all. Hey, bro. I did not stop any of y'all.
Listen, I'm just
All
saying,
right.
Bro, respectfully, bro. Let me speak.
Listen,
I didn't stop.
Yeah,
I
let
just
him
want to
finish.
say, I'm living.
AM, can I go next?
I respected your time.
I just want to say I'm living.
I
I can't
respected
get
your time.
into
Did I not?
this
Did I not show you?
conversation with
Did I not
people
show you
that.
respect like a man? Did I not show you respect as a man when you talk?
You're gonna
Did I not
speak.
show
I say I'm living.
Kafaru, bro? Did I
I say
not show
I'm
you respect,
living.
bro?
So
Did I
I
not
say
show you
I'm
respect?
living the
Hey,
panel.
Kifaru, let's let him finish,
Did I
brother.
not show you respect, Kafaru, bro?
Listen,
Go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
living the panel.
Finish
I
up,
don't want to
Lazuli.
Not
listen
respectful, bro,
to.
right? Not
I don't want to
respectful. That's why,
listen to what
bro.
he says, so
That's
it's
why.
better for me
That's
to leave
bro.
because
That's why
I
I say,
understand where it's coming
that's
from.
why
So
I say, bro.
see you
They come,
guys.
they
Have a
come,
good
they come to
panel.
places,
Yeah,
bro.
bye.
They come to places, hide, and then they act like, you know, I'm not gonna be different. I'm not gonna be different. They come over here and then they say one thing, right? Necessarily, right? You come into places, get, you know, whatever. All of a sudden, you fight, you get your name up, get your little money up, you get your little pride up eventually, necessarily, and then all of a sudden they happy. Like, let's be honest, bro. Let's be honest, the world over, bro. No one was happy to be African or be black until black people in America made it cool to necessarily to be black. Let's be honest, because let's be honest. You go back 40 years ago, 70 years ago, bro. God forbid, bro. No, it was not. It was not cool to be black, bro. It was people in America who fought tooth and nail to make it that so. And people came afterwards and said, "Oh, well, you know what? Now that the world is a little bit more accepting of me, now that the world is people are not just hitting me across the head with a stick immediately. Oh, well, cool. I'm gonna come behind that and necessarily say, well, you know, this is that now. That's how it actually ran."
Wait, Lazulu, I do agree to a certain extent the things you said. And I wanted to give an example because an interesting thought or an interesting view that you guys were discussing with the whole situation about Africans faking their identity to please Jamaicans, which is true. That used to happen, especially in the early 2010s, like even early in that. I would say early 2000s. That used to that shit was prominent. A lot of Africans would say that they were Caribbeans. If they didn't get away with it, they would get away with it. That stuff was very, very prominent because Jamaicans would bully Africans in schools and in any form of or any way that any chance they would get, they would bully Africans. So a lot of Africans would say that, okay, I'm not gonna say where I come from or, you know, expose my African roots. I'm gonna try to hide it and try to get along with them. That's again, Jamaicans back then had a very negative stereotypes from, or again, had a negative view from African households. Again, a lot of African parents would say to the children, "Don't associate yourself with Jamaicans," because they just had a negative view. In general as well, there was the whole thing where again they would commit a lot of crimes, especially in South London. As mentioned again, Brixton was one of them. Peckham, like all of these areas, it was very bad. It was a very rough
Yeah,
neighborhood.
Peckham, Tottenham.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
Tottenham's
I
in the
heard.
north. Yeah,
Oh,
Tottenham's in the
Tottenham.
north. Yeah, It's in the
Never.
No,
north. But yeah,
I don't want to. I don't want to butt in.
look,
But after, well,
look,
anyway,
wait,
after
wait.
Eritrean finish, I want you to do the screen share if you can.
Okay, sure.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, in general, South London was a zoo. Like that's how bad it was. Everybody was stabbing everybody. To the point that again they would report black on black crime. And again, Africans. It was not good to be African back in the day. Let me just say that to you. Um, and again, if you can get away with being or pretending to be Jamaican, people will take the opportunity. Again, recently people started to take up their heritage and again became much more proud of where they come from. But again, it wasn't the same negative view back in the day. And another point I wanted to mention was, um, again, Africans are very low in terms of numbers in the UK. 3% blacks in the UK, but very, very little of Africans are in that majority. There are more Jamaicans than Africans in the UK. So there's also that factor as well. So Africans don't really have too much of a problem or negative view in the UK in terms of like the eyes. See, white people don't really focus on Africans because we're not too much of the majority and there's not too many problems caused by Africans. On the other hand, there's the East Europeans that have the attention of the whites, the South Asian molesting gangs. There's also a lot more of those predominant people that have a much bigger number that white people usually focus on. Africans are under the radar, and Africans, let's keep it that way.
I agree.
All right, share the screen. All right, this is Brazil. This is the guy I'm talking about, and hear what he have to say about Brazilians.
We're here. Yeah, so today I took the chance to come to the mosque.
Yeah.
Got some few brothers out here. And he's one of the best dudes here. Yeah, he's very kind, very smart, and very calm. He's Ghanaian just like me. And like I said, there are a whole lot of foreigners here. You can see behind us, there are Pakistanis.
Yeah, we got Pakistans, Indians, all over the country.
Somalians. Do we have Somalians here?
I don't know if they have,
They look like.
but they all look alike.
All right, so most definitely we have Somalis too out here, but I haven't seen any of them. But I'm sure in what do you call it? In Sao Paulo.
In Sao Paulo, they have a lot of nationalities.
Yeah, because here is some kind of
There are only few people.
only few.
Yeah,
Because people don't really know here,
yeah.
right?
Yes, capital, but it seems like here is a political state.
State, yeah.
So they don't like here. Actually, they all gather in Sao Paulo.
São Paulo.
Then Sao Paulo. We have Senegal, Cameroon, all over the continent.
All
They are
over.
over there, all
Yeah,
over.
all over.
South Africans, all over.
Everybody.
But here in Brasilia, here is a political state. So we don't usually see a lot of people
People like from different
from
countries.
different countries.
It's only few.
Only few.
But your experience, what are you going to? Because look, let me tell you something. There are a whole lot of people who want to, like, there are people who are living in Asia, like foreigners living in Asia, and they ask a whole lot of questions. Is Brazil safe? Is it safe? Is it safe? What are you going to tell them? Like, do you think it's safe here in Brazil?
Well, it depends. Brazil is safe and it's not safe. Why? Because it depends on the kind of people
Yeah.
you are going to move with.
Okay. So, like,
For me, I don't have any Brazilian friend to know my life.
okay,
I always keep it private,
private.
so no one knows about me.
Okay, so therefore, like for you, you don't make so much of Brazilian friends.
No,
Like,
because I don't trust them.
you don't travel. Okay, so he doesn't trust the Brazilians.
Why? Because I stay out of trouble.
Okay, so therefore, if you don't hang around them, the possibility of getting problems is very far. It's hard.
It's hard
It's not easy for you to
because
get any problem.
in Brazil,
Yeah,
the reason why I said you can't trust anyone
yeah,
is that you can get a friend in Brazil.
yeah.
And when he knows about you,
Yeah.
and he knows the kind of money you save and
Save
earn,
it. Yeah.
he can make a deal with other person.
Yeah.
Like as if he is trying to protect you, but
Protect you,
he's
yeah.
not. He will make a deal with other person for them to come and
Rob you or
rob
something.
you.
Okay, so you see, this is why I said I will have to make a time so that I will get each and every single foreigner living here to share his experience. So that is his experience. And the reason why he's not making any Brazilian friend is this.
If you want to know more about Brazil, you can see this, my brother.
This one here, they know him.
He's a president.
This one here is
He's
a
a
crazy,
Ghanaian president.
he's a crazy friend of mine. He's
Yo, what
very,
up?
very crazy. And he's also having a different perception about Brazil. And you guys already know this guy.
You know, we
There you have it. Why is he in a country where he feel he don't trust the people? It doesn't make any sense.
A lot of white people come to Africa, they don't trust Africans. They stay away from Africans.
And then he pretty much was kind of stereotypical of the people. I mean, of the people of like 100 million people, they all are thieves. And they're all gonna try to set you up.
Children and Grit, can I just respond to you? Thanks
All right,
thanks for the video actually. Maybe he maybe surrounded to some people that maybe gave him into a hard time. Maybe because he's African, they might have been a bit disrespectful or just said some foul things. So maybe as a defense mechanism, he just tries to stay out of some certain areas or certain groups that just prevent him from doing his business and stuff. So,
but he said Brazilians in general. I mean, a population of over 100 million people, so they're not to be trustworthy. There's no trustworthy people around.
No. I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I'm also a traveler, and I also do study demographics and geography. I always look at the population of the country. It's like me being a visitor in the United States, and the United States is 330 million people. I am smart enough that if I'm in this country, I'm going to run into some assholes, and I'm going to run into some people that will like me for who I am. So I'm always putting that consciousness within my psyche that in every country there's always going to be good and bad. You know what I'm saying? So in that kind of sense, so I'm actually more conscious with what I do and how I interact with people, just to give other people their own, stance of where they stand.
I mean, the
How do
women
you
are.
guys feel about the video?
I was gonna say the women are beautiful in Brazil. I'm not gonna cap and say that otherwise, but it's such a dangerous country to go to. A number of things can go wrong.
Exactly. We also keep in mind that with the reputation of Brazil is not that great.
I mean, look, the women equals it out. I'm not gonna sit here and say otherwise. It's like
all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Again, for us men, it's basically is the risk outweigh the benefits? It's somewhere.
Yeah,
so you're gonna have to try and figure that out.
I mean, what did you think of that guy's statement about the people in general?
I mean, it was fun.
I mean, I find it kind of disrespectful. I'm not gonna lie, because you're going to another person's country, but you don't trust the people. I don't know how that works.
Exactly. What about you, FDA Strike Back? How do you feel about his statement?
Oh, I can tell you definitely that. This is what it is, bro. They have the quote unquote. I'm gonna call it because that's a Nigerian because I can tell, right?
He was from Ghana.
From Ghana? Oh, my bad. I'm gonna take that one back, right? All right, but then you do have a lot of people, right? They come from.
That's the Nigerian reputation right there.
Boy, I swear, boss. I swear, I thought this motherfucker was Nigerian. I was like, that motherfucker swear, right? But you have a lot of motherfucking people, right? They come from Africa. They come from the, quote unquote, that African bravado, right? Necessarily, right? I'm this, I'm that. Okay, right? I do whatever, right? But you don't understand. You ain't the only group of motherfucking warriors that exist on this planet. You ain't the only group of motherfucking men on this planet, bro, right? And for some reason, Africans believe that they are the only group of motherfuckers that can fuck people up. And that's the funny part. No. I'm saying that's usually the issue. It's 9 times out of 10, right? It depends on necessarily in the number that they come, and also how the locals perceive them when they usually get there, right? Cause you got people like what's that dude name? I ain't gonna say that, but like you got some people who come over there, bro. I don't think you're gonna know Brazilians. Brazilians can get down really hard, bro. And they came with their own level of martial art that is basically you got them throughout the entire world, bro. So you ain't coming over there dealing with no bitches, right? But he coming over there and say he may got a little bit of money. Who knows? I'm not gonna say what it is, right? And he fucking some girls, or he look kind of like he got the I'm different from here look, so he may here to get some money, and people don't really. And also he comes from a country where what is it? They don't really like African looking people over there. See what I'm saying? If you know Brazil, you got to know the history of that.
African looking. What do you mean by African
Brazil, bro? They damn near demolished half the African population. That's a fact, right? So if you study the history, you know that like Brazil, it ain't that heavy, that many African people, like full blooded. We gonna call them like full blooded Africans, literally there, no more, right? Half their population got them wiped out. If you actually know the history of it, right? But you come over there necessarily not knowing either the history of the place, the goddamn was it African bravado, right? And not knowing that you basically come into a new environment with new people, and these people will fucking hurt you. And necessarily, and they kind of because where they're from, they may be able to kind of push that lingo a little bit, either here or there or whatnot, or necessarily because you quote unquote may get some extra play with some women because you look different in that area and whatnot. You don't understand. These people will fuck you up if you keep doing enough. Like at Art Kathy was, for the most part, bro, she kept running her mouth so much to the point that people had to tell her, bro, shut your ass up before you get your ass jumped out there. She was out there in the Gambia, if I remember correctly, right? She's talking mad shit about Gambians, bro. People had to tell her, you need to shut your ass up before you get fucked up out here. Now, you can say, I don't like this. This is my critique, so forth and so on. But there becomes a limit where, quote unquote, you ain't part of that tribe or you ain't part of that goddamn environment. They will turn their ass on you. And with Africans, they ain't really got a good ass whooping get when they go to different places. They go to most places and most people are tolerated, right? So since you're not really getting hit across the head, they don't really say nothing, right? So that's really what the issue is.
What do you mean by African looking people in Brazil? I don't really understand that term. Like,
say that again?
I don't. What do you mean by these African looking people? What do you mean?
African looking people. I mean, like, okay, if you go to Brazil, have you been to Brazil before?
No.
Okay, well then you gotta look up what a Brazil. Okay, Brazil. Most of Brazilians are mixed, man. Like they like have the it's kind of like basically got their own little caste system set up.
So basically, yeah, they have West African DNA. They've got South American DNA.
West and Central African DNA. A great deal of Brazilians actually came from Mozambique as well.
Yeah, but basically they are high
DNA. They've got big stuff every corner.
Yeah. But it depends on your state where you live in Brazil. Because I have a bunch of homies who went to Brazil. You have plenty of black people, especially in places
it's a lot of
like in the states of it's pretty much a black state like Bahia.
There was
tons of them there, and they wear their afros proudly.
Brian, there was a Brazilian that I talked to a few days ago, and he looked very much Nubian. So I was like, there was also that, and plus because I'm very familiar with the Nubian people, so he looked very Nubian to me. You can just tell from the facial structure when you talk to that guy, and he was from Rio de Janeiro.
Right, I met one Brazilian, on a train actually on Amtrak. I thought she was Habasha, and until she told me she was Brazilian,
a lot of them look Ethiopian too.
She said she gets that all the time, but she pretty much encouraged me to go to while we was having a meal together on the train, to go to Bahia and stuff like that, and absorb the culture there and stuff, all that.
Yeah, there's also that. That's what surprised me. There's also the fact that a lot of Brazilians won't be like you won't be able to tell the difference, or some Brazilians, because again you can tell apart where they're from specifically, or you can pinpoint it. Some Brazilians look very much East African, so there's also that as well.
Yeah, I mean in Brazil you have all types. It's hard to generalize them as far as being you being this or that. In Brazil,
come on.
I mean, any of us would probably be able to fit in Brazil. To be honest.
Oh yeah, we could, but I mean like this in the sense that like, all right, they know who they call Blanco over there, right? They got a real deep understanding of who they call Blanco over there, right? They got their own little system like the Dominican Republic. You know, they got their own little system over there, right? So like when you go over there and not knowing the environment, not knowing what's going on,
The
and shit,
Dominicans,
like,
man. I'm like, me no black, me Dominican.
oh, bro, I can't stand Dominicans for that shit. Bro, but there's a dude that look exactly like chitlins and grits, bro, and they look exactly like Steven. They look exactly like Steven and look exactly like goddamn shit. Actually, some of the chicks even look like mommy, right? They was looking in your face and say, "I am not black." And you be sitting there with this motherfucker got a full afro, bro. I mean,
I won't have time for such person.
I mean, you guys, it
I
sounds
won't
like
have
the
time for
Jamaicans
such
in the
person. I'll
UK.
just walk away.
I remember
Yeah,
telling a
but,
Jamaican
you know,
kid that used to go to my school, or way back in the day. He used to go to my school and I used to tell him, you're from African descent. And this is me talking, like, again, I think year 9 or year 10. I don't know what that is in equivalent to American schools, but so yeah, I'm speaking to this guy, I'm telling him you're you're of African descent, and he's telling me no, I'm not. I'm Jamaican, and then that surprised me. At that moment, I realized that Jamaicans are told that or thought that they're actually not from African descent. They're actually physically educated on that fact. And then he took a Rasta, I think, who used to be one of the maths teachers. He was a Jamaican Rasta man. He used to be one of the maths teachers who had to educate both of us. Basically, we're both there because I don't use detention. And what happened is he's explaining to the other guy that you're of African descent. Jamaicans come from Africa, and that gave him a whole surprise because he didn't know that fact.
But isn't the term Jamaican a nationality not an ethnicity? Because I think, unfortunately, to this day, people mix nationality and ethnicity as if it's the same thing. You can be Jamaican, but Jamaican is not an ethnicity, it's a nationality. You were born in Jamaica, but Jamaican is not like your genetic makeup.
Oh yeah, I get no. So I said to him that you're from African descent. I never said that he was African because I understand the point you're trying to make. But he didn't agree with that fact. He thought that that he had no African traces or heritage on him.
but
And he's
going
black
back,
person, and he's a black person like me, and he looks like me.
Yeah, he was black. Yeah, the guy was black. You can tell he's and plus he was.
Wow,
not the Jamaicans are
that's
like
scary.
goddamn purple there sometimes, bro. So they get real.
No, Jamaicans, of course, the ones that mixed with Indians, they look different. But he looked like a Jamaican that who had two Jamaican black parents.
Yeah, so I find that odd, bro. I mean, but it depends on where you come from. Like, it depends on who raised you, bro. Because if you come from Dominican Republic, bro, you can damn near be look like chitlins and grits, and they be like, nah, bro, I'm me no black, bro. You got to go through this whole process, and it's just like, okay, you know what, I. But it depends, bro. But when they come over here in America, because I don't know if you know about the difference between Haiti and Dominican. It's on the same island type shit, on the same island.
Yeah, they have history. Them two islands, I heard that they had some sort of history.
We talking about bloody battles, bro. Bloody battles. They come over. They literally necessarily. They come over there. They may have like a half a tint shade necessarily difference between them and a actual Haitian. Come to America and be like, oh, bro, I'm not black, I'm Dominican, and they get their ass beat by the police like 40 times. And it's like, bro, can somebody help me?
Oh my god,
bro, you Dominican, bro, go call the people in Dominican to come help you, and you already know how that be. But it's just how I look at it.
Yeah, to go back to the conversation, what initially was in regards to Africans and migration. I mean, I can understand from their perspective. Like, you go to a different country, you basically go into this country basically to help your family. I mean, at the end of the day, and then you send remittances back to your family. But at the same time, when you go to these countries, like African Millennial was saying, especially like places like, especially in Europe in particular, in the United States, and also in Americas, especially with the Black dominated places or with people with African ancestry, you could kind of navigate a lot better within the society. However, when you go to places like in Europe, which is pretty much 99% white, I don't understand why you don't.
It's much harder.
Much harder.
It's much harder.
And to
You see
and
the
that
fact
you
that
don't really
they are.
educate yourself about before you go to this country, because you don't know how the locals might see you or treat you, or locals who might be, unemployed. And usually, when that happens, xenophobia starts to creep into some people.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of xenophobia in a lot of communities actually, and I've seen my fair share of communities I've actually went to. I've actually went to not just my community. I went to a lot of different communities. I actually sat down with a lot of different type of people from different communities, and I've spoken to them. And a lot of people have prejudice that you won't believe.
Oh,
um, like I'm not even gonna call out this group of people, but because again, if I do, then a lot of hate is gonna start. Like it's like, and I can't be asked for a whole war. But yeah, so let's just say there's a lot of group of peoples that have a lot of prejudice towards other groups, even for the minor, very very minor details and very very minor attributes that come with the other groups that they have a massive problem with, which seemed to amaze me. Like yeah, he actually amazed me to a point where I was shocked. But yeah, that surprised me a lot.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say this right. Well, basically, when it comes to the topic, right, I'm gonna stay on topic. When the issue that I see with a lot of Africans when they go to places, they be one of two things, right? If you gonna be quote unquote, you ain't gotta be, as I say, you ain't got to be like Jamaicans or African Americans, because we rowdy as fuck over here, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. If it comes to the most rowdiest and probably Africans on the planet, damn near probably us too, right? As
Not
people,
even that, Lulu. Not
yeah,
even. I mean, in the UK it's a bit different. I mean, in the UK, look, the Jamaican gang business has died down over the recent years. It's gone less and less and less, which is beneficial and actually very good.
okay.
Nowadays there's a lot of, again, the English are keeping their eyes on the Albanian mafias and all of the Romanians and all of the East European thugs that are coming into the UK and causing havoc.
Oh fuck, I ain't know nothing about that part. Okay, I
Yeah.
know they were having beef with my last time I talked to my homeboy and my cousin. They were telling me about they was having a whole bunch of issues with Pakistani people, and I was like,
Oh
wow.
yeah, no, Pakistanis have a problem with maybe they're also known to being part of the gang business and drug selling trades and shit like that. But in general, those guys are, again, if you talk about the wider view and how they perceived by the English, they perceived as child predators, because these guys are known for grooming gangs. They go after young underage English girls and they try to do whatever disgusting business that they do to them. So they're also known for that.
Okay, well, like I said, well, I know what some people say, you can go to a country and you make your money. I ain't got a problem with you want to make your money, because like, well, I'm of two minds about the situation, right? If you want to keep your head down and make your money, fine. Me personally, this is what I'm saying, because that don't benefit me. Like that, as an American, it don't benefit me to have cheap labor necessarily in the labor market. I understand economics. That doesn't benefit me. That only benefits the multi-millionaire companies. That the regular day individual person on the ground don't benefit from it, right? So if you want to make your money necessarily and just get out and get keep your head down, cool, right? Right? I ain't got no problem with that. But then we got the quote unquote, and we got the Africans. I feel like I want to be able to say something, right? And that's when I'll be like, oh, okay, buddy. That's when we got the issue, right? Because we got people over here that will say, well, I think Black Americans should do this. Well, I believe necessarily Jamaicans should do that. And they in their land though, necessarily, right? I can't go to goddamn Nigeria, Ghana, necessarily Gambia, and tell them necessarily how they need to run their country. Especially considering either A, I'm not gonna help, and if shit turn left, I'm gonna turn tail and run.
Look, FBA. Look, I mean, Lazulu, in general, I do agree to some extent that nobody should tell other people how to run or live their life according to how or what system they believe in. I do agree to an extent. But then there's also the other extent which I do disagree. And the other part would have to be, let's say you do see some inconsistencies in another group of people that are classed as your group of people, like i.e. blacks. You don't want them to give like the negative outview of or to people, so you try to correct that. So in general, I'll give an example. Any group of blacks, everybody has their own problems. But let's say if somebody's causing a problem amongst a group of people, you want to call that out and try to fix it as soon as possible, So I'll give you an example. Do you think that, again, I don't want to call out these people, but Jews, do you think if a random group of Jews did some had committed and done a high grade of problems, or
Hey, Steve,
basically a high level of problems
Steve, can you
in a
mute?
specific country, do you think the rest of the Jews ideally sit by and not do anything about it? No, they're gonna try to call them out and fix the situation, because that would look bad on the other Jews. You see where I'm going with this?
Usually, now from my understanding, right, and I can only speak from an American context. Hey, Steve, can you mute? Can somebody mute him? Because I don't know if you got reverberations. Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Now, from my understanding, right, for most Jews in America, bro, they don't give a fuck, bro. They do like it's the rich necessarily Jews who do most of the fuckery, and then you got the quote unquote I aspire to be at that level Jews, right? That's how I put them as, right? And within the United States framework, you probably on one of those two, right? So Jews do a lot of bullshit over here in America, right? I mean, when I talk about a lot of bullshit, right? To the point that basically I don't even consider them like Jews. I consider them white people. They just white supremacists at this point. I don't really consider them no different at this point, right? So for me, a Jew is a Jew. If you doing bullshit over here and I catch you, or if you doing bullshit, and plus in reality they cover for each other. So that's the difference, because in American it's ethnic group versus ethnic group necessarily from time to time, right? And the only time we put that ethnic shit aside is unless it's like a huge war or something like that. The only time I really see people like legitimately, or a soccer game. That's it. Like a giant football game, soccer game at a national level is the only time people in America ain't at each other's throat. That's the only time I don't see them at each other's throat, right? But the problem that I have with continentals that come over here, they get into political positions, and then all of a sudden you talking to somebody, you be like, okay, yeah, man, I'm trying to get this bill passed. And all of a sudden they say, well, I don't think that bill necessarily agrees with me. And you be like, okay, but why? And necessarily also you look at their last name and it's like, oh, that's why that bill don't make no sense for you, right? Like, because we got people necessarily with was it Stacey Abrams? I don't know, Stacey Abrams necessarily. She ain't from here, bro. She ain't from it, but she running for governor, though, bro. You running for governor?
You see,
and see, that's when my goddamn, all right, now the issue is, all right, fuck it, we gotta start checking everybody's paper shit. See what I'm saying? That's when I basically get to that mode of we gotta start checking people's paper. What's your last name? Where your lineage come from? Where you what's your ideological framework necessarily? Because you can still quote unquote look like an African, that's American, whatnot, and basically have this a whole mentality of a Dominican or goddamn, or let's say Puerto Rican, right? Right. So now we got to do level checks to figure out who this person is, where they came from, their last name, who raised them, what country they descended from. Because now
Zulu, that's another thing. That's another thing that I've caught up with the African American community. That's another problem that I've actually witnessed. And the problem is the fact that African Americans would focus rather more on Africans than the problems, which is again the problems that African Americans truly face, which are the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, basically those countries from the South American regions. African Americans should be focusing more on them and keeping their eyes on them instead of focusing more on the.
For me, it's all the same, bro. I've seen Nigerians come up here and say, "Oh, bro, we had Nigerian in California say, I don't believe y'all should get reparations." Now at first I was like, "Who the fuck is this person?" Like,
what does a Nigerian's point of view should not matter in that situation. It has nothing to do with the Nigerian if you guys get reparation or not.
But apply this right now. See, for me in America, I understand the quote unquote what is it the game we basically over here playing Game of Thrones necessarily in the hardest way, right? So I understand it. So they'll go quote unquote go get somebody from Africa, right, or somebody from that look like he can almost pass for us necessarily, put him in a position and say, oh, necessarily, this person can speak for you. Then you do a background check. Oh no, this person ain't from here. He got a different kind of mentality, so forth and so on. And then that's when you got to be like, nah, man, nah. And
you see,
stop blocking your finance.
I would say there needs to be a massive. I would say there needs to be a massive culture change, Zulu. And the reason why I say a massive culture change is the fact that I've noticed another thing, which is the lack of basically the lack of celebration for education. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Again, African Americans are predominantly good athletes, and that's a positive. Like you guys are built strong. um, so again, a lot of African Americans tend to be at high level sports. So again, they celebrate high level sports. When somebody becomes a pro footballer, a pro basketballer, a pro anything, there's a lot of celebration and envy behind that, which is good. But again, the same level of energy needs to go into the academic field. So when a black lawyer or a black engineer, a black doctor, or somebody from that community becomes a high level person, aspiring to be, top of that game or top of that field, there needs to be that same level of aspiration, the same level of embrace towards that person. That again, because if that happens, then people will aspire to be more like that. So let's say if a black lawyer was celebrated as much as a black basketballer, then more kids would look at the black lawyer than the basketballer. So they'd focus more on dominating the courtroom than dominating on the field. And then the same with an engineer and same with a doctor. And what that does is then it tends to build a community. And if the community is built based on hard work and principles, then again, the black community would arise and they would level up. You see where I'm going with this?
Okay, I know I like necessarily where you was going, but the thing is necessarily, right? That's a compounding interest kind of answer. Like I don't got necessarily the time to go through and break every piece of that down, right? Okay, my question: do you have feminism in your country, right?
Yeah, there's a oh, you talk okay in general. You go ahead, Wes.
Sorry, I know my background's kind of noisy, but I'm not at a club. I promise you. Not at this time. Not at this time. Anyways, what I'll say, African feminism, I think is different from feminism over here. African feminism is more like we don't want child marriages, we don't want FGM, like we want African women to like in some countries when there's a will, nothing goes to the woman. So it's things like that. Feminism is not women are better than men. It's just like let's
Oh,
change
it's
some
worse.
things that
It's
women are
disgusting.
going through.
African feminism is disgusting.
Yeah,
and I'll explain why.
No, what I'm saying
Women in
I just explained it. That doesn't sound disgusting to me.
no, it does. Hey man, I'll explain why. There's more to it that a lot of women like to hide. African feminism is more about rivaling the man than anything else. They want to get all the good stuff of becoming a man, but they don't want all the horrible shit that
I
comes
agree
with it.
with
That is not true. That's not
I agree
true.
with
African
what's her
millennium,
name?
that's
hold on. I was about to
I don't hear
I was trying
African
to finish
women
what I
saying
was
they're
saying.
better
Especially in
than
the
a
Western
man.
world, Mike, they're becoming too much.
African feminism is more about listen. African feminism is more about equity, no equality,
No,
not
it's
like
not.
trying to be equal to a man.
It started that way,
The women just want equity. They kind of want like
bro.
same ground opportunity for them to
Yeah, that's it.
become some. That's what they want. They're not trying to be. It's not a Western feminism where they try challenge men. They're not pushing this men versus women thing. All they want is just equity. Yeah.
All right. So like I said, what I'm talking about is from where you from in the UK, bro. You know your feminism is one level, right? Like it's completely different, right? In the United States, bro, you got a whole different beast of an issue, right? Feminism in the United States is vastly it's completely different. It's its own unique animal at this point, bro. When I mean these chicks is on a whole different variety to the point that you basically at this point currently. That's why most of these dudes getting chipped from out from different countries.
I mean, Lazulu, you know why that doesn't surprise me? I've seen enough studies and census done on Americans where people will go, again, multiple YouTubers from across Europe will go to America and ask basic questions on basically simple life questions. So they will go to an American, again, teenager and ask him, name 3 countries outside of America. And he can't.
Bro,
name me 3. They can't even name their states. I know more about America than they do. Bro, and it points back to the education system. The education system in America is so bad.
Bro,
it's so bad.
No, it's not bad. No, that's not true. They just don't.
No, it is. I'll explain why. The average IQ in America, listen, the average IQ in America rivals African countries.
They have the best education system.
Or high level African countries. That's how bad it is.
It's a 50-50. Hold on, I'm gonna bring in the bridge out. This is where the bridge comes.
They just don't care about geography.
Hold on, the school is now has been feminized from like basically when I came through school, they were just hammering out all the kinks in the feminism in my school, right? You see what I'm saying, right? To the point where they killed all necessarily things for the boys. They gave everything to the girls, and now that's why we got a college imbalance where you have 65% of girls are going to college. The rest of the boys just are not going to college, right? Because what I'm telling you, they got massive imbalances over here necessary, right?
But
So
that
when you
should
got massive
More,
imbalances like that,
let me explain American system to you, education system. See,
can I finish explaining my system, please? Thank you. Like we have massive imbalances already. Then necessarily you got the United States government necessarily in everybody's fucking family court. And family court, the United States is basically in everybody's family if you do not believe it or not, bro. Like the U.S. was a patriarchy at up until 1860. After that shit, they basically when they said the I thought the Monroe Doctrine, they turned this whole community just flipped overnight, basically, right? So you got economical issues, you got schooling issues, then you also on the back end you got rulership school, you got what is that political issues locked into different places to make things difficult, bro. So that's
Can I
why
ask what is community college? Is community college basically a college or I don't want to say a dumb look like what's community college? I
community
wanted to ask that.
college is low grade college. It basically means like if you don't quote unquote got the financial funds to go to like a top one school, or not say top one, but at least a decent school, when that right? If you ain't got enough money to go to a school, it's basically like the cheapest school you can afford to go to college, and you can probably take that
Oh, okay.
to another college.
So it's an alternative for financial reasoning. That's understandable.
Yeah, basically, right? So when you necessarily got them kind of issues, nah, bro. Like all this shit is over here is by design. If you got prison the pipeline places, bro, like literally, like up north, bro, they got a whole bunch of white people strung out on fucking methamphetamines and shit and everything.
But why didn't you mention the schools turning into fucking shooting ranges? That's another problem.
So
more community college. Actually, let me correct you about community college. Community college is pretty much a 2-year university, basically. Like you can acquire like an associate. So basically, community colleges are designed kind of like to take the burdens of the, universities. So it's basically where you can take your first 2-year courses of kind of like an associate degree. So that's what community college is. It's not really like though he's right about the cost being cheaper. Yeah, that's an incentive to actually push people to attend the community colleges. But it's really it's a form of university, but it's just not a 4-year program. It's more of where you
Mike,
can take up to 3 years.
doesn't if you have good enough grade, doesn't the UK or again the US government give you, let's say, a funding to go to again the universities of your choice, but you have to pay back
Yeah,
later on?
scholarship system. No, the scholarship system. For example, my younger sister.
That's what we have in the UK. So in the UK,
Yeah.
let's say you get grades that match the top percenters. In the UK, you can, let's say if you have good enough grades, you can go to the top universities in the UK. I mean, there's people right now, or I know a person that went to Cambridge, which is again, Cambridge is again considered to be one of the top universities in the world.
Phenomenon, though. It's a global practice. I mean, if you schools trying to go for the best students, so certain schools will
No,
not
no,
meet
so it's
you
not about
if
the
you're
best.
great.
Mike. I was gonna say it's not about again the UK system works a bit different. So let's say you apply for Cambridge. Cambridge is then gonna give you something a grade that you have to acquire, which tends to be somewhere in between the fucking A's to A stars, which is hard
If you
to
want
achieve.
to
Let's just say
attend
that.
MIT, Harvard, or any Ivy League schools, you can't just show up say, "Oh, I want to attend."
You see, and
You have to
Cambridge
meet
would
that
be different, and
criteria.
Oxford. So I'll say it's a bit different in the UK. And if you achieve the grades that are set by Cambridge, then they can do one of two options. They can offer you a scholarship, and the second one is the government can give you the funding where you can attend that university and then pay back later when you start the job.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah,
That's
like
the
you
same
have
thing.
it's the same. Yeah, literally, if you're good enough, if you're good student enough, you literally can go through the entire school on scholarship. Like just like my younger sister, for example, she was very gifted. She literally attended the entire 4-year university without paying a dime. She was on full scholarship because she was just that brilliant. So, and
Nice.
if
That's what
you're
I'm saying.
just
That should be celebrated, Mike. That should be
yeah,
celebrated.
yeah.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
That's
most of the Nigerian kids here, man. A lot of them, they work hard, man. The ones born here, they even work harder than the parents do.
Mike, I
Like,
gotta say,
yeah,
Igbos in the UK are killing it, man. Igbos. There's a lot of Igbo doctors in the UK.
I don't know. We tend to. I don't know what it is with us, man. Like we. I think mathematics. When it comes to mathematics, man, Nigerians we just gifted, man. Like the area of science and technology,
Listen,
we're
can I
just
say
so good at
something?
math. Dude.
It's not about Nigerians. Please stop that.
I didn't say
No,
it's
no, it
about
is. It
Nigeria.
is. Mamazi, it is. Like,
No,
again,
it's
there's a
not
lot of
only for
Nigerians in top
Cameroonians too.
positions.
Cameroonians too.
Let me explain to you. Okay, Mike, let me say something. It's let's say it's
I
the
don't know why
best.
Africans have a problem. Nigerians are doing good. Like, people
No, no,
should be
but
celebrating what they're
listen,
doing.
when you guys do that, that's not like, I don't know. It's true, they do good. To be honest, they do good. I'm not gonna say no, but it's like African in general. To be honest, like look at the. It's all about ethic, the work ethic that African children have, especially the African children that are born in Africa and came here like later on in life. They have the best work ethic.
Mamizu, let me tell you something about mathematics. I don't care how much work ethic you have. If you don't have the math brain, forget it. If you don't have the math
Do you
brain,
know how they teach them
you can
home?
walk now till forever. You're not getting an engineering degree. You're not. If you don't have the
I
math
mean,
brain. So that
in
when
the
I specifically
UK,
tell you that most Nigerians I know just have the math brain, it's not me telling you that, hey,
Man, it doesn't even
it's not
matter.
something about work ethic or anything. I'm telling you that, hey, some people, some areas are just gifted in mathematics. Even in Europe, most people would say that most Germans are they just have the mathematic brain. That's why
Okay, okay.
Germans, they have
see,
the
that's
most
that's that's the
engineers in
thing,
Europe,
Mike.
the best
That's the
engineers in
thing,
Europe.
Mike. I mean, look, every group has their dusties, of course. And I would say, out of the Africans in the UK, relatively, the Igbos or the Nigerians have the least amount of dusties joining gangs and shit like that. So, in general, Nigerians are probably the best
But how
performing
many
Africans in.
Nigerians do we have?
I mean, I know
That's the
Nigerians are
question.
outperforming Chinese in the UK, which is
But how
a
many
feat. I'll tell
Nigerians
you,
are
The,
outside?
it's a feat.
Mamizi, let me prove. Mamizi, go online and look these people that's been the kids when they do global math competition, right? Mathematic contest. Go online and look who's been winning
Listen, it
lately.
No, no. I
doesn't
Oh,
even
mean,
matter
Mike,
to
it's the
me.
Mike.
Nigerian kids, man. Do you know the girl,
No, no, Mike.
Nigerian girl
And
won the
also,
first prize? They
Mike,
do math competition
nobody.
globally. She beat
Mo-
the entire
Okay, it's
European.
okay. Let's move on. It's okay.
She,
no, no.
So,
she
Wait, Mama Z,
Indian,
have,
focus.
Chinese, everybody were there. Was the Nigerian girl that won the first place
but they have
math
no
No,
power.
competition.
also, I was gonna say, Mike. I was gonna say,
From
in
Nigeria.
general.
I'm not talking about Nigerian girl that grew up in another country. She grew up from Nigeria. From Nigeria. She went to contest in a mathematics contest, global mathematics contest. And she defeated everyone across the board. I'm talking about kids from China, US, India, Europe. She won number one, a Nigerian girl from Nigeria.
And I gotta say as well, look, in general, that I've never seen anybody outperform Chinese in terms of education. These guys are top level when it comes to that. But Nigerians are outperforming them in the UK. They really are. So I don't know why people are getting angry when I praise the Nigerians. They're doing good in education, man. In the UK, they're killing it. They're in top positions in
Okay,
engineering. I'm in the
whatever.
engineering. Listen to this, Mamzi.
You
I'm
get
in the
back to
engineering
discuss
facility. I'm in
things
the
that doesn't
engineering
matter.
department. And Nigerians are performing to a high
Okay,
level
that's
even there.
good. Move
These
on.
guys are on a top.
Mommy, let me
Okay,
tell you
let
my
me
younger
explain.
sister I just talked about. My
Listen,
younger sister. Okay, mommy. Sorry,
oh my
Mo. I was going to
God.
tell you about our American education system
It
structure,
doesn't
right?
matter. It doesn't matter,
So,
Yeah.
Mike.
mommy, what's come on
Let
now?
it transform to
Relax.
power.
So,
All I'm waiting for is to see when powerful Africans gonna be and create a
okay, all right,
powerful
cool.
environment for Africans. I don't care about you guys always talk about the degree. It doesn't translate into power. There's more that we have to do beyond that. Just saying that the children are having degree or whatever, still they are like in the same spell that every other people are. So it doesn't matter to me. Let's translate in power. Translate that in power.
I
You're
didn't know
right, man.
Nigerians were this hated, man. I did not know. Yeah, just you learn everything. You learn things every
Like
day,
in
huh?
my country, right? There's a young guy that just got. I don't know if it was the animation or whatever in Niger. You will see them in Cameroon. He was on the TV. He was everywhere. Everybody keep talking about how he got to Niger. So what? What is it like? Okay, how is that like could really benefit us? I wish our children, we can find a way where those children, when they access all those big area of like knowledge or whatever, they can figure out something for the issue that we're having. That's my problem.
Yeah. So I was going to speak to a point you guys are making earlier about, you know, the actually Lazulu. I agree with Lazulu on that point he made that there's some Africans. I mean, you specifically were talking about Nigerians that they come in back in, I guess, back in the days or something like that. And they want to be Jamaicans or want to be black, claim to be Jamaican or claim to be black Americans. I think it's
I mean,
right
that's
on
that's at the
their
beginning.
point.
That's when
Mike,
the
I did
Africans were
that.
new to. No, Mike,
Huh?
in the
Mike,
UK, that was
I did
again.
No,
That
that.
was that
I
was
agree
I'm not
with him
even
to
gonna
some
say
extent.
where.
Mike. Mike, that happened in the beginning when Africans
What's
were
that?
new to the UK. When Africans were new to the UK, that used to happen. Like, Jamaicans used to bully Africans, so a lot of them were like a lot of Africans would pretend to
No,
be
no,
Jamaican
that's not the
and
point.
stay
It's
black.
not even.
Oh,
Well, I've never lived in the UK, so I don't know. But I mean, I
yeah.
think I want to agree with to some extent that hey, well, that's the point where I disagree. Yeah, I agree with him that when those Nigerians or the Africans, when they come to like a black populated neighborhoods where it's what they want to do, which I did myself back then. When I go to the black neighborhoods and where it's black populated, and they ask where you from, I always say I'm Jamaican, because back then the only non-FBA Black American blacks that was respected or were kind of like found to be cool were the Jamaicans because of reggae, Bob Marley, dancehall, and all that, and of course Jamaica was like the only, I would say, only black country that you see on the media that we see as some kind of positive, but the rest of us were just all negative. We're just bunch of monkeys swinging on trees in Africa. So that's the way it was. So we, not because we were not proud to be African or anything, but just for survival reason. Because once you're an African, you get, just like you say, you get picked on or something. And of
Yeah,
course,
we
sometimes
understand that, Mike.
yeah,
We
yeah, yeah.
understand.
I mean, there's some kind of dangerous things that could happen and things like that. So when we move around the black neighborhood for safety reason, we're trying to like, hey, oh, okay, I'm Jamaican or something like that. Or I mean, you want to dress like the blacks and just that way they don't, fish you out and things. But however, when we do get out of the black neighborhood, like maybe we go to the suburb or we go to the white neighborhood, oh, it's a complete opposite. We don't want the Africans don't want to be white people to even think they're black Americans because the whites were more they more tolerate the
That is
Africans
true.
than
I
they would
agree with
tolerate
that.
the black Americans. So the whites would rather feel safer around the Africans than they feel around the black Americans. So it was like a two two-way thing. Like when I remember back then when I'm going to the black neighborhood, I quickly put on my hip hop clothes and put on my hat and sag my pants so I look like them so they don't fish me out and say, oh, that's an
I know nobody said your
African guy
pants no
over there.
more, bro.
But
Come
then
on, bro. That
I'm,
was
I'm saying
crazy.
back then, I don't do. Of
That
course,
was
I won't do it
crazy.
right now. I'm a grown man. I won't do stuff like that.
Take that back.
But I'm saying as a kid, as a young guy back in the days, that's how I survived. But then when I'm going to a white neighborhood, oh, I'd rather dress looking like African or dress just very decent manner because I know when I get there, I want the white people to quickly know that I'm from Africa because I know they have a better chance of not being,
Yeah, you know.
discriminated or being calling cops on me and things like that. Because white people tend to feel safer around the
Yeah,
African immigrant than they do
that's
with
true.
blacks. So I just
Completely.
want to put that out there. So that's why I say I agree with you to some extent. So to me, I think it was more of a survival thing. People just humans, and I don't see anything wrong with people trying to figure their way, navigate their way through society by any means. You want to survive. You don't want to. Of course, it's called wisdom. So I don't see what is really wrong with that.
You
I
know,
mean, it
like
may be
now.
embarrassing when you're not Jamaican, you call yourself Jamaican. I look back, I'm like, damn, it was really embarrassing. I used to lie that I was Jamaican and things like that.
Even
Oh, of course, but there was a lot of
even
heat.
And it only
There was a lot of
happened for
heat
some
coming for
time.
Africans.
Like
A lot of heat
now the tables have
back in the day.
turned.
yeah,
So
exactly.
But
Africans
now,
don't
I
feel
mean,
that way anymore.
yeah,
And
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
know
In
why an
America
African would
now,
claim that now, to be
It's cool
honest.
to be African now. And like, I watch young children's TikTok. On TikTok, they talk about the experience here in America where they have to work on the accent. There's this Nigerian lady, she's already grown. Like she talks about her experience. It's so, I mean, it's sad, but that's the reality. And I would say that even in Africa, in my country, in Cameroon, right, we have a tribe that's like privilege, like the tribe of the people in power, and other tribe also around those tribes that are like the tribe that you want to associate with. You want people to think that you're from that tribe. I remember when I used to go to school, people will ask me, where you from? I would say I'm from that tribe. That was what we did just to get by. Like so that people can look at you as cool. That's what it is. Like now on TikTok, they talk about all those past experience in the United States where they have to assimilate and be somebody they're not, just so that they can not bully them in school. A lot of Nigerian kids, I watch them on YouTube, on TikTok, they talk about all that stuff. So when Kifaro or whatever was getting upset, I mean, it's there. If you want to, if you want people that will tell you about those things, it's not because they don't want to be African. When they were coming to America, they were happy to come to America. They said the first people that turned against them were the African Americans at school. They bullied them like nobody else. So they have to assimilate.
I
They
think
have
what
to come
Kifaru is
out.
saying
You
is
know the
that
girls over
Kifaru
here,
is
because
talking about
our
today.
girls are horrible, bro. Our girls over here are horrible as fuck. Them, I didn't see them goddamn see a chick with it and fuck up their hair just for the hell of it. So like the dudes are pretty nice. But these chicks over here is on some other shit now, bro. I can't even claim these motherfuckers no more, bro. Like, but go ahead, bro.
Now it's cool to be Africans, you know? It's very cool to be Africans around here. But it wasn't like
Yeah.
that.
You know, back in the days, man, like there was no social media. All we had to rely on was the
You
mainstream
see, I
media.
was just
So
looking at a stat right now, and
yeah, so back
the
then,
stat.
man, the way white people used to like present Africa, man, or I don't know, whoever controls the media, man, like it was very negative, man. Like literally, like Mo, like in America, dude. I don't know if it was like that in the UK. They had this
Well,
channel called Discovery Channel, dude. Like they'll be showing this one place. I don't even see today. I'm still trying to. Oh, I think it's the Mosi people. I don't know. Like they used to show one place in I don't know where it's in Africa or if it was staged that the people there walk around was naked, and I'm
They
like,
always show Ethiopia.
I did. You know what was funny? Like you know what was funny, Mo? Like when I was growing up in Nigeria, like I didn't know a place like that exists, right? I growing up in Africa, I didn't know there's a place in the world where people walk around naked or anything like that. It was when I came to America that I was seeing that, and I'm like, okay, where's this place? And then the Americans are asking me that you from Africa? That's where you from? You know, it kind of like I'm like, I was confused.
I
Like, oh my
they
god!
they trying
And
to put
there's no way
that
you could break it out to them. Like,
negative.
oh boy, yeah, I don't know about this one, man. I don't know where this is, man.
They
Like,
used to have
They
that
were
shit.
trying to
You
put that
from
stereotype on
Africa?
us.
Do
yo,
you
like,
speak
I'm trying to
That's
say that.
African?
insane.
Like, huh?
Bro,
Do
See,
you
look,
speak
today, I still don't know
Afrikaans or
where in the
what?
world they get those images from. I don't know. I don't know where they got it from. You know, but
Do
bro,
you know
I was
where?
gonna say also,
bro.
in the UK, I don't know if you guys were similar in the again that's interesting. The fact that the Discovery Channel, I think it was yeah, I was just looking. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention the stat I was looking at, Mike. Again, it just shows. Let me try. I'm downloading it right now. I'm gonna try to put it out and send the link to AM. It says the highest performing black or the highest performing ethnic black in the UK is Nigerians. They're number one. That's insane, and they're outperforming a lot of people. They're on again 74%. 74%. That's insane.
in Nigeria, right? There's some plants that we eat in our food. Those plants, it's like you know what they call psychedelic drug.
Mike, shut up. Shut
I
up,
think it's
Mike.
in West Africa. They have it in Cameroon too. The Cameroonians are smart, dude.
Hello.
See, people always think it's
Listen,
just Nigerian. You see,
listen.
those
I
those
believe
West
all Africans in this
Ghanaians,
country are
Ghanaians
smart.
are brilliant, dude.
Hold on, Mike. Let's be honest, bro. Let's be honest, bro. Most of the Nigerians that come to the country are the smartest of your people, bro. So
No,
you are
no, no.
comparing.
Actually,
Hold on,
No,
it's not. It's not. It's not
that's not
actually.
true.
Let me finish. Let me
It's
finish,
not true. I'm telling you, the
bro.
smartest of Nigerians stay in Nigeria. I'm telling you. Let me
Bro,
let me
bro.
let me debunk that. Let me tell. There's nowhere in the world where the smartest of the people leave their country. The smartest are
Are
usually the
you
one
sure
winning.
about
I'm telling you, it's common sense. Why would this? Okay, listen. Let me tell you how society works. Society is a competition. The
Yeah,
best
Gem. I
wins.
was gonna say, sorry to
Exactly.
interrupt you,
So
Mike.
the
I
best
was
of
gonna
the
say,
people usually are the one on top, or the one that win in that society. So the best usually don't have to leave. Maybe the one that become the millionaires, billionaires because they're the best. The people that normally leave are usually people like in between, halfway. The like kind of like people
Oh, you mean
like
rich?
no, not rich. Really? Why would a rich Nigeria want to run to America? So are you saying the rich people are the one crossing the Mediterranean to
nah,
Rich
nah. If you're rich in
cross to the
Nigeria,
Nigerians,
why the
desert?
hell
rich
would you go,
Nigerians are the one that
We ain't saying
come
that. We ain't
here.
saying that.
bro? If you're
Sometimes
rich in
they give
Nigeria, you live in
birth
like
to
a
their
king.
kids
He's the
and they go back.
poorest.
Like they don't stay
Exactly.
here. Why would
Thank you.
a
The
rich
rich people.
Nigerian stay here?
Bro, you're living like a king if you're rich in Nigeria.
If you're
Yeah,
rich in Nigeria, why would you
in
want to leave? It's like
Africa,
the most.
in Africa,
Bro,
you have
bro.
maids, you have everything in Africa. So you would not even come here doing 8 to 9, 9 to
Exactly.
5 job. You're not gonna
Now,
No,
do it.
no.
No.
Look. A rich Nigerian will
now,
probably go
hold
to
on.
holiday in the US and other countries, but of course, he's gonna go back to
Let me
his
tell
home
you.
where he's gonna
The
get
rich
treated.
I went
Nigerians,
to
what they do, they
school
come
with
here
a
to.
rich Nigerian, right? I went to school with a rich Nigerian. Her dad was a politician.
Me too.
Her dad didn't work. All he did was go to meetings and stuff like that. She just came here for the education. As
And
soon as
then
she
go
got
back.
it, she left. Like she's like, "Oh, I don't need to be here, so I can go and work." No, she's back in
No.
Nigeria, chilling, taking pictures. Like
They're
rich
jet
people
set.
don't
Why would I
come
want to
here to
leave a rich
work.
Nigerian
Okay,
neighborhood to
rich,
move to a poor
right?
black neighborhood
So,
in America? Come on, Cassius, dude.
nah. I mean, I ain't talking about America. I mean, you trying to make it Pacific. I ain't making it Pacific. What I'm saying is this, bro. Usually 9 times out of 10, all of the people who usually come to these countries are performing people, bro. Like when you have the
No, it's
Indians
not.
that come,
No, it's not.
let me finish. I didn't get a chance to
Okay,
finish, bro.
finish. Go ahead.
Most of
Finish.
the
Yeah.
Indians that come over here on an H1B1 visa, bro, are the top performing Indians necessarily in their class. We talking about. I ain't talking about financially. I'm talking about at least school wise, right? Necessarily, like the U.S. has the policy of getting the smartest people that they can and importing them to the country, like the same thing they do with was the Nigerians necessarily who are nurses and who are doctors. They will import those
Oh
people
yeah,
because
there's a
they
lot of
make more
Nigerian
money.
doctors in New York, right?
Like
Yeah.
let me finish. They can make more money. That's just it. If you were a doctor in Nigeria, bro, you can make 15 times what you're making if you come to the U.S. Can you not?
You
That's
got a
true.
point. You got a point. But let me tell you something.
Exactly.
No, but that's
Most
not
of
the
the
That's what I'm saying.
reality.
That's
wait.
what I'm saying. So they will recruit the best. What I'm saying is right.
No,
Basically, this. But, let me finish, bro.
finish. Go
When
ahead. Go
you
ahead. I'll
have
respond. Yeah.
when you have the best people, like you like I'm 5'9", right? I'm 5'9", 210. I am not the world's best athlete, bro. Right? But amongst my people, there are people who got them 6'5" and run just as fast as me, right? But
Hey,
the
I'm
reality
6 foot.
is, yeah, hey, fuck your tall ass bitch. But what I'm saying is this. Basically, like this, right? There are people that said that's above me that said who can quote unquote go to different countries and compete at a higher level than I can, right? And because they quote unquote come over there and dominate, that's not a representation of all the population. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Cool. You got. Let me
finish and
respond
then
real quick.
answer.
Sorry. You got a point. However, what you need to understand is most of the Nigerian doctors in America became doctors in America, not in Nigeria. They came here as poor immigrants and they went through the struggles and everything when got education and became doctors. I give an
A
example of
lot
my
of people
younger sister.
left because of
I
wars
get,
and
but exactly, most a lot of African came as refugees and things like that. For circumstances, they left because they were extremely poor in their country and they had looked for opportunity somewhere else. So I give you an example of my younger sister. She grew up here, of course. So and she worked her way, became doctor and things. My family we came in very poor. When we came in, my dad was a cab driver. My mom, she really was working in the hospital, and she went and got a degree in things. So most African came here poor, but all our 5 children that family, my parents had, who came here with, we all have degrees, you know. We all went to work, everything. So you do have a point that there are countries that go trying to get the best from other countries. But as the way America does it, I also agree with you that America wants the best here, of course. But as the way they do it, they invite a pool, a population of people, right, from countries. And what they do is people that are bad, they commit crime, they deport them. That's the way they fish out the bad from the good. So they figure ways to deport bad people and keep the good people here. That's one thing I can agree with you on. But as far as saying they're going over there and it's just fishing out, looking for all the best of the best, they don't have the means to do that. They don't. It's not. It's not even so. It's not even
You
like
mean the U.S. ain't
some.
got the funds for that? That's what you're telling me?
Say it again.
No, they do
I got
that.
a clip for you
No,
then.
they don't.
Listen,
They
they
don't.
don't do that with Africa. They don't do that with Africans. They do
not.
that with the how do you call those students? Because my husband's son go to school with this guy from I don't know where the World Cup is happening. How do you call that? The youth.
Qatar.
Qatar.
Yeah, all
Qatar, right?
those. Yeah, you see,
Or
like Indian, Chinese, all those people over there on that side of the world, their own country, like they have scholarship where they send the smartest people out to America to study. It's not the same thing with Africa. They don't put anybody in
exactly.
Africa. You have to get
African
educated
That
government.
from over
or
there.
that or the
Yo,
money that the Gulf has, yeah.
We sell houses, we sell everything to send our children over here to study. Poor, a lot of
Yeah.
Africans here are poor. That's why they have a different work ethic. Like school is everything because people will die to Africa just to have an education. It's not like
Trust me, yeah. African
when I
household, they don't
came here,
celebrate. You could say I became a footballer, no one's gonna give a shit. Do you have your
yeah.
doctor's
no one
degree?
cares. And that's a sad thing about Africa, the continent. That's why one part I always agree with my music. We just don't the leadership we have there. They don't understand the concept of how to invest in the people. They don't understand that
No, they
the
don't.
people are the most important resources, not the resources you have in the ground, not the oil and the gold, not the crap. The
Yeah,
human
it's the
resources
fucking
is the most
African elite, man. Their fucking is
the
over.
human resources is the most important resources because you need the human brain is the best
Human
resources you can
capital.
have.
Yeah.
That's why you have countries that don't have natural resources like Japan or China. They're the richest countries in the world because they invest so much in their human resources, right? They look for their best population, the best brains, and spend money on helping developing those brains and putting those brains to
But
work to
Mike, the
help
reason why we're
develop their
getting
society.
exploited is because of the African elite. Okay, the Europeans are one thing because they're working with the people on top in Africa right now, and those Africans are profiting and putting money in their pocket, and the common man is getting is getting the bad hand. We're getting dealt bad. And again, it's not just
Exactly.
one country; it's the entirety of Africa. Entirety of Africa, all the rich people, the 1%ers in Africa, they're all working together.
Exactly. And they think that they don't even associate with the poor. Like they don't have a bridge between them and the population, like the poor people to just,
Yep.
they
That's
just
why we
separate
have no
themselves.
power.
Yeah.
That's why there's
This
no power.
they have their own
That's why.
sections. They look
Yeah.
down on their people. I always tell people this is what happened in Africa, right? You see, your elites, right? What they did was inherit the position of their those colonial people. Because when those colonial people were in Africa, right, those white people, they have a section, they have their quarters, right, the area where they stay. And they separate themselves from the African population. And then they were doing their administration far away. I mean, we get that. The white people don't want to mix with the blacks because they don't want to. I get it. But what happened was when those Europeans left, the African elites, they not occupy those spaces, they not adopt that same mentality of, oh,
Exactly. I
let me
agree. 100%.
separate myself from the people, and they don't get it. Like, listen, that's a colonial mentality. You can't do that. That's not the way it works in these colonial countries. Those white people don't separate themselves from their people. Their leadership have complete connection with their people because they need their people to advance their society. They are very intimately connected with their people. But the African leaders,
Not
like if you can, my music, let's say you have a solution to all the problems in Cameroon right now. Do you
Yeah.
have an avenue for you to even reach a
They-
politician over there or
what
the
you talking
president?
about? They
It doesn't
are
exist.
gods. There's a circle. You cannot
Before,
break the
Nope.
circle.
I tried emailing and Instagramming one of my MPs. Do you think they read that? They don't care.
They don't
Not
care.
even their
all right.
assistant. They're not looking at any of that. Which family are you
See,
from?
and
My
that's the
family's
thing.
not
That's the thing.
important. They
If
don't care.
Africans, if a common African or average African is going to try to encounter one of these high elite Africans or these people that are rich that are being given their daddy's position, you need to be coming from a position of power yourself.
Yeah.
exactly.
Again,
Yeah.
If
power
it's
respects
just a
Yes.
power.
dusty person, the security guy will probably shoot you or something. Like, why are you coming? Why are you? They'll ask you, why are you? They don't even ask you what you're here for.
Exactly.
What is it?
And then what they're
What
gonna
is
do is
your
they're gonna
brain?
try
Or
to
they don't
belittle
ask
you.
you relevant question. What they want to know is what's your status? Who are you?
No,
Son
they
of who
don't
are you?
value knowledge. They don't value
Yeah, they're
knowledge.
gonna ask you for your tribe and they're gonna try to ask you for your status because that's what they do. They're gonna try to belittle you. So again, you need to come from a power or strength of power. That's the reason
Exactly.
why again I don't understand when Africans say that it's the white man doing this. They're not looking at their house first. It's the people that control your house that are fucking you over first before the white man.
Yeah,
The white man
that's
comes
what we
afterwards.
Who
expect.
He's
controls? But who
exploiting. He's
controls your
exploiting.
lease though, bro? My question is, who
Huh?
controls your lease though?
Exactly. Who controls your country? He's
Yeah,
No,
doing it
no,
for the
I'm
white
just
man,
saying
so
who
he's the person
controls.
that's controlling your country.
yeah,
No,
that's just
what
one
I'm saying
aspect.
is, bro, like it's a reason Africa has to not develop because every necessarily leader that necessarily says, all right,
How?
I'm
Oh, listen. No, explain this in Zulu. How do we have, European aid coming from the food that's coming from Europe when it's in the beginning it's exploited from the continent anyway? They take the resources from the continent and they give a portion back as charity so they
yeah,
can look good in their cameras. Explain that one to me.
yes, they do that. They do that, bro. It's called neo-colonialism, bro. That's I mean,
They're
but
giving back what's rightfully belongs to the continent and doing it in front of the camera as some sort of charity.
yes, it's
That
called
is disgusting.
neo-colonialism. I'm telling you, bro. Like I understand because I came from the U.S. Army, bro. I understand how these motherfuckers work. I sound like Killmonger, but like I know how these motherfuckers work. Legitimately, I do, bro. They would. It's not that easy. They wouldn't necessarily find you a person that's like in a country. They'll come to them and say, hey man, you got two options. You will either goddamn get down with me, or we gonna kill you and knock you off and put somebody else in power, bro. And if the person is gonna say yay or nay. If they say nay, all right. Think about how this. The Congo should be the richest country on the planet. The Congo should be past Dubai in money because everybody
The
has a phone.
Congo won't exist in about 5 years, man. The Congo's finished
I
at this
understand. I
point.
understand that, but what I'm saying
Yeah.
is simple. Was that coltan and cobalt are the most rarest minerals on the planet. With that mineral, you can't have computers, you can't have phones, you can't have
Oh yeah, oh
lights,
yeah, oh yeah.
you can't
Not
have
just
none of
that, but
that.
then there's also, don't forget, another people that exploit in Congo is the East African Federation. Nobody talks about them.
Oh yeah, I know
Kenya,
about that. I
Tanzania,
know about that.
Uganda.
What I'm saying
Yeah,
is
the
that
East African Federation are exploiting the hell out of Congo.
I know that, but that's what I'm saying is simply this. But before it was the East African Confederation, it still is the U.S. Right? Saying is, bro,
if those people, if they don't want a person that's like that who's running the Congo, like how many I just looked at it yesterday. How many Congolese necessary presidents that the U.S. killed? Like six. So like, I mean, I understand this. We got economical hitmen out here that's so goddamn powerful. You can't even move against these people, bro. Like they can tap your phones. They can take your bank accounts. Like it's a whole bunch of shit in here. But what I'm saying is,
How are Africans? See, that's the problem. That's the problem. Africans can't defend themselves. It comes from a weak military. If you have no defense in the first place, or if you have no sort of military that can respond to any threat, then again your country's always going to be in need. So
yeah,
again, I'm going to ask the question: why are African countries capped to a certain level of numbers for your military? Why can't certain level of Africans pass that certain level? See, certain Africans can't even pass 18,000, active personnel troops. What kind of ridiculous?
I know this because I'm militarily trained. So what I'm saying is basically this: right? They have military quote unquote standards in this. Like all right, like with Japan, like when the U.S. basically bombed the fuck out of Japan, they made sure they signed a a no war pact, which basically mean they had to demilitarize their countries, which means you had to take a certain amount of factories out, you had to take a certain amount of these kind of abilities out necessarily, and over a time on the population, right? The population will not have those skills anymore because you don't do it. You know what I mean? Like I don't see most Africans that have like martial arts for their people. I don't see that. You know, I think Nigerians have like Dambe or something, whatever it may be called, but that's not like a true martial art. It's not really kept in its current condition that it needs to be a true martial art. It's things like that that's like hinder the continent and its people. But Africa, can you share my screen real quick? Because I wanted to say this. Let me know when you're ready. All right.
And exploitation of foreign doctors in the UK that reaches as high as the British government. Nigeria's economic hub, Lagos, is a mix of oil-driven wealth and life-shortening poverty. Most here don't live beyond 54. Just 5 miles from the centre, Makoko, a floating city where some people have never seen a doctor.
Doctor Nigeria now, they are traveling abroad because of the salary they are collecting every month. It's not reach anywhere. That is why they are traveling to go abroad.
It's a brain drain that's worsening each year. The World Health Organization has stepped in, compiling a list of poor countries with healthcare shortages, from where the rest of the world should never actively recruit doctors. The British government incorporated that list into its own code. They call it the Red List, effectively making Nigeria a no-go area for British medical recruiters. However, here in the city, we found hundreds of young doctors queuing for what's called a Professional and Linguistic Assessments Board test, or PLAB-1, a first step to practice in the UK. And here's the thing, the exam is set by the General Medical Council in London, and the people you see in blue bibs work for the British Council, which is sponsored by the Foreign Office and is overseeing the exam. It was made clear we weren't welcome.
We're just being thrown out of the
country. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like they got legitimately, they got people that they're actually getting from the country. They'll come down there, recruit people, and take them from the country. Okay, do you want that salary? Maybe triple your salary.
I don't like. Okay, so that could be a factor, but I believe that the main problem is that there aren't enough posts, there aren't enough jobs, and the Nigerian doctors are not being paid enough. I think that's more of a problem than they're choosing to go somewhere else. They're not being paid enough in Nigeria. And to be honest, if you looked at a lot of African hospital facilities, it's horrible.
They're jokes, bro.
Huh? Yeah,
jokes.
African hospital facilities are horrible. Like, who wants to work in a place where you have to use fake medicine? The medicine runs out. There's no hospital beds. Not all the time, but there's been many times when there's not even enough supplies to work on people, but you're a doctor. Yeah.
No, I can say for the places that I've been to, right? So I've been to Tanzania, I've been to Ghana so far, and I've been to Uganda, right? These are the places that I've been, right?
So when I go to these, right, when I was in Uganda, right, I felt sick for like one day and something. I ate some bad meat or something. Bro, I'm looking at the medicine they give me. All the medicine was the most off-brand version of medicine. I was like, fuck it, I had to take my chances, right? Because for me, I know that we taking this off-brand medicine from China necessarily work. You basically, I know Chinese don't give no fucks about sending Africans no goddamn fucked up medicine. Like they just had some Indians send something to the Gambia, fake cough syrup that killed a whole bunch of little kids in the Gambia like I think like 2 months ago, a month ago, right? So what I'm understanding is like the since Africa don't produce nothing, or it's only a raw depot area, right? So that's the huge problem with Africa, and that's why it can't develop. If you ain't got the basics, which is quote unquote water and lights, you can't develop your city because can't nobody even study, move material. You need these basic things to have a society, at least a modern day society, right? Where you can actually compete against other necessarily groups of people. Since Africa can barely even have 24-hour lights. 24-hour lights is something like apparently something big. Like I think one dude in Nigeria was saying, if you vote for me, I'll make sure we have 24-hour lights. To me, that's like I couldn't be in no place that ain't got 24-hour lights. What the fuck am I paying? Like I can't understand that for me personally. But I come from the American standpoint of that's supposed to be normal, right? But considering other people who don't come from that kind of background, like oh god, having 24-hour lights is like the greatest thing ever, right? So it's just kind of that necessarily mindset about it.
Now they're playing that. What's that song? Closer by Olazde, whatever. They're playing that
Oh
song
yeah,
now.
bro. I
But
bro, I love that song, bro.
yeah, this one right here. It went like viral on TikTok. But anyways. Yeah, like just okay. Maybe I'll play it in 20 minutes if you guys are still here. But there's a video. I don't know what African country it was, but it was definitely, I'm pretty sure it was a West African country. And it was raining. There were holes in the hospital. There were no beds. And I was like, how can you be a healthcare worker and you're this stressed out? You're this stressed out.
Bro,
It's like,
the best.
this is just demoralizing, you know?
It is demoralizing, bro. Like for me, like I used to do pararescue, so that's what my one of my fields is necessarily when I was in the military, right? So that's what that among a few other skills I'm not gonna mention is what I was trained in, correct? The about medicine that you understand is cleanliness is top priority when you do anything, because without cleanliness you can't have anything. Oh, that's we put in Starbucks, okay, but basically without cleanliness you can't even do your job effectively when it comes to saving any lives, or at least on a medical field standpoint, right? You can't do anything without cleanliness and water, bro, and power. So if you were a engineer or you were a doctor and whatnot, right, you're going to leave that country as soon as you get the opportunity. I understand, because like if you somebody telling me you can barely do your job here effectively, if you go to someplace else and do your job that you didn't take 15 years, 10 years to struggle to get to, and now I'm also going to pay you double the price, double the money, and if you can get accolades and stuff like that. That's why I was saying like that's why they have so many high performing Nigerians or so high performing Ghanaians or high performing so and so, because you have these group of people necessarily, which is the cream of the crop. How I would look at it. These will be to be a doctor is not easy. So those are the cream of the crop people, and take them and plant them in a new area. They're going to dominate because they was already the best with it, best of the best where they work. I ain't saying elite. Elite is different from being the smartest person in the room, but at least they just got all the finances that their parents just passed to them by generational wealth. But that's what I'm saying.
Thanks, MS Deltagar, for the 100 super chat. But how do you? Okay, I don't think I got your opinion. How do you feel about, um, I guess these Africans, in the West, like not really getting involved in these things? Like, how do you feel about that?
I'm of two minds of the situation because I study economics as a side hustle for myself. It don't benefit me in no way to have no other group of person necessarily working. Like, think about it. You don't want nobody to undercut your business or undercut the labor market, right? But since they're Africans, I don't really have too much of an issue. The issue compiles when this starts happening. When you have people who come in there and from the labor market, which is taking specific jobs and whatnot, and then they start running their mouth about it, right? So it's kind of like necessarily you can come in here and necessarily fill your pockets and go back home as long as you just do that, right? But the issue is when you have quote unquote a lot of immigrants, they come over here, they fill up their pockets, then they start looking around and start saying, well, I don't know, I don't like that over there. I think you should change that. And I'm like, okay, are you going to help to change any of this stuff here? Oh, no, I'm not going to help to change nothing. But I'm gonna definitely tell you or berate you about what you need to do necessarily and this and that and that. And I asked the one person, why are you here and what country you come from and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, then it's quiet again. That's what my issue when I have with Africans usually that come over here unnecessarily or transplants basically that come from like different places. Like, if you could get your money and be quiet and walk out the door, fine. You know what I mean, right? Because who knows, I may make some context with you. You may be useful to me in the future, right? But then you have people that come over here that they fill their pockets and they start saying, well, you know what? I'm gonna now start dictating to you how I think you should live your life and so forth and so on, without actually giving no financial benefit. Because most people that come over here, like most African, like what is it? Judah said, Judah Empire. He said, I come over here to like I come over here to make money and benefit. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck what your problems is. That's what I'm here for. I'm like, okay, cool. But can I come to was it Cameroon? Set up, was it get a good job? Can Cameroon take necessarily a job away from a Cameroonian and say, yeah, fuck you. I'm here to benefit. I'm here to fuck some bitches and benefit. Yeah, that's me. And you think that's gonna not have no reaction, bro? That's the issue start kicking in. Well, at least for me on my part about continentals that come over here. For the most part, I don't really too much give no fucks, right? That's where that issue start, quote unquote, really kicking I started grinding my gears, and I'd be like, all right, bro, like you don't know where you at. Like, this is America, bro. Like you get put in the ditch real quick, and ain't nobody gonna figure out where the hell you been at, man. So like, but other than that, that's my only issue with people that come over here and the setup shop. That's my only issue with Africans that come over here. That's it.
Interesting. I would like to believe that majority of Africans are just minding their own business. I feel like the ones that run or government or politically inclined are usually the ones that have more opinions on this. And yeah, I agree with you. I don't know why they would have any strong opinions on what's going on over there. Last time I checked, they're going there to get education and to get money, and a lot of Africans send money back home anyways. So technically, you can't be fully minded on one place when your actions are on two places. So I'm not sure why they do that.
They ain't getting their ass whooped, bro. It's been a long time. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like in the US, I'm keeping a buck like necessarily like every couple of goddamn like 50 years, maybe 100 years, you gotta whoop a motherfucker ass to let them like. But Dominicans came over here. Dominicans came cool at first, and then they got gangster and they got their ass whooped out in the north. Like usually, that's usually what happens. Is periodically people come over here. They forget they forget themselves, and then you gotta periodically hit a motherfucker with a goddamn with a brick, and then that's what you gotta. It seems like that's what you gotta do in the. You can't seem to talk to nobody civilly. Right, necessarily, because they had an issue. I think with some black kid got in a fight with some Dominican. I don't know. They got some black kid was walking through the Dominican neighborhood, right? And they chased the little kid out of the neighborhood because he was walking through the neighborhood or whatever, right? Then some group of guys came over there and then burnt down half the Dominican got their area. Then all of a sudden it was cool again, right? You know what I mean? But like, why do I got to go to the point where I got to burn down your hood for you to like, for you to act right? I shouldn't have to do that to you. I should be able to walk through. If I'm going here to go walk to whatever, or wherever the fuck you trying to go through up north, right? You trying to go through here, go to another borough or whatever. I should be to walk through this borough, right? But then you want to do you can't walk through my borough shit. You necessarily, oh, this is my territory shit. And I'm like, bro, it ain't your territory, and we been here longer, bro. And so it's like, it's just that kind of mentality. If people basically get beside themselves, then you got to remember, like, oh, bro, okay, all right, cool. Let me go ahead and show you how crazy I really got to be, which is not how I would like to necessarily be with people. But then, you got certain people like, like I'm gonna say he who should be named. That's what I'm gonna say it like that. He who should be named will just get beside themselves. Now I gotta be like, bro, what your country doing, bro? What's the mentality rate at your country, bro? What's your currency looking like? Then everybody want to get upset. So for me, I try to stay away from shit like that. But then you got people who like to kick up dust a lot. So then, when you start kicking up dust with me personally, I ain't got no problem backhanding nobody. So
Yeah, I feel like, to be honest, we're all like really sensitive about our communities and what our people went through. So I don't think that anyone needs to be a spokesperson for someone else. Now, I don't know if this has something to do with the we're all black thing. I suspect it does. Because whenever someone speaks about their community, right, someone else who just happens to be black, for whatever reason, comes in and goes like, oh, well, I have a right to comment on it too because I'm black. I'm just like, what? There's so much misinformation out there, and I just feel like we should just all be respectful of
nah,
each
bro.
other's community. Like everyone has their own voice. No one needs to talk or advocate for someone else. Now, some people might be like, oh, that means you don't care. No, it doesn't mean you don't care. It just means you're not trying to be a tether. You're not trying to be a spokesperson for another community. And I think that should be more respected, like, to be quite honest.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. You have a whole bunch of like, I want acceptance ass bitches. That's what I'm gonna call it. They just, for me, I stand on my own 2 feet regardless of whatever. Like if I'm in Uganda, I'm gonna be me. If I'm in Tanzania, I'm gonna be me. If I'm in South Africa, I'm gonna be me. If I'm in Mozambique, I'm gonna be me, bro. Like that's usually the African American necessarily standpoint, right? But then you have a lot of group of like a certain group of us necessarily who will be like, it's always sections and shit. Because then you got like Dynasty Mirrors tell you got the quote unquote, I'm an Indian African American motherfucker. We sitting there looking at you like you a fucking idiot. Then you got the I'm a solid citizen and I always been here people. Then you got the goddamn the fucking we was everywhere. Basically, I was in, what was it, quote unquote, we was in China, Negroes. We was in goddamn what is it? We were Jews. Goddamn it, we was there. What's it called? Let's fuck it. That place with the pyramids, Egypt. We was Egypt Negroes and shit. Like, see, then that's when you be like, oh, okay, come on, bro. Like, so you got these, little small faction of crazies that will start big up in people and telling people, oh yeah, you can say that, you can do that, and then people get a different mentality or get the wrong mentality of how necessarily this shit really run. And then you think about it, you got somebody out here boosting your head up from quote unquote, you thinking, oh, this shit cool, when they really ain't. It really ain't that, man. It really ain't that. So it's more of that's more of that kind of issue. Where did she go to? Well, I guess since I'm the only person here, I guess I can take over the stove, take over the show. Damn it. But basically, that's kind of the issue as I see it, right? Because when you got these wordy-turdy motherfuckers on the internet saying, I'm a Nuwapian, I'm a goddamn Indian, I'm a goddamn Egypt motherfucker. I don't know, my great ancestors just traveled the world. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, it should start getting too much. So our hoteps have ran crazy, bro. That's what I'm basically saying. Our hoteps have ran wild, bro. And periodically you gotta almost beat the hotels back into submission. I don't know. I hate to say it that way, but got Dr. Umar Johnson out here ass motherfuckers, and which I like some of his work, but like you got those kind of people who just go way off the goddamn deep end, and then it's like, the world is flat, guys, and it's like, okay, wait a minute, bro, we already solved this mystery a long time ago. But it's periodically you got people and reining these people back in, and the average American person ain't got the time for that. Like, if you I'm trying to get to my money, I'm trying to get to, you know, pay my bills, you ain't got the time to be researching on the internet. Like me, I got the time because I got the money, right? But like not everybody's in my economical situation that they can do that. So that's all.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I'm actually really shocked. Like the way that people talk online, um, have Twitter groups and all that, clubhouse meetings. I'm actually really shocked that nothing has happened. Nothing physically has happened. Um, I guess that's something to be proud of. I guess, but
Bro,
you know, like it's getting to the point where people are like, maybe something physically needs to happen
oh yeah,
because
it's getting to
people
that
are
point.
tired.
It's starting to get to that point because you got yourself from saying like, and this is why I be telling people like you gotta check your dust. Like our Kathy went over to the goddamn what was it, the Gambia, and she got checked. I don't know if you know who she is, but she went over there and lost her fucking mind. And like we had Africans side to check her, then we had to start checking because I'm like, hey bitch, you ain't gonna fuck it up. Because there's people that's over there that's genuinely doing good work. I think it's a family. I forgot what is it. It's called the Bag family or the Acres of the Gambia, right? Whatever, right? They live over there. They got a whole farm over there. They work with the community. They give people jobs. They work. They're good people, right? But then you got Art Cathy on the back end just run her fucking mouth, right? So periodically, the problem is instead of like in America, at least on our side, we try to at least check our idiots, right? But in Africa, but when Africans get over here, they don't check their idiots. They let their idiots just run fucking wild, right? So when your idiot necessarily depends if you got enough idiots to get in the group and start forming their own groups and shit, and they get loud enough, people start looking at them like they speak for you. And if they don't nobody know necessarily check that shit, it just becomes okay. Oh well, if like basically if you a king and then necessarily you and the people that's gonna speak for the king, right? I don't know the difference that the king didn't sing you or not, but all he says in the quote unquote, I got the banner, which is basically your skin complexion and your accent, basically, right? And you say I speak for the king, then when we look around and say that's how they feel. Oh, that's how they feel. Then all of a sudden, you know, people get fucked up, and that's how I usually kind of run out here, man.
How would one? Do you mean like have a conversation if something's out of line? Because I'm like trying to understand how would one check their own people.
Okay, all right. Apply this, right? What's some shit? Okay, what's some dude? I can't say Tariq Nasheed. All right, Tariq Nasheed has gained so much necessarily clout because right, nobody checked none of they got them African, none of the continental Africans, right? So you have people who can quote unquote run for office, then nobody say nothing, right? Then you got people that you know like he who will not be named and a few other guys. They'll come online and say some crazy shit, right? Cool. Then you already know that on the ground how Africans are basically already culture to basically stay away from those people. So you got a combination of things that basically can lead to another. Like if I don't speak to you and don't talk to you enough, like if you don't live in nobody's neighborhood, right? So I can't physically talk to you, right? All I see is quote unquote the people that do come here, they're running for office and working against political groups that helps my people, right? And then you go on the back end, you got people that let's say on the internet just chirping, and then you got people like you got people like places like Clubhouse. Like you have Clubhouse, there's whole groups of just Africans that just go around saying the most foulest shits about African Americans, and I'm sitting here like, you know, when you start seeing that shit, then it's like you got people like spies that are going to these areas and see 40,000 or I'm saying like 100, 300, 400 people, and they all just saying the most foulest shit about African Americans. You sitting there looking at it like the fuck. Then you look around to the left, you see somebody saying, "Oh, you don't need reparations." Then you seeing some other person saying some other shit, and then you got people that saying, "Oh, well, we don't fuck with you in the first place," right? So then it's like, then you start forming your own narrative about said group without anybody who quote unquote. Basically, I need a PR group. You need a PR group to handle your fuckery. Because we got PR groups of African Americans that like, this needs to be addressed, that needs to be addressed. This shit right here is false, that's false, this is real. There is no version of that necessarily, right? There is no PR group for, let's say, for Ghanaian. There is no PR group for, let's say, Nigerian fuckery, right? So, which there is plenty of, right? And then people try to say, so that leaves a whole, let's say, a power vacuum that somebody could, quote unquote, or a dusty person could, quote unquote, step into and say, oh, I speak for the group, right? Because if I ain't know nothing about Cameroonians, and but the only Cameroonian I met was, quote unquote, he should not be named. Oh, bro, it's gonna be.
No, it's cool. Judah, right?
Yeah, Judah, right? So if quote unquote, like, right, if he was the representation of Cameroonians, but they would have a shoot on sight order if I was the quote unquote king of the blacks, if from my interaction from him, they would have a shoot on sight order, right? You know what I mean? But I know enough of people that ain't the truth. Like, I know, that's why Jamaicans can, like, sort of get away from that, because we know enough Jamaicans. We have enough Jamaicans in our family. I can go be like, hey, what's up with this? What's up with cousin right now? He married a Haitian chick, right? So I can literally be like, hey, Susie, what's about this? Ashley, what's about this? I got direct ties of family contact to these people. I can say, what's this question? What's going on here? What's going on about that? But Africans, they have their quote unquote, I don't fuck with the slave people kind of mentality, right? So between, you got the air of uppiness, right, which is part classism, which I understand, because you come from a certain class in Africa, you want to still keep yourself same class. So I understand. So you got a variety of different things working on different levels that people just don't like. Different people just don't understand. So that's where that kind of starts to have them culture clashes and quote unquote issues start popping up. You know what I mean?
Okay. I see. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's not that hard, man. Like, if you had like what I'm calling, like, if you knew most of my, like, the average African that I know lives in a far white side of town, which is fine. I have no problem with that. Me, I live like in the middle, like I live like a mixed area, right? You know what I mean? But even depends on necessarily sit at the economical ladder in the US, also informs how their mentality is. Like, I know African dudes that flip burgers for a living. He's pretty cool. I know another African dude necessarily who's like a nurse and whatever. She works as a nurse. She pretty okay, right? Then I know one dude, he's a financial banker. This motherfucker got the attitude, like he really believes he's a white man. Like I'm so serious. He believes he is a Caucasian with just black skin. So when you have people like that that's walking around, and the question is, like, depending on how much, let's say, economical power and how they kind of conduct themselves, you start seeing them running in different areas. You start to kind of form your own mentality about that. And plus, I mean, you got partial rivalries and other shit that you got, like, on another level. You got like mate guarding and some shit, like, don't fuck with my girl, but don't fuck with my man type of stuff. Because then you got that whole on the back end stuff like that that's kind of going on also. So it's kind of like, it's a combination of, it's like a huge stew of things that kind of get stirred together. Like, for me, I can navigate these and see these things because I look at these things not as personal matter. I look at these as very, very matter of fact, like black and white. That's how I look at it. But not everybody's me. You know what I mean? Like, when you consider like reasonable, I'm like the most reasonable individual that you can probably come to. But then you got chick on the right, crazy chick on the left, poor dude that's necessarily been raised by his mama. He ain't got no male guidance kind of motherfuckers walking around. So that leaves a whole bunch of stuff for interpretation. Then you got somebody like Tariq Nasheed who can just come up and say, oh, well, the group of Africans said this about you, or they said that about you. And then all of a sudden, like, you can go in the clubhouse and find, like, usually at any given time, 200, 300 goddamn Africans saying, well, all you motherfuckers ain't shit. Or, oh, motherfucker, you ain't never fight for nothing. Or, quote unquote, I'm over here taking all your jobs, fuck you, bitch. And then, like, how many of those before people start looking at you like, you about to, right? You know what I mean? It's like when Mexicans come here, Mexicans are pretty much cool because Mexicans married, like, Mexicans, like, a lot of Mexican dudes and a lot of black dudes married a whole bunch of Mexican chicks. So from a family dynamic, I can go to a family member or go to them and be like, hey, what's this, right? And they can either explain to me what this issue is, so forth and so on and whatnot, right? And then also these people, even though sometimes they have the same job market, well, sometimes some of the people work in the same job market as African Americans, right? So if I just need to go talk to them, like on like, hey, what is this about? They'll usually sit down and have a conversation with you. But Africans, they kind of try to either stick to themselves, which is part of the problem, right? Because I'm seeing one thing what you say, I'm seeing what you do, I'm seeing people do fuckery on the right, people do fuckery on the left, and then I'm gonna come to my own conclusion because ain't no conversation being had. That makes sense.
What I wanted to say, I know it's not really what we're talking about, but oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. The barista's having a great time. But what I wanted to say is, I don't know which Africans you guys are talking about. Well, not you, but you know what I mean when I say you guys.
Yeah, I know.
That you guys are talking about when you guys are saying they're doing so well, they're so successful, they're doctors, lawyers. Let me tell you, I only know one lawyer. I only know one doctor. That's an African. That like immediately that I know, like in my friendship group. Most of the Africans I know, I'm an accountant. Um, my cousin went to school to be a police officer. My other cousin is doing like some developer tech thing, whatever. My other cousin, he is a manager at a Walmart. Um, I don't know which doctors, lawyers people are talking about. Like they're so successful, they're so rich.
Like
Like I don't know which Africans these are. I see average Africans. Like I see Africans doing well. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know of the super crazy, educated, rich Africans that people are talking about. Like I don't see that. Like me personally, I'm just saying I don't see that.
that's because like for me, like I understand. Okay, for me personally, I understand most Africans are not in that tax bracket, right? There are a subsection of them that are necessarily right, but you have different competing interests, right? So you will have like in America they'll have the quote unquote model minority, right, which is basically whoever the white people want to push up at the model minority. Like they used to say Asian with a model minority people, right? But then they give them preferential treatment here and there necessarily, right? And say, all right, these people are quote unquote in that position.
James Brown.
Yeah, what's up?
Let me address a couple of things and all that stuff. Not that I have anything personally against you or something to commit to.
Never personal.
You understand? But why did you move to Uganda specifically? If you're obviously your bloodline genetics from West Africa region or something, this is not East or West something. Why did you move to Uganda?
Oh, me personally, Uganda, because all right. Okay, two things that I like. All right. All right. Okay, honestly, bro, I'm gonna be honest, right? All right. Two, I'm a little salty about being sold, so I'm a little salty, right? So I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little salty, right? But at the same goddamn time, right? I had people necessarily. I met a Ugandan dude, right? So he was like, "Hey, dude, you should go to Uganda if you're looking, quote unquote, to get married soon, man. Go to Uganda, check out there, right?" So I said, "Okay, cool." And so one dude told me that it got good land out there to sell if you want to grow. For me, I didn't been through enough war. I didn't been through my little wartime, so I ain't really out here trying to do no gangster shit. Like, I can get gangster, but I'm trying to get me a nice little homestead, chill, get my wife, and have my little 5 kids, and just shut the fuck up. Really?
All right. Fair enough. Basically, the way I perceive you is you are kind of like an opportunist, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like being opportunistic, you go where your money goes further the most, isn't it? But it's just sometimes the way you carry it. I can buy your bitches for $5, something like that. You come across like that.
Bro, I don't even say that shit because you got, but you got to understand what fucking what's that dude name again? What's his fucking name again?
Say James, you having
What's his dude name? Judah. Me and Judah don't get along for shit, bro. I'm so cool out here. Me, bro, Judah will say shit like he's a 7 foot goddamn Adonis of a fucking man, bro. That goddamn who got the military skills of goddamn Shaka Zulu.
all the goddamn great leaders of the planet, and then I'm seeing him like, bro.
All right. Calm it down. Well, what I'm saying is, your move to Uganda, is it because it's obviously it's because it's cheaper in Uganda, isn't it? It's cheaper, and you get a lot of big women booties with big booties that are just wobbly and all. Come on, James, you have to say they have the best booties in Uganda.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this much, but from the places that I've seen, bro, is if you talking about East Africa, yeah, but if you talking about from West Africa, you talking about Ghana and you talking about Ivory Coast, you talking about with the best figures out of the women. But
yeah, in Uganda, it ain't got that jiggliness, you know, because in Uganda the booty is strong, isn't it? That's why you went there, right?
yeah. Okay, yeah. He told me they was packing out there in Uganda, bro. Like I've been to Africa
I knew it. I don't know. Maybe you're a little bit different or something, but maybe you're different from passport bros and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But your opportunities, your business opportunities at the same time. You know, so you do what you can, man. But just calm it down with I don't know what your beef is with Africans and necessarily or something.
I ain't got a problem. I got a problem with you. You wasn't here when old bro was over here talking mad shit. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, for me, I'm the most genuinely respect. Like, with me and Folkhead Warriors up here, we have civil conversations the entire time. It's me, him talking. He's swapping ideas. I'm swapping ideas. I'm fine, right? But then you got your boy that come over here, right? And he'll come up here say some just wild shit, right? Don't African million, don't mute him. Don't say nothing. Okay, I'll be like, all right, cool. I'm gonna let it go. He'll come here and say some more wild shit. And I'll be like, okay, all right, let it go. Then after that, he'll keep on saying some more shit. Then I'll be like, all right, my tongue is about to be unloose. And I'm on you, right? And then he'll come over here, man, fuck you, nigga. I'm taking your jobs, bitch. Fuck yeah, I'm off here, goddamn Utah, man. I'm fucking all these bitches in Utah, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting here like, bro, like, ain't no black people even live like that in Utah, so I know you talking about white women. So, like, so by default, that I'm sitting here like, bro, like, calm the fuck that. Then he keep yapping. I'm like, hey, bro, he one of them people that necessarily who would get beat up in real life. Like, he wouldn't say that shit to me in my face.
That don't matter because we don't know each other. But what I gotta say is, are you going there to help Africa necessarily or to help yourself and all that stuff?
A little bit of both, bro. A little bit of both. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sit there and say like I'm not gonna sit there and lie like I'm not gonna help myself. I want to build like what is it? A hotel out. No, it was a hotel or not. No, some apartments out there. That's for my own financial benefit, right? But for me, I want to go down there and actually do some work with the school because I'm looking at
the biggest reason though is for them big booty jiggly.
Hey, African girls are African women are the prettiest bitches the prettiest women on the planet, bro. Like I can't. Other than goddamn Indian women, that's like my second. That's my real weakness, bro. You talking about you see a good, beautiful African chick, boy. I start doing backflip. But
all right. I know you, bro. You know, I was getting the undertones. I wanted to just be specific. But do you, bro? You get me? You go where your money goes the most. You understand me? But at the same time, you tread carefully. At the same time, don't overplay. You might get yourself hurt. You know what I mean?
Man, I when I come to play for me personally, when I was in Uganda, I just left. I came back just last week because I gotta go get some more money, right? Because I just bought some land out there, right? So when I go back there, I'm going back there with like I'm gonna go back there at least like another $15,000-$20,000, right? And then finish building all my stuff that I got done. For me, when I'm down there, I ain't got no problem with people, right? I go down there, I'll talk to people. I go to all the events. I try to go to. I was out there, Nikki. I was like talking to people. I really try to. I really trying to learn how to speak Lugandan, right? I'm legit, like I'm really trying to get to understand the people, what people live in what region, necessarily, and all that type of stuff. Right? When I come places out, like me and Chitlin got the same mentality. I don't just not know the history of the place where I go. I know the history of the place, what people live in what region, all that stuff. Right? I'm cool when I go places, right? But you don't hear me saying fuck all y'all, Uganda, all y'all some bitches. Just say y'all ain't never won no war. Y'all a white man, bitch. Like see, like when you got your little boy up here on the sideline, they be saying that shit. And I'm sitting here looking at him like, where you from again? And I got where you from again? You from Cameroon again? Oh, then I gotta get mean, bro. So like for me, for the most part, like if you don't take it there with me,
I'm so cool with you, bro. Like if like me and you on this panel, bro. I ain't had an issue with you since I've been on this panel, bro. I've been on this panel plenty of time. I talked to Forehead Warrior, me and Forehead Warrior can sit in and swap stories back and forth. Mike can come up here. Mike, for the most time, he sometimes says some slick stuff, but for the most time, Mike is pretty cool. The people that come on here is pretty cool, most of them. Like Chili Grease come up here, he's pretty cool most of the time, like 90-80% of the time. But then you got your boy, you got that one rough rag in the back of the group that's is kicking up dust. Then you got what's the other dude name? Start with a K. Kaito, not Kaito. What's his name? Damn it.
Kaizo. Yeah.
Kaizo. You know what I'm saying? Then you got your other boy out here start kicking up dust again. I'm sitting here like, hey, bro, like, how much dust you gonna kick up before somebody say something? And then like African Millennial, she don't do like in our panels when we do stuff, we just kick you off the panel, bro. Right? She don't want to kick nobody off the panel. She trying to be nice. She trying to want everybody to speak. But after you start letting somebody just basically just run roughshod on the whole panel and not check them, then I'm gonna start checking. Cause like I'm pretty cool with most folks. Most places I go, I'm pretty cool. With the old bro, nah, man.
All right. That's all I had. I just wanted to just zero in on where you stand and all that kind of stuff. What you're into and all that stuff. Obviously, yeah, I get it. It's quite good enough. And Mamizi, I will address you another time.
Bro, I'm from America, bro. Like I legitimately, I got a high respect for Africans, right? See what I'm saying? I got a pretty decent high respect for Africans, right? So I don't really go and disrespect most people. Like you ain't never really seen me on this panel and just go off on nobody and they were just being respectful, right? Like you ain't never really seen that happen, bro. Like I say, if you want to talk, cool. I'll let you get your opportunity to talk, and I will not interrupt you, right? Then
you said a bunch of fucked up things yesterday. I just can't remember them.
But man, bro, when you start, play like this, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. And for me in America, how we go down, bro. Like, bro, when you want to take the glove off on me and start saying, "Oh fuck you ain't shit, you the white man, bitch, bro, you ain't never." Yo, people ain't never fought for nothing. I'm sitting here looking like, bro, ain't you in my country? Ain't you in here to
But you see, your rebuttal is usually how much bitches you can buy with your American dollars.
Man, he came out here and said, bro, I said shit. I said shit about their fucking birth rate. I said about the shit them motherfuckers not having goddamn money. I said shit about goddamn what quote unquote not having electricity. So said shit. What's the last adventure that Cameroon ain't even done? Okay, what tribe you from? What's the last quote unquote big adventure that or universal or like this world changing event that the Cameroon has done? I went every place in the world. When you start goddamn apply this for me, I will be because I'm very kind to most people. I'm real like I think even most of the chat can say I'm pretty cool, bro. But that one motherfucker, bro, he that one person, bro. That's gonna start. He gonna start. He gonna kick a little dust, and I'm gonna be like, all right, cool. He kick a little bit more dust. Don't nobody check him. And I'll be like, all right. And then he'll to those things. Then I say something to him. Then I just go off. When I go to fuck it mode, I literally will. Bro, if your mama dead, I'm talking about your mama. If your dad, like if you wanna be foul and dirty to me, bro, I can be foul and dirty to you, bro. If you want to be kind of like this, whatever you, my personality is like a mirror, bro. If you want to be kind and respectful to me, boy, I will show you the most kindness and respect. If you want to say, "Oh, fuck you, bro, you a bitch, you ain't never did nothing, your people ain't never did nothing," so forth and so on, and I'm saying, and you saying this shit in the country that we built, bro. Like I'm not in Cameroon. Some niggas in Cameroon. I'm just saying, fuck me in the place that I built, bro. I'm looking at you like,
hey, just leave Cameroon out of it.
Hey, but your boy, y'all gotta check your boy, bro. Like I'm telling y'all got to really check goddamn what's it nation? What's the empire? What's it Judah Empire? Bro, I'm telling you, we'll be on this panel, it'll be fine. Soon as he hit the panel, bro. Soon as he hit the panel.
I think everybody just having the first reaction to Judah that I had, you know what I mean, which is like against him, you know what I mean? But that's the way he is, and he's not gonna change really. So you better get used to it. I think some people are starting to get used to it, especially the Sundays, to get used to
bro,
it.
I'm like this, bro. Like we got where from, bro. Some folk are like oil and water. They just ain't gonna get along.
Yeah. Anyways, African Millennial, I just wanted to zero in on Mr. James Brown here, you know, the opportunist.
Hey, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like, they got they African women are just too goddamn beautiful, bro. I can't let them go, bro. I'm trying to let
That's
them
your
go, bro.
primary reason for going to Africa, mate. That's you're not there to help nobody. You're out there to help yourself.
Nah, bro. Like it ain't that. I genuinely come out there to do stuff, but at the same time, I'm like,
I have a
bro.
question for you.
All right.
I have a question for you. What's your name again? Let me see. I can see FBA
Strikes back.
Strike back. Is it? So
Okay.
you turned as well. You become SBA now. Is it?
Hey, bro.
From what part of Nigeria you became SBA now?
But I was last Zulu until it was St. James. So we was like with St. James. Exactly, bro. He came and told me, bro, why you got an African name, but you got a European name, bro.
Oh, they killed you yesterday. KDM, yeah, you last. Don't let anybody change you. Don't be changed by these type of situations. You know what I mean? You choose your higher intellect that way. If you can't be affected by this, so who are you gonna make some? Come on, look, James Brown.
I cannot imagine you saying
that. You're making a white man affect how you want to what you want to portray about yourself. So you're making him change about what you want to portray. Come on.
Oh no, bro! It between your boy. It was St. James yesterday, bro, and then you had it was St. James
you see,
Cameroon, bro.
Kifaru ain't like that. Kifaru ain't like that. Tunaja ain't like that. You go after that.
I ain't got no problem with them.
You're making someone.
I ain't got a problem with them though. Like Kafaru come on here for the most part. He'll say his facts. Like Tim said, he be stern about his facts, but I respect the facts, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm cool. It's a thing. I'm cool. I'm from the army, so I'm cool with dudes being masculine and standing on their square, right? I actually respect that more than anything else. But you're not gonna come here tell me I ain't shit necessarily say, right? I got all this job, I'm taking all this money, fuck all y'all people and whatnot, right? And then say that shit in my land. Well, my people didn't dot and five and then died and fought for, and then sit there talking to me like, "Fuck you."
James Brown. Listen, James Brown, right? Jude and KBM, who you perceive to not be quite valid or something, a bit lower or less intelligent. You're gonna make them change your worldview and completely change your tune, and now your FBA strike back when you were last Zulu. So you're gonna make those people, yeah.
I'm polite this, bro. I'm cool for the most
Maybe
part. Like,
you were FBA from the beginning, you were FBA from the beginning, hiding under the closet, and maybe they exposed you. Maybe that's what it is.
No, but I'm polite. If you trying to say that I give a damn about my people, I'm still FBA. Like that shit, that don't really change. But
how can you be? So were you pretending to be the last Zulu warrior or something while you're FBA under the clerks or something?
No, but you can be both, bro. Like for me, necessarily things ain't gotta be quote unquote like people like this. Necessarily, all right, where are you from?
So if you could be both, don't let anybody else move you from your position, right?
Hey, bro, yesterday, boy, I'm telling you, between old bro talking that mad shit he was talking, bro, and ain't nobody check him, bro. Ain't nobody check him, bro. I was sitting here like, okay then, bro. Okay then. Like I said, I'm pretty, like when I'm chill, I'm pretty chill, bro, right? Like the only person that come up here necessarily and like will quote unquote actually check him will be Chitlins and Grits, bro. But guys, go Chitlins and Grits, like me and him, we well traveled individuals. We ain't like the average amongst our group, right? So we didn't been places, seen things, and been around the world. And like even when we go places, we study the place that we go. That's just part of military.
Anyways, I'm gonna listen on the background and keep jump in and out and all that kind of stuff. But Kifaru, nice to see you and all that stuff. Ed, you guys enjoy African Millennial. Thank you. I just wanted to have a one-to-one with James Brown to know where he's at. But at heart, my man is an opportunist, and there's nothing wrong with that. Do your best.
It's like 50-50, bro. I'm not one of them people who can just come to a place and not help nobody. Like that. Like for me, that's just not how my mindset is. For me, if I had all the money in the world, I can't see me not helping people, bro. That's just not my mentality, right? If I got enough money, I'm redoing schools. I'm trying to invest money to the point that you can benefit, right? You know what I mean? Because what for me necessarily, right? What's the use of me having all the money in the goddamn world if I'm just the loneliest person in the world? Ain't nobody can enjoy the happiness with me, right? That's my mentality, right? So I don't mind teaching nobody, right? But then you got folk that come up here that ain't their mentality, right? They are antagonists, right? Like, and I'm saying here, we had what is it between Judah and he got the white that came from that married a Kenyan chick, talking about, oh, I'm more African than you, and I'm sitting here like, goddamn, my black ass like, the fuck you mean, bro? Like, and I'm sitting here like, okay, bro, we got the white man who just married a Kenyan woman because, you know, quote unquote, he was white in here. And then we got Judah out here in was it St. James talking about, oh yeah, let him talk, brother. I'm like, brother. I'm like, all right, but you know what? When we start letting white people talk for us because I'm just upset at the moment, hey, bro, that's why I cut the line off, bro, because I even had to get about the conversation at that time. So it just is what it is on that one.
Yeah. Thanks to myself, the guy Don't Mess with FBA men that was in the U.S. international military. They don't play around. Me personally, thanks for the $5. Me personally, I don't care about what people say if they're talking bad about you in your own country. Like, I wouldn't take anything that any of those people say seriously because they're not in their country. So who cares? Like, I don't know why people take any of that stuff seriously, to be honest. Like,
Hey,
I
let me
don't
ask a
know
question.
why.
Kifaru, is that you on the picture?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's nice to have it. I like to see who are the people behind the avatars. You know, we
I'll be
always.
coming live on my channel. I'll be live every day, and you're going to see
Oh,
me until you don't want to see me anymore. So don't worry.
oh, you have a
I'm
channel?
not
I would
scared
love
of
to
what
follow
I'm
your
about to
channel.
do.
We'll put it in the back chat and put it in the chat in the chat room. I'll
My
subscribe.
channel is yeah, but my channel is not for argument. It's only people who think like me. If you don't think like me with my ideology, you're not accepted. It's
Like
a
I said, but I mean,
political it's a political movement. It's for people militant of that political movement. It's not a
What do you?
debate where you come and argue.
Even
It's
with
called the
Kifaru, there
PAA.
should be a
It's
debate.
we'll
no,
put it in
yeah,
the
for now.
background, huh?
But for now we don't accept debates. It's too early. It's
Oh
gonna
my
be a lot of
God,
distraction.
Kifaru.
So
Oh my
yeah. So
God.
this is
What
what
is
I'm
it?
going to say. Yeah, my channel is PAA Global. It's if you come there, this we're having for now live once a week. It's just a new channel, not much people. But this is what I'm going to say. Lazulu, FBA Strike Back, or whatever. Look, we can't come on YouTube and we build our premises, our conclusion based on what some YouTubers say. You understand? I move over that. I can't come and say, well, African Americans are this and that because I get some YouTubers or I see some TikTok messages or TikTok videos, whatever, or whatever, and I say, oh, damn, that's African American. Yes, it's easy for you to make those judgments, but I think we should be more intelligent. We should think more rationally and do our own proper analysis before we start making judgment. I think I've passed that stage where I use people's YouTube like random people. People may have their own personal issues, okay, for whatsoever reason, and they come online and they spew those personal bias, and you can say, oh, there's one African that says so, but that may just be someone that's got his own personal issues. You understand? So I think we should, before we judge, we should have enough data. I didn't know you're going to Uganda. If you think Africans were that bad, you would not even be going to Uganda. So I don't really want people. No, let's act intelligently. Let's not just react just because we want to react because one YouTuber. What's a YouTuber? What does he do? What's his level of understanding how the society works? You understand? So to me, it's a little bit lack of intelligence that we use YouTube as our base of information or TikTok. That's just my point.
Now, like for me personally, like I deal with idiots. Like, but this is what the thing is, right? All right, let's say goddamn Kafara. Let's say ultimate reality, right? Let's say you Kafara, you got me all sitting, we all sitting in the group, right? You knock some random chick down, you trying to rape this chick in front of all of us, and we all sit there and don't say nothing. And this we sit there just like, oh well, you know, I'm gonna finish eating my burger. I'm gonna finish eating my my what's it, suya or my jollof rice or whatever we snacking on, and we don't do nothing. That's what I'm looking at like, oh well, shit. That means either me that basically means by default we consent, we see what's going on, or we don't consent, or we consent to it. That's how I look at it, right? Because if I see somebody on here that said it right and they say some foul shit about like Africans that I know for a fact that ain't true, especially the people that I necessarily didn't been to, I can definitely say, oh, that ain't true, that's wrong, so on and so on. I will correct you, right? But the problem is when my problem when I'm on some of these panels, listening to people, some people come most foul and shit about my people. And I'm sitting here like, I ain't gonna sit there and lie to you. These motherfucking Negroes out here is running wild right now. Currently, boy, the crack area babies is running around here fucking up shit. I can definitely say these motherfuckers running wild right now, definitely, right? But I can't. I'm not gonna sit there and like sugarcoat shit. But when I see people out here saying blatant lies, blatant shit that is like completely false, and they don't nobody say nothing, I'm either my mentality is either A, they don't know, or they consent to what they're saying. So that's either for me as a person, I'm either gonna come up and correct them and say the mistake. And if I don't see that, don't nobody quote unquote either say nothing. That's how I look at it, right? If you either seeing some shit foul shit go down, you either consent to it, or you gonna sit and consider a problem, right? And that's when I gotta jump in and sit and defend mine, because I try to be respectful on these panels. I'm pretty sure I try my best to, but it is a limit.
I get your point. That's to me the same, but to me, it's the global image of any group that is important. You know, to me, instead for me like arguing with people online, you know, I try to build my global image of my people. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what's going to make the difference. So if you want to argue, you're going to argue with thousands of people. You understand? Because if you argue with this one, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. That's just so much energy wasting the time and wasting. I think to me, this is a kind of a black people's mentality. We like a lot of entertainment, and we always try to entertain people who like kind of what's the word? You know, exploit us. You know, do us bad. The Chinese people, the others people, the Americans, the Europeans, they love this entertainment. They're just laughing. Look at these people fighting among themselves, but we still control everything. That's my problem. I think to me, we should always try to look at the big picture. You know, in my tribe, they say it's some kind of a quote, African quote. They say if you're chasing a madman in the market, people might not tell who's the madman. You understand? People might not be able to tell which of you is the mad person. You understand what that means?
Yeah,
so
I
if you
like
see
that.
if you see a madman, lift them so people can actually know, okay, that's the madman. But if you're chasing them in the market, people might not know who's the madman and who's not, and people might judge both of you the same. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I definitely understand. Like I understand that concept, right? Like we say we got our own saying. We say like if you got two food arguing, if you got there's a food, and then you arguing with the food, you can't tell who's the food. So I understand that concept.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So
But
you don't want to be a fool.
But I ain't gonna lie to you. But your boy in St. James came over here. They came over here rocking real foul that day, bro. Yesterday, and I was sitting here like, yesterday, the day before yesterday, and I was like, okay, I'm pretty cool. And I checked these dudes, and like only motherfucker who really came up here was Chitlin, or like Chitlins and Grits who came up here and really said something about it. And like on the tail end, I'm like, okay, yeah, bro. Like. So if I gotta be a lone warrior out here, bro, I will be the last. I will be the last Zulu, bro. I will stand here with my goddamn shield and sword, and I will defend mine. But it's just, old bro get under my skin, bro. So I make it. It's well known. St. James and old bro get under my skin real quick, boy. They love to keep trying me, and I'm like, okay, keep playing with me, bro. Like I know where you live at, bro. It ain't nothing but a $300 rocks where you at, bro. Like so. But like I said, for the most part, I try to be respectful and to kind of people when I'm over here. But not all mentality is gonna mesh well together. That's how I look at it. Not all people gonna mesh well together. And if he can't give me the same respect that I give him, then I can't give you the same respect. That's how I look at it. Because you want me to respect you, cool. But you got to respect me the same way. If you can't do that, then we ain't got to be friends. We can be enemies. I'm cool with that.
Okay, can we move on?
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, definitely. I think what's that? I think
so. My Mr. Do you
Yes,
care about
Kifari.
racism in the US?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you care
What is
about
saying in the
racism
West?
in
In
the
the West.
US?
What do you mean? Do I care? Do you?
No,
What do you
she's in
mean?
the US. That's why I say US, because I know she's in the
Okay,
US. It
be
might be different
specific.
from.
What do you mean by do I care?
Are
Like
you?
what?
Do you? No, we're talking about the topic. They say Africans in the West don't care about racism.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do. I choose not to. Like African has a very unique way on how to engage with like American society. When you get here, we all know how it goes. You're supposed to just focus, like everybody else said before, on the reason why you're here. Just focus on that. Don't pay attention to anything else. I mean, like, yeah, until I started learning and understanding more about the dynamic and of the society in which I live, and with my own research and all that, now I understand better. So yes, I care. I really I care a lot.
Okay. Okay. So why do people think why do they like think Africans don't care about racism? Because I was trying to say, well, we care, but there's nothing we
They,
can do about it.
no, they
We
don't
can't
care.
come to the West.
Oh,
I think they
how I
don't
look at
care.
it.
But well, it's
Most of
different
them
in
don't care. They
attitude.
don't want it to change. That's how personally, right? Like I don't expect Africans to come over here and be like, oh, I'm gonna goddamn take the white man by his goddamn grab him by his arm, punch him. You like you African American, you grab his other arm, and we gonna start punching him because I don't expect that shit, right? But what I do expect is at least be like, oh, bro, I do got an opportunity over here. If you necessarily got if you want to do that, help me out on that, or quote unquote, something like that of that range, right? Necessarily, right? Now, that's what I at least expect from them, or the product. At least this is what I would be cool with them to do, right? I don't expect to have no Nigerians out here fighting in the streets with like me versus some white supremacists. I don't expect that, right? Because this ain't his fight personally, right? Since he'll go back to Nigeria, I understand. But when it comes to let's do like small collaborations and stuff like that, if it is being done, it's being if it is done, it's very done in quiet, necessarily, so that people don't know about it. So it's either being done in quiet. But when I usually meet actually I can't say that because I'm actually helping to do right now from Ghana. But usually, right, you see what I'm saying? That's not the mentality that some Africans have, right? And usually the one who is the loudest is the one of people that most likely get the most attention, right? So the one dude saying "fuck y'all need reparations," like if he the loudest one in the group, that's what people gonna kind of focus on, and that's usually what kind of happens 9 times out of 10.
Okay, Kifaru, to expand and tell you a little bit about how African people engage with racism in United States. A lot of people don't even like really take the time to understand the dynamic and the reason why um, everything that it's like the movement when it comes to the people like that are fighting against it and pushing back when it comes to like injustice and all that. Like I say, African people they just focus on like with the reason why we hear, like we just kind of like close our ear. We don't want to hear. We don't want to listen until we're victim of it. So that's the danger when you don't care, because one day you're gonna be a victim, and we don't speak up. Like a lot of African people don't even know how to identify or really understand racism at all. They don't even understand it fully. So even when they encounter those type of discrimination, they don't understand, so they don't speak up and stuff like that, so they just live their life um ignoring everything else that's around them, you know
Like
I
like I
think I
said,
think to me, Africans, I think they have acknowledged that the power that controls racism in the West, they can't fight it.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's exactly the attitude that African have towards
So
um
if you say, okay, if you say you think so, so Why do you expect them to speak out? Why would you
Um,
expect them to speak out?
because if they don't, they kind of like doing themselves a disservice. Because I feel like African American people, they are always the people at the front line fighting for all those injustice. It's only fair, like, for African to give them, I mean, like, to kind of like support them. That's the least they can do. You understand? Because whatever they're fighting for benefit every
Well, okay.
minority. It benefit every minority group.
So this is the idea. Okay, this is the idea. Okay, back in Cameroon, okay, the people, like say, they're fighting now to get to that Paul Biya should leave power. People are dying, they're killing people, people are going in jail. Let's say they succeed and Paul Biya finally gets Cameroon becomes the country to become. So do you expect
You're cutting
what
out.
hello?
Yeah.
Can you did you hear what I said?
No.
Why's everyone quiet?
We didn't hear what you said. You were cutting out.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
Is that?
repeat
Am
it.
I audible now? Yeah. Okay. So I was talking about if, like, now in Cameroon, people are trying to fight to get Paul Biya out of power. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and due to that, people are being killed. People are going to jail. You know,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people in jail, good or bad, whatever, and these people are struggling. So if at the end of the day they succeed and he comes out of power, okay, then Cameroon becomes better. Do you expect Cameroonians to make foreigners in Cameroon, whatever they may come from, to like respect? You must respect us because we took Pobi out of power. We died for this country. We made this country better now. So do you expect like Nigerians, whoever who lives in Cameroon, to respect you? How? What should they do? Should they bow down in front of you when they see you? What? I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't even understand the comparison, to be honest. The analogy, I don't get it. Because, like, the Nigerian in Cameroon, are they victim of any type of injustice that is related to the fact that Pobia is in power? I don't think so. They
Ah,
are very
okay.
powerful in Cameroon. Nigerian people, you take them to the police station, they put you to jail, and
Okay,
the Nigerian.
thank you. So do Cameroons complain about Nigerians being powerful in Cameroon?
I mean, they should. That's what my channel. I always talk. You say I always talk negative about Africa. That's exactly the reason why. Because we have normalized uh, 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 what's wrong. It's wrong for Cameroon to be that way. That a Nigerian can easily go, because he knows his way around corruption. He knows the people that he's gonna pay to get you locked up, even when you're the victim. That's not okay. That's not something to celebrate. That's something that we should have been speaking up against.
I don't think so. To me, it's just a minority. To me, we should be the ones doing that.
Doing what?
If we going to the police stations and having all this connection, if we are not doing that, then the problem is us. That's how I
But
see it.
yeah, that's we're saying the same thing, I believe, with Kifaru. We're saying exactly the same thing. The reason why they can overpower a Cameroonian it's through corruption, right?
No, I was just giving an example because now people are emotional. They just want to hear Nigerians doing this and this. Oh, what's Nigerian? So I was just trying to relate that to this FBA idea that, okay, we build America. You should respect us. You should not do this and things like that. We're in this country. We fought. We died. So you should respect us. So I was just trying to make that comparison.
They
Nigerian
respect white
Cameroon are
people
not
though.
insulting Cameroonian. Hold on, Nigerian Cameroon don't say nothing degrading about Cameroonian. That's the difference. What FBA people are talking about is the fact that African people openly, you understand, talk down on them. That's not okay. I don't think so. That's not okay. because they don't understand the sacrifice that they have done for all these immigrants to be able to freely be over coming here and be around and benefit from everything that they've fought for. To be honest with
You know,
you,
I,
it's not the same situation. I don't think so. Nigerian people don't they respect Cameroonian until you start having problem with them, because they know how Cambodian. I mean, it's not only them. Even the Chinese, a Chinese person will go and lock you up in in jail if you take him anywhere. That's just because the system is bad. It's corrupted.
Well, the system is bad anywhere. Everywhere the system is
Don't
bad.
say that, Kifaru. That's not nice. That's not even true.
No, no,
That's not
no.
true.
It just depends how much influence you as a person you've got. The system is bad in America. It may
You
just be
cannot
so high.
compare. There's no
Listen,
morality
listen. In
in Cameroon
America,
or
this say the
no, no, no,
system.
no, no, no. Don't
Wait,
deflect. I don't
let
like
me
when you guys
finish.
talk like
Let me
that.
finish. See, what I mean is the system is bad everywhere. It just depends at the level in which the system is bad. There are rich people in America that will go away with anything. They will still pay you. They will still do everything, but the level to meet it might be a little bit higher.
So
You
don't
understand what I
deflect
mean?
then. We know what we're talking about.
So
It's
no, but
very
I get what you mean. But the system
okay,
is
let's
bad
stay in that.
anyway, everywhere.
No, it's not everywhere. I don't think so. People don't get locked up here uh uh that easily because somebody come and give you $1 to lock someone up. No, I don't think so. You cannot even compare. Don't even compare.
yeah,
People's rights are respected here.
like to a degree,
Well,
to a degree, your human rights are protected to a degree. For like this, I know for a fact. Like when I was over there in Uganda, right? Some girl said, I think I was talking to her. She was like, somebody tried to kidnap her, and she said she took the police over there and paid the police to keep him in jail. And I'm thinking like, wait a minute, you paid the police to keep him in jail? And I'm sorry, in my mind, I can't understand. Like for me, it was hard for me to fathom the understanding that necessarily somebody did something wrong, but you had to pay the police to keep them in jail. I'm like, wait a minute, bro. Like for me, I couldn't understand that.
That's what they
but
do. That's how
but
it.
don't you think that happens in so many other parts of the world?
That not like that though. Like
Not
there is
like that.
It
Like
does. It does. I think
if you
lock
come into
you
it,
up.
like for real, confirm. Let's say me and you got into a fight necessarily out here in America, right? After me and you fight necessarily, and the police come and arrest us or whatever, I'm gonna put like this. All they gonna do is give you your community time or whatnot. The 7 said, oh, you may do a day in jail or whatnot, or your 2 days in jail, whatever. Serve your time necessarily, right? Or they gonna make you community service and whatnot. And that's gonna be the end of it. Ain't nobody gonna just keep paying just to keep you in jail for a goddamn in an indefinite amount of time as long as they got money. And I'm sitting here like what kind of system is this? That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, what kind of what kind of bullshit can you really start getting away with here? If you can really do that and the cops to be like ain't got zero integrity, right? You got to have some level of integrity to hold up the system, right? Because when people lose faith in the system, it just crashes, right? So that's the same thing with the U.S. They have to have some level of credibility, or police got to do enough of their job for people to even at least accept them as police. Because if you don't, people gonna start looking at them as like terrorists, and they gonna start shooting at the police. You know what I mean?
Well, they don't.
But I think here.
There's work. News. That's Africa. Africa is like the system don't really work. Where the level of corruption
Exactly.
is really
It's
low. See,
dysfunctional.
the thing that the level of corruption is very low. That's the difference that we have. Some other countries there's corruption, but it's a higher level of corruption. The
So why are
difference
we
in Africa
comparing then?
is low. So when say there's no, it's not always been like that in maybe developing world. They too had their own time where things like that happen. But as they move higher, the economy got better. The standard of living, the corruption level
I don't
is
even
going
think
to
so,
increase.
Kifaru.
Yeah,
Kifaru, listen, in the 2000 in Cameroon, right? People had
2000 is
way
still really
more.
early times.
Listen, even in 1990 something, I'm not that old, but when I was growing up, right, people had way more integrity than today. So, and people also like value the human life way better than today. The human life in Africa, in most of, even all of them, is not valued at all. You can die. People will look at you like this. Like if you don't have money, they don't care. That's how desensitized that those people are. and the system is so dysfunctional that it has become normal. Even when you speak against it, the people that you speaking for, like you trying to defend, comes after you because they're used to buy stuff, buy services, buy people's morality, buy everything. That has become the new normal for them.
Like
It
I was
baffles
trying to
me.
move I was trying to move a car from here. I was thinking about moving a car here from Kenya, right? In the process of me moving a car from Kenya, right? I think I got into a head out at the small little snag, right?
Okay.
I
I
told the
get.
dude
I
I'll
get.
pay you $200. Like, I didn't know how to get my car out. Somebody told me you pay him $200 and you'll get your car out. I paid him $200. He let my car out the moment I did it. Like, right? So it's
I get.
just
I get what you mean, but this is the thing: you can't compare America and
You the one
Africa.
that compared it.
No, listen. No, listen. Say, let me finish. America, whoever lives there, Black American, Mexicans, you can't compare America and Africa. America is a first world country. You understand?
You
So
the
when we
one
come
that
online,
compare it, dear.
yeah, no, but see, yeah, but that's what people do when I see people come online. Oh, they say you in Africa, you do
I don't do that at all. I know that within ourselves, in our own system, wherever we are, there is so much we can do
comparing
if
Africa
we.
and America. No one is like a lose battle. So that's not the comparison we should make. We should be
I
we may
never do
compare
that.
Africa with some
I don't do
corrupt
that.
South American. No, not you, but it's online. When people say no, in Africa you are doing this, in America, how do you even compare? Like the poor people in America is like middle class or even rich in Africa.
I was
You
middle
understand
class
what?
here.
Huh?
I
That's
figured
another
it out. Yeah.
discussion. That's another
Yes.
discussion.
Yeah. So to me, arguing about America, or especially to me, when
Oh my god.
What? Listen, Kifaru. What the thing I'd speak about is the thing that we at our level, wherever we are as people, economically, even like mentally, and we can do. I'm talking about things that are easy to implement. You understand? Strengthen your values. My issue with
okay,
Africa
good.
is more
Mhm.
centered around our value system. We have destroyed what was like very dear to us through corruption and like
Mm.
lack of vision.
It's globalization. I would not even call it corruption. We want to belong to a global system.
How you
That's what
gonna belong
happens.
to a global system when you the rat of the system? What the hell does that
With,
mean?
yeah, but yeah, you say that, but that is the system of the whole world. Like if you can figure out how to be part of a global system
I
without
don't know
you,
why you even justify stuff like this. It
no,
baffles me.
no,
We, if we
it's not.
if we
It's not
have people
about.
that sees things
It's
like that,
it's
we
not.
should
It's
we
not
should
about
have
being.
we should
Listen,
have no tolerance for nonsense
it's
like that. We should want better for
who.
ourselves.
Okay,
I want our
who.
people to be better. I want our
Thank you.
community to be clean
Okay.
up. We
Mommy,
can clean this mess
mommy.
up.
Exactly. Mami said, then you need to come to my channel. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we
That's
have to
what that's the
clean up.
mission.
There's no
That's
excuse.
the
We can do
mission of the
better.
PAA. We need to get young people into politics because that's the only way to change
It doesn't
Africa.
even have to be politics, Kiforu. Because when you say politics in Cameroon, you know how people react, right? Because
No,
they're scared
okay,
of their
that
family.
okay. Okay,
You know,
okay.
that's not the
That is
way
we.
to
That
fix it.
that is what we believe. You don't have to believe. So that's why I say in my YouTube, we only take people who believe like me. We don't argue with the
But what
ideas.
if
No, you don't
your
have to do
belief is
that.
not working? It's not about
Good, good,
believing.
good, good. You can do your own and make it work.
You
You
see, that's the
understand?
mentality that's killing
Listen,
us.
listen, listen, listen. If you start something, I'm a very rational person. I say, oh, what Mamizem is doing is better. I will abandon my own. I come to you. But if I don't see you do nothing and you only complain as we should, I don't take you serious.
What if I need you? I need one aspect of what you're
Start,
doing.
start something. Start something so I can sit and believe in it.
Oh my God. Okay, whatever.
Nah,
I'm
like
going.
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like it's the thing is what globalization becomes. Okay, two things you need to understand. With globalization, that these are people who got more money than like all of us combined. Like I looked at the richest people in Uganda. These dudes got billions, like a couple of goddamn billions of dollars, bro. So we ain't you're not dealing with people that you can just quote unquote handle, like you know what I mean.
So when you dealing with people of that level of power, it comes where you gotta have a little bit of finesse to how to kind of even get to these people. And the problem is, at the end of the day, the average person, like even in America, doesn't have the knowledge base to actually combat that. And when I went to Africa, and I'm not throwing no shade. When I started asking people questions, like when I went to Tanzania, I started asking people questions about what's going on with the country, politics. They kind of looked at me like I was like, talking jibber jabber, basically, right? And me, wherever I go, like I understand the politics, who's in power, who's running for president. These things that for me, at least for me, I choose to read up on. But when I was talking to the everyday, not Ugandan or a Tanzanian person, they didn't they just seem to not care about that. And it's basically like they're not caring about where the future of their people is going. And when you have that kind of issue, along with I'm not gonna lie to you, what I saw when I was there, the education system was not that good. I'm not trying to throw no shade, but it was
It's a
not that.
colonial education system. It's done on purpose. It's by design.
Okay, so when I was there, I'm looking at it and I'm sitting here like it was. They had a whole section in the newspaper where all the math was wrong, all the algebra was wrong, and I'm sitting there like this can't be how you send the information out to your people, and all the information is wrong. So it's when you have these compounding issues back to back on top of each other, you're not going to be well informed to make any kind of decisions. And a population that can't make proper decisions can be easily led to astray. And that's kind of the issue I see in Africa and also in America. The people over here just they either don't want to know.
Let me just give a little bit of introduction. Like last week on my channel, because we are at the point of creating our manifesto. We talked last week about education. How can we actually structure education properly? So we are writing the actual manifesto book. And this week, Saturday or Friday, we're talking about healthcare. So we are learning from what we can do and trying to make the healthcare for the PAA member state, write a manifesto, because actually we're going to have political parties. We are politicians, you understand, all over Africa, young politicians. So we want to start a movement and see where it goes. So if you're interested, you may come on Saturday and tell us what you think is lacking in African health system. How can we make it better? And we're going to put it in our manifesto. So that's what we're doing for now. We're building a manifesto, a little, that's like a green book. So if you come, you don't buy the idea, good. Thank you for coming, and you may leave. So we're not, that's why I say we don't argue. There's so much distraction. We have millions of ideas, and no one is doing nothing. So we actually want to see what we can do.
But we have to
if most
discuss
people,
stuff.
if most people had your mentality that came to this this chat, like this chat would be a gold mine of information to pull from. But like everybody
Come
ain't
to
shooting
PA.
follow.
Yeah.
What
I
time is
made
your
it to
time?
come by there a couple times and see what's up.
Yeah,
You got
I agree. And the annoying part about Africans, well, most Africans, is when you talk to them about these things, they get offended. Like they get angry. Like
Yep, they
they get
don't
why
want.
offended.
are
Yeah.
you bothering me?
You
Who do you
see,
think
there's
you
someone in
are?
the
They just
comment
get so
section.
offended when you're just saying
Yep,
you need to change.
yep.
The system is bad.
It's dysfunctional. And the thing, listen, let me tell you guys something that irks me, like that kills me. There's nothing no one is gonna tell me. That's why I'm always gonna call African system out until like I see like we even have the willingness of changing it. The thing is that they have normalized that dysfunction. They think that's how it's supposed to be. It used to be way better than that when we were poor, like when we had nothing. But the human being, the people, the quality of the people that we had what was better than now. They don't want you to say anything negative when nothing is working. Like when you go to Africa, they tell you that the population of Africa is it's young. Like we have like they say 75% of people are like less than 30 or whatever they say. That is sad, to be honest with you. How do you guys think that that young generation is gonna who's gonna pass down the knowledge? Who's gonna teach this young generation who they are and what their value, ancestral value? Because people are dying too young. You go somewhere in the neighborhood where you grew up, a lot of people have died. When you ask them, What did he die for? Nobody can even give you a diagnosis. It's just a chaos. Nobody can even tell you exactly why the person died. People die for like the least, the curable illnesses out of ignorance. So to me, people shouldn't be living in that type of condition. At least give them the knowledge that they deserve to survive by their own self. Because if you have the knowledge, you can even protect your own life. You can be dropped dead in Africa or somewhere in the market. Nobody knows how to do CPR at all
Okay,
to save your
good.
life.
So who do you expect to give those people that knowledge? Who?
You don't know the people. I'm just gonna leave the government because those people. I always feel like we
Okay,
are like
then you're coming
orphan.
to my point because we don't
Listen,
have government in Africa. We
I
just
don't
have
even think about
opportunists.
them. In Cameroon, I don't think
Okay,
about the government.
but okay, but
Me. What
yeah,
I don't like is the diaspora. You know us
no,
in the
okay.
diaspora,
This is
right?
the thing. Okay, that's the problem. You don't think about the government, but they have the power. That's the
Yeah, they
problem.
do.
No,
But
but
we can go
So
around it.
Mameze is making a good point. The
We can go
government
around
is
it
a
because
minority. Those are a small group of people, right?
okay, mhm.
She's making a good point that the diasporans, and I completely agree with her,
let me
the
finish the point.
diasporans should do a
Let me
better
finish the
job.
point.
You know,
Yes.
and I
Okay.
think
I just want.
diasporans, as some of us, we feel guilty because we know
Okay,
we're
I
capable
want to
of
give you
more, but
exactly.
we're not.
Okay, so let me
You
just
know
give you
when we
one example.
go on
Let
vacation,
me give you
right?
one example. Okay, there were a group of doctors
Mm-hmm.
combined from Italy and Germany,
Mm-hmm.
Cameroonians. Okay, and these guys, they created a model how they're gonna modernize the system of Cameroon healthcare. They took it to Cameroon. Do you know what? Those doctors in Cameroon, they rejected them based on the fact that they want to come and take over their positions. Can you imagine? They didn't say it as a fact, okay, this is a new thing. They felt threatened by people coming, that the diaspora coming, trying to change your country. They didn't care the idea they were bringing. They just felt threatened for losing their position. And these people were being backed by the government. So you can't do anything
Yeah,
if the
exactly.
system,
I
the
know all
government
that.
is not doing anything. So the idea is to change the government completely. If we can't change them, there's nothing you
Kifaru,
can
we
do.
cannot do that. You're not gonna do that in Cameroon. Oh my God, why you do stuff that talk about stuff that are possible, that are attainable, that we
Why?
can
Why?
do
Anyway, I don't want to be
in
sexist, but I
Cameroon?
think
How
you're,
you gonna do
I
that?
think you are speaking now from a woman's perspective. That's why you say it
No,
can't be done. But
Kifaru, you're
I
gonna
don't want to
always
be
go.
sexist now.
You're gonna wait small human being. Listen, you have to understand the system in which you live. In Cameroon, it's not even about Pompia. The system is managed from France. We already understand all that and how
Well, if
it
you
is.
come to PA, you're gonna understand more. That's why I say I don't argue, because when we argue, we're going round and round on the roller coaster.
That what
Yeah, and
like
many idea. But we believe in what we're doing, and we have a roadmap.
people have believed in it before you. They have
Yeah,
died.
see that's the mentality. Arguing but doing nothing. And that's why I don't really buy.
It's not about not doing nothing,
Yeah, I
Kifaru.
always
It's
like
about
complaining
what
but
is
actually doing
attainable.
nothing.
You don't have the mean to like say that you're
How
gonna
do
go
you
change the
know?
system.
How do you know?
You if
How
you
do
could change the
how do
system in
how do
Cameroon, you have
see
done it.
listen, how did
Your
people who
people are
change other
dying in Cameroon
systems
on the daily.
good? Don't you think
Good.
there's a way to do it without people dying?
There's not.
Listen,
It always
I
gonna come at the cost of somebody's life, bro. I'm
Okay,
sorry to
good.
tell
So
you that.
that's why I say you need to
I
come to the PAA and let's give you some education. Maybe you there's something
the
you're
change is
missing.
not gonna come from the top in Africa. The change should come from the bottom. I believe in that. It's not gonna
Good.
come if you
Exactly. What you're saying is true. But the bottom people need to rally up, need to come together in a kind of cohesion. If everyone in the bottom is thinking their own way, it's not still going to work. How do you bring the bottom people together?
okay, if you
You
have a
gotta
way
give
to
them.
bring
You
them
gotta give them
together,
necessarily a same vision. You gotta give them folks some kind of resources to go with it,
Okay,
and you
thank
need
you.
to
Come to
have
PA. Let's see how
an
we can
ideology
bring.
to build around.
Good. That's
what's
true.
your channel again? What's the channel name? Tell me. I'm gonna go look for it.
It's the Pan African Alliance (PA). I don't know. Let's try it. I don't. I'm not looking for YouTube views. I'm looking for intelligent people for now. You
Do you
understand?
think
So
I'm not intelligent?
I think you. Hey, well, I know some people
no,
feel like
no,
this.
no, no.
Kafaru. Now, I know some people like general that like God. Honestly, if you legit trying to get something off the ground, I know people that I know on YouTube who can get you with some serious people. I want to check
And again, my channel is not only for Cameroon, it's Africa because it's just the same. The whole of
Yeah,
Central West Africa,
I don't talk
we
about Cameroon. I
we
talk
we
about
are all in
Africa.
the same. We're all in the same
Yep.
mess. It's even worse
Af-
in Central Africa because we have all the dictators.
yeah, I mean, if Ghana was doing good, I would change my nationality right now to be Ghanaian. I don't even
That's
play with
what.
it. It's not about Cameroon for me. It's not about Nigeria or whatever. That's why I have a grudge. It's like special grudge for Nigeria not doing good. Because Nigeria should have been the blueprint in Africa. Nigeria has everything
Yeah.
but they haven't gotten it together still. It gives me it gives me no hope for Cameroon if Nigeria, with all the smallness and all the resources and everything, that naturally
Why?
they are
Why? Why?
gifted.
Why?
They
Why
bought
can you
out,
just
bro. Nigeria is
completely?
bought out, man.
You can't just say
That's the fact.
Nigeria. They
Nigeria
have
is
their
bought
own
out.
issue.
I'm
I
just
think
saying that any
Nigeria is
country in
living on.
Cameroon that gets it together, I'm changing my national. I'm
Look,
gonna
see,
become.
this is the thing. The problem with Nigerian is the mentality. I think what changes a country is the mentality of the people. You like Ghana, I like Ghanaians because of how Ghanaians think. So if you're talking about Nigeria, the problem with Nigeria is not being rich, is the mentality of Nigerians. That's the problem. That's how I say
Well,
it.
there's no difference between Nigeria and Ghanaian. They think the same. They do this. They act the same.
No, 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 no,
Oh
no,
no.
no, 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 no,
I mean,
Oh
when it
no.
comes to,
no, no,
I'm
no.
talking
Then
about when we come
you
to
don't,
free ourselves and free our mind and take care
no,
of our people. That's
you
what
don't
I'm
know
talking about.
Ghanaians.
I'm not talking about
Ghanaians are
individual or whatever.
law-abiding citizens for the most part.
He kind of right though. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's something about them like where they basically got this mentality where I'm not trying. Amongst any people, they are really the calmest group of Africans that I've met. Right?
Yes,
Nigerians is like
yes.
fire, bro. Them boys, they don't give no fucks. Like they don't give no fucks, bro. Like
But when it
no
comes
fuck
to
thing is
our,
strong in them.
but where is Ghana? Let Ghana get it together. We all going to Ghana. I'm gonna buy a land in Ghana and build over there. What's his name again? He became Ghanaian. He cannot go to Cameroon anymore. Our biggest singer. What's his name again? I forgot. He's international.
I don't follow no singers. They can do
No, hold
whatever
on.
they want
He's
to do.
somebody that is really an African pride. I forgot his name, but
Was
he's
that
now
Richard Bona?
Ghanaian.
Richard
Richard
Bona?
Bona, voila.
I
Richard
know
Bona, he's
Richard Bona.
Ghanaian now. He has no problem. Ghana is like Cameroon.
Yeah,
What's
because
the
he has been
difference?
talking shit about Paul Biya online all the time, so he's scared of his life. I get that. So, but yeah,
I mean,
we
I'll
can't
go
keep
to
running.
Ghana too. I have no problem.
Well,
I'm Nigerian. I have lands in Nigeria, so I'll go to
I
Ghana.
have
I
a
don't
friend
care.
actually. He has relocated to Ghana, but as Tariq Nasir say, you can't be fleeing all the time. Why do you flee?
If Cameroon want to stay under the spell of
Good.
France, what do you want me to do?
You need to try to fight it.
I I
If we
cannot
keep
even like
fleeing,
Ghana.
if
Listen,
everyone fleeing
Ghana
going
and
to Ghana,
Nigerians, they are ahead of Cameroon. The mentality
no,
in
no,
Cameroon
no,
is like
no, no,
19.
no, no.
I mean,
Don't maybe, but
eighteen hundreds.
you don't need to think like that.
I have to think like that because those people, Kifero, the reason why you even think Pan African or whatever you're talking about is because you're from the English speaking side. Francophone side of Cameroon still live in the 1700s. Okay, they love
No.
France.
For,
Like I cannot even go among my people and start speaking the way we speak here on the internet. They will be the first people to kill me. What you talking about?
good, say good.
Everybody
That
want to
that
be
is a
French.
problem. That's a problem
Everybody
in
want to be
French.
French.
Exactly. That's a problem in French West Africa. That's a problem. But what do? We just say it and accept, or we try to debunk it. So anyway, if you find come this Friday, Saturday, we're having a live show and we can talk more about actual politics. I like politics. I'm a politician. I believe only policies can change a country, not business people
Yep.
or
Yep.
whatever. I believe good policies and good policies are created by good politicians. So
I'm
you may
gonna
have
say
your
the
own
two things.
different.
I agree with you. I'm gonna say this much. You might want to add good politicians and guns, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. That's my opinion.
No,
Politicians and guns make good policy, bro. But that's
no,
the only way you're gonna get it, bro.
no,
That's my opinion, though.
This
no.
is a gradual
Don't give
movement.
African guns. Do you want me
Exactly.
to
What?
relive what I
Y'all
had to
already got
relive
them
for
enough,
20
bro.
years?
See,
No, we don't need guns.
Africans chop
We do
other
not need
people's head
guns.
with a machete. You want to give them AK?
No.
Yeah.
Do you know how cool it is to cut someone's head, chop people with machete? That's close range. Giving them AK. See, the little guns that the people have in the part of my country now is causing havoc, and they don't even have big guns, just small guns. You don't want to give those guys big guns.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
African
please.
guns.
Come on. I think y'all condone enough to handle weapons, bro.
No,
I got
no,
more faith in y'all than y'all do in me though. So I mean, I think y'all should be able at least to handle something. Man. Like I don't know.
no, please. If they need to fight, they can use
Have you seen
machete or
countries that have
fist
got
fights.
guns? Look at
No
Congo.
guns,
Congo has
please,
got
please,
guns. What's happening in
please.
Congo? You don't want to go to Congo. Everyone else with the gun.
Okay. Everybody plays but the Congo. Congo is kind of fucked up. Like okay. We talking about like Ghana and shit. I'm talking about people that's reasonable, bro. I
Nobody's
ain't
Well,
re-
saying
yeah.
no
Nigeria.
one is
I'm
really
saying,
reasonable when they're hungry. If you're hungry, you're
It,
not
thank
reasonable.
you. When they
You
got the
cannot give
gun, that
gun to hungry
reasoning is
people.
going down gonna flush that reasoning down. The gun is gonna speak that time. I've seen like
okay,
little
well, okay.
children raping their mothers, bro. You don't want
Oh
that
no, I
thing again.
saw a video. I don't know. It was some dude. I think he took like the infants and like fucking drowned them. But like I think the cops had got him and beat the shit out of him. And I think these like when I mean them cops came and beat the fuck
Lazu,
out that man.
You're speaking from a perspective of someone who wasn't alive during your American Civil War. You're speaking from a perspective who you guys did not. That was so long ago. You guys don't remember it. I'm
Like the
speaking
civil
from
war.
a
I mean, we ain't had
perspective
no
of
civil wars in
someone who
America. We
literally
have skirmishes.
who still has friends whose parents are lost. They're gone because of civil wars. So
Okay,
when people bring up guns, like it's just different for me. I'll just say it's just different
Yeah,
for me.
to African Millennia, I've put my channel on the back chat, so I need to leave you guys and catch you some other time. Lazulu, my brother, please
yeah.
don't get into an argument with mad people because people are gonna consider you to be mad as well. That's just my little advice I have for you, like a big brother.
I'm gonna take that little
Okay.
bit of advice, bro. But well, old bro, I
Yes,
can't make
please, if
no
you have not
guarantees. No
subscribed,
guarantees,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, subscribe to my channel and let's have political debates.
And
Only
just
I will
listen
political
to
definitely.
debate.
her.
Man, drop your
Yes,
name
all
in the
right.
link, man. Drop your website in the link. I can get. I did. All right, I got it.
Yes. All right. Have a nice day or afternoon or evening. I don't know what time you're in America. All right. See you.
I appreciate it.
See you, and thanks to MS Delta guy. He's saying the ancient Roman elites said keep the miseducated but feed with bread and entertain with games and you can steal the country. I think, well, from what I remember, I think the ancient Romans, the Greco-Romans, I think they did an even better job because was it was it Socrates or was it, I think it was Plato who said that the people who should be in power are philosophers, and they had these meetings where just the elite and philosophers and astound people would sit there and debate in these arenas. So they would do that, but currently in a lot of African countries, I don't even see where there's forums where people, educated people, can sit down and debate. So I would even say the Greco Romans were even advanced. They were even better than us. They had books. They had books on politics, they had books on morality, law and justice. They did all of that. They had anyways. So they were much more advanced than us at least. And then MS Delta guy dropped $2 for Mameza Priest Sister. Mesa's right. One has to focus on things that are practical. Yeah, I agree. No comment. If it was Star Trek, Ghanaians are Vulcan and Nigerians are Clions. Probably
Oh no,
pronounced.
you
I
mean
don't want.
fucking
Hey, I didn't
Cleons.
keep up with
Oh
Star
fuck,
Trek, so I
god
know I'm
damn.
pronouncing that wrong.
It's
Yeah.
Cleon. It's Cleon, bro. Like
Oh,
oh fuck,
Cleons.
god damn, bro.
I don't.
Cleon, god damn,
I
bro.
never paid attention to Star Trek.
Cleon was like the most fucked up warriors in fucking Star Trek. They all they believe was fighting folk, bro. They kind of like they kind of remind me of African Americans. All they believe is swinging on motherfuckers. Like no conversation, just swing. And whoever won, that's how they decided the conversation. So yeah, but that's kind of God damn, bro. But I mean, yeah, I kind of understand. Like for me, like I don't know. I guess I'm used to having guns, so I'm comfortable with them. But like I don't know, if the people there can't handle. I got more belief that people could possibly do the right thing.
It's a scary thought.
No, please. We don't want gun. We don't need guns, please.
Bro. Like okay, this is my question, all right. This is my mind is thinking, right? If you don't have people, if you don't have men who don't understand how to use and operate weapons, right? And you need to defend yourself. You don't have a trained force enough men to necessarily stop any force. And God forbid, let's say the first line of defense necessarily breaks. You got other men who can step into that line to kind of necessarily hold the ground, right? That's how in America everybody necessarily like I'm saying, like you can go buy an AR-15 at the gun show every month without no license. It's that easy. Like you got to pay to get a handgun because that's concealable. But at least where I'm from, like you can go do that. But that's my mentality because I'm looking at it like the two reasons that like I feel like a lot of these African nations can't really do anything is because you don't have 24-hour electricity, and then you don't have weapons. So to even make, you can have like 24-hour electricity to even make weapons. So basically, anybody can come over there and start dictating to what you need and what you got to do. And to me, my military mind is looking at it like you need to have those weapons to at least do something. I'm not saying they can make it kind of really, really hard for people to have like a certain amount they make every year or something like that. So it's got to be like, you got to have a certain amount of money. You got to, whatever. Or they can even have it registered like, okay, how many people got guns? I mean, however I want to do it. But eventually, in my personal opinion, I feel like you're going to have to make some kind of changes. Because these Europeans, they ain't going to stop robbing y'all. They're not going to stop. So without something to like make them stop, they're going to keep doing it.
No, even if we have personal gun, it's not gonna kick the European out of Africa. It's not. That's not the way. And my issue is that Tunaja is here. Hold on. Is that Tunaja? So Tunaja, I'm gonna talk to you. Since you guys that have all the degree and are all smart, how come you guys haven't figured out a template on how we're gonna get our freedom? We're gonna really become independent. I think it's gonna come through like technology, some kind of like I don't know new ways around whatever's going on right now. Oh, I don't know. We need all the engineer that's gonna find a way where we don't depend on Europe anymore, where we can become self-sufficient. That's how I picture our independence. It's not about a gun. We cannot fight those people. Nobody's gonna go, especially with
Yeah.
personal gun. What's that gonna do? It's not gonna do anything. It's just gonna be. Look at how much gun violence it's in United States. Is it working for United States for individual to have guns? I don't think so. A lot of people die every day here. I watch on YouTube every single week people dying from gun violence and people killing their own friends, family members. We don't need any of that in Africa.
Mm. Greetings, African Millennial, and my music, everyone on the panel, and the chat and the viewers. I think anything else. I think what they are talking about. I think what's his name? FBA. This thing. What he's talking about is about being able to defend yourself from internal instability, which we have a lot of in Africa, and external meddling. You don't necessarily need to go and fight people, and you don't necessarily need, as a matter of fact, to prevent yourself from fighting people, the more power you have, the less chance they will want to mess with you. Nobody's messing with Singapore or Iran or North Korea right now because they are very, very, very angry people. They don't want to be messed with. If you try them, you're going to pay for it. So if you say we should not have guns, okay, are you okay with nuclear weapons? Are you okay with advanced technology that we can use to defend ourselves, which technically is still like a gun, but it's just a more advanced version of deterring people from attacking us or you know us fighting back? Are you okay with that? Because
Okay. My personal
no,
opinion.
I'm asking Mamize because she's the one against
Yeah, I'm
guns.
okay with
Because
the nuclear weapon. That's not gonna. That's not a target. That's not gonna target our own people. It's gonna target people that are trying to mess with us. I'm okay with something like that.
oh, that's interesting. You see, now you see, because when somebody hears you say you're against guns, they hear that you don't want to defend yourself as a nation and stuff
I
like that.
mean,
But that is not what you're saying.
individuals.
Yeah, that's not what you're saying.
A
Okay, it's
country is
good to
made
know.
out of individuals, though. That's what I'm saying. Like a strong community. Like okay, you can't come over here in America and invade shit without fighting a lot of people, man. When I mean
No.
everybody, like we have more guns than we have people. And God,
Oh, you
honestly,
talking
the
about?
reason what I'm saying,
Hold
like,
on.
and the
You're
reason we
talking
don't
about?
have that, the reason we don't like Georgia, you don't never hear anybody in the last 5 or 10 years, you've never heard anybody having a mass shooter in Georgia. You know why? Because everybody has the gun here. Their grandma got a gun. The doorman got a gun. The lady at the cash register got a gun. The eight
No,
year
but there's
old got a
still
gun.
mass
Well,
shooting.
and I know it sounds funny, but the reality is, but since you know everybody is armed, you're very, 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 very calm about dealing with people
I don't
because you
think.
know if it go crazy, 9 times out of 10, they got a gun and they can definitely pop you. So you apply this when you know you got it, when I know you got a big stick, you're more willing to talk to me than you would if I got the big stick and you ain't got a big stick. You know what I mean?
I think you are just trying to make the best out of a terrible situation. 40,000 people dying in the country every year that is not at war from gun violence alone, not other causes of death. It's not acceptable. That said, you have to understand the reason why these gun laws are in place. It's not for the benefit of society necessarily. It's for the Anglo-Saxons and the Europeans to be able to feel like they can defend themselves in a continent that is made up of other minorities so that people cannot mess with them. Because this thing started from their contact with the Indians. So they felt
That's
that they
it.
need to deter them. So that is that mentality that is still in place. And they are willing to sacrifice their 40,000 people every year for that this thing mentality because they are afraid. You hear them saying it all the time. You heard about this white supremacists when they were saying that Jews will not replace us. They call it the great replacement. Yeah, they are afraid that they will lose power, which they are doing. By default. It's not the fault of the people, other people to be having more children, while Europeans are not having that many children. So they are losing that power. So they feel like one of the ways they can hold on to that power is controlling the firearms, like as they do. African American, one of the biggest fear they have in America there is because they know full well that Europeans are armed to the teeth. They know that all those guns are being sold. Europeans are armed to the teeth, and African Americans get worried that if they try to move, in any way, like trying to self-determine too much, they are going to get slaughtered. That's the fear, and that is what they want to impose on the other populations around there. That's why they do it. In Europe, they don't do the same thing. In Canada, they don't do the same thing. Why is it that in America is the only country that they choose to do that? Even in Australia, they don't do that.
Because the United States, you got to be honest, the United States is a slave. It has a slave history. Not that, but basically every culture has its starting point. Their starting point is slavery. That's their starting point. From their records, that's their starting point. Like, see what I'm saying? That's their cultural background. That's from all that whatever makes you quote unquote an Americanist. That all that Americanist is comes from that quote unquote. I think I should be able to get away with the fuck
Well,
I should
how
get
do you
away with.
explain Brazil then?
Brazil,
I,
what?
they are not as armed to the teeth. They don't choose to do the same thing as the Americans. That said, a lot of people get killed in Brazil too, and they have a slave
Brazil
house
is
too.
one of the most violent places. Brazil has more shootings than any. Like if you Google it, I can Google it for you. But
if you Google it right now, like Brazil has massive goddamn killers. It's almost as bad as the goddamn Mexico. Mexico got the cartel in there.
Let me check it. I think that's quite interesting because when you mention the slave history and the large population of African descent people in those countries, you tend to get this sort of attitude, and it's very interesting. Let me just have a look at it. You can go ahead. You can go ahead. I mean,
Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah.
was about to say that's definitely an American context, and I don't think that would work anywhere else. It needs to be applied because there are guns in Africa, believe it or not, but those are shotguns for killing animals. That's pretty much it. The other people who usually have guns are armed robbers, but I mean, unless you're going to a specific city, you're not going to find anything, so there's no point. And then the other guns is the police force and the military force. In any case, saying guns should be accessible to the general population. Well, who's going to buy the bullets? Who's going to. If you're talking about registries, are these registries gonna actually work? Be
Well, I
online?
mean,
Are
yeah,
they
it has
gonna.
to work
Is
though.
there gonna have corruption? Like, it's a lot of even background stuff that you have to do that I just think is too time consuming, too tedious, and just doesn't make sense. It's just not necessary.
Yeah.
In the
Oh, my bad, my
context of
bad.
those countries, it's not.
Like America, like we love our guns in America. Like that's part of American culture, bro. So like for me, I feel naked without my pistol. So I'll be sitting there like, you can't carry no gun out here. I was feeling real naked in Uganda, bro. Like real naked. But I understand, like, that's just a difference in mentality. Like, but for me, like I said, I'm used to dealing with. But first, I understand. Like, I know I'm used to being in a hostile environment. Like when I was in Uganda talking to people, I was in Tanzania talking to people. They were like, it was like, oh, we ain't have no death. Ain't nobody killed nobody over here. And I'm like, really? Like, I'm not used to that necessarily. When I'm in America, I understand it can go down at any time. Prepared for all types of incidents. So maybe that's just my, Americanness, or just from being like, you just got to be ready for anything. So I understand that.
Yeah,
You
does
can go
anyone else want to comment?
Neo. I mean, Neo just got here.
man, it's a bit disturbing the
Yeah, I've
number
got
of
a
people that die from gun violence in previously slave this thing, especially when they have a large population of African population in the because if you look at America and Brazil, they correlate, and Brazil is actually higher, almost 50,000 in 2022. By 2020, I don't know what that means. While America is 37,000, that is a lot of deaths.
Yeah,
And
yeah, oh yeah, boy, it's serious out here, boy.
man, that's strange, really, because Canada, right next door to America, without a large population of this is black people there, the death is 875.
All the Indians are dead over there, basically. I mean, I'm not saying it like that. I
But
mean,
no
it
Africans
has
there.
a
That's a
small
problem.
population. It's like it's not really maybe a million strong. I don't know. I don't know how many Indians live. Like I know in America, like they just got the goddamn back to like 800,000. They just got back to 800,000. And considering that this country got millions of people in it, it's like you just got back to 800,000 as of this year. So like, I don't know in Canada, I know they pretty much got wiped out too. But like we're the only general threats that the white people in America have to kind of band them together. And at the same time, we are a considerable threat because we will draw down on your ass. Like so, it is what it is.
Could it be fear of retribution that is?
Wait,
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah!
Tunaja, Neo wanted to comment.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I wanted to comment on was like basically if you're thinking of it as an American thing, when it comes to politic or policy, being able to register as a gun owner, only law-abiding citizens are going to be the ones that are going to be worried about, whether or not they're legally possessing the firearm or whatnot.
Exactly.
The criminals are the ones that don't care if they are legal or not. There's so many people 3D printing guns right now that aren't
I'm
registered.
trying to print mine. I'm trying to print mine right now, bro.
But you see what I'm saying? Like no one cares about like the policy that you should be worried about that has gonna have a gun. If their intent is to kill you with that gun, it's gonna happen. Take what was that? Boston just now that where they had the white dude that went in and shot up their grocery store. I'm not
No,
really worried about the
that was up north. That was up north. I think that was in.
that was up north.
Yeah, I think it was not what the fuck? No, not Iowa. What the fuck? Oregon, I think. I think it was Oregon.
No,
I
no,
think.
not Oregon. I had it up earlier. It was man, why am I tripping on? Do me that favor. Do me that solid. Look that up. I think it was Buffalo. There it is, Buffalo.
Buffalo. Yeah, that's where there you go. Buffalo. Yeah, Buffalo, New York.
Now, I'm not really worried that he had a semi-automatic weapon, a rifle, or whatnot. I'm more worried about the words that he decided to paint on his gun. Clearly, there is a motive behind, his intent with that weapon. I mean, he could have had a handgun for all I care, but his intent, he could have had a knife, a machete, or whatever. His intent was to do away with as many black people as he could. Right? Same thing happened down in El Paso, Texas, where the dude went and shot up the Walmart. The
That was sad.
The other dude, that was hella sad, right? I got a friend out there right now that still shops at that same exact Walmart. No fear, they still going in there. It's just another day.
I stay with body armor, bro. I stay with my body armor and my goddamn ready for everything out here, bro. I be
right, but my only point is that when it comes to Africa, if I can lend a model, the model that we would need for being able to grow is the ability to be able to say no. No more aid from outside entities. No more helping, quote unquote, helping hand, because all of these helping hands come with guns. They always bring their military first before they bring that aid.
Exactly. That's why you need guns.
So we're going to need a way to be able to defend ourselves. Albeit, now, we don't need to use them. We can put them up if we have to. But the point is, the people that are coming to help every time, any place there's a black soul, African, Aboriginal, anybody, it doesn't really matter. When they come in with that aid, they're coming armed, and it's not necessarily armed to protect you, the person that's receiving the aid. It's really to make sure that they can have that soft authority, right?
Yes,
you're going to respect that person with the gun.
What type of community? Can you put up that quote that Delta guy said?
Let me go ahead and mute this real quick.
But like, what's the
I can hear you. I'm just like, it's kind of breaking up. I'm not sure if that's me or not.
No,
I'm gonna go ahead and put myself on mute.
I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Like she said,
All right,
it says saying in the U.S., guns don't kill people. People kill people. Well, that's true. So I don't know. Like for me personally, my thing is I think more of a military mindset. Like the people that you dealing with, they come in guns drawn, and then they saying sign this contract. Gunboat diplomacy, bro. That's how they run, right? So if you ain't got no quote unquote missiles to stop that, you ain't got no bullets to fire. I'm gonna redo this contract in these under these conditions where I will do business with you. They're not gonna. That's the only way they do business. I mean, that's how they operate. And if you can't necessarily talk their language, they will fucking hit you with a stick. And for me, you don't want to have the population be trained enough to use them like that. All right, cool, but you gotta at least have them. And I don't see most of the African nations, they don't even have it. Because when I was around Africa, I'm looking at the guns they had like 1940s weapons. I'm sitting here like that shit ain't gonna work in a real fight. But that's just me though.
Seeing African running around with a musket.
You break it up a little bit. Breaking up. Say it again.
The last documentary I saw of armed conflict, it was an armed conflict moving around.
You gotta drop
Like,
off and come back. I
I'm
can't hear you,
talking
man.
like you see he.
We can't
Can't
hear you.
hear
Drop
you.
off and come back. Could you hear me? Drop off and come back, man.
Yeah,
It's
does
it's
anyone
funny.
else want to go next?
So, you know, I think it's kind of funny. Like me and somebody were having conversation about the guns ownership in America. It was I can't remember if it was Soloha or somebody,
Probably me.
and we were talking about, huh?
Probably me. I mean, I'm gun ho like a motherfucker, so that's probably me.
No,
Or
no, I
me or
don't think it was. I don't. You probably were part of it, but I don't think it was you because we were saying something that was very like very funny because everybody who owns guns in America, obviously, yeah, I do. I have one as well. Everybody, almost everybody, pretty
Oh
much.
my god!
So
there you go, goddamn it! There you go, boy.
to African American in America, once you buy a house, if it's forcing you out, next thing you have to do is buy a gun because you have to protect your house. They can break in with a gun anytime. Yeah. So, um, so we were saying that the day, like, we were trying to look at a picture of what if American economy collapses, right? And America becomes because anything can happen, and it becomes a maybe a country where most people don't have jobs anymore, or it's not that easy to get a job because obviously the reason why people are really not killing people is because most people have jobs, you know. And
Yeah.
obviously, we know Americans socially, most Americans don't really like each other. You wake up in the day, your neighbor don't greet you. No one really. It's not like other countries where everybody come together. They love. Most Americans don't smile at each other. It's like everybody's pissed off at everybody. But everybody got a job and everybody got a gun. So if you have a job, you don't have no reason to be or business to be picking up your gun to go do something with your gun. So you leave your gun at home. Now the only people that are really gunning each other down are usually like people in the poor communities that claim they don't have jobs or something. Well, to me, I still don't think they really can't find job or something, or they're that poor because as they still have social welfare. Despite that,
They cutting
we
that
still
shit, bro.
get
They cutting that shit now, man.
yeah. Despite all the social welfare, the government assistance, everything, we still getting 40,000 gone deaf every year, something around that number. Now we were saying that what if, God forbid, situation happen, a scenario happen where the economy collapses, people no more social welfare, people don't have job. A lot of people don't have jobs.
Oh, it's wild, wild
It's
west
kind
out
of like
here, bitch.
we have a third world situation. What would
Wild, wild.
happen, man?
It's wild,
I
wild
think I
west.
would leave this country right away.
Oh yeah, I'm leaving this bitch. Like, I'm leaving this shit immediately. But if the economical shit collapsing this bitch, I'm telling you, boy, I'm making a beeline to Africa, bro. That's what I'm trying to get me some stuff now. Because God forbid this shit turn left, man. Oh man, you will be out here having the whole. It will be a bloodbath, and I mean a true bloodbath, man. Oh yeah, Africa, you gotta do the super chat. You gotta say your super chats because you chat money. You know what I mean? Got.
Yeah, I'm actually
Yeah,
waiting to say them when everyone's off the panel.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
I was trying to see what you see about that scenario, that situation. I mean, I think you see it the same way I see it. I think it's
Oh
gonna
yeah, boy,
be.
it's going down. It's gonna be nasty out here, bro. Like it's going, bro. Like I talked to one of my little white dudes I know, bro. I looked at his gun collection, bro. He has 45 goddamn ARs, bro. He has goddamn one minigun and goddamn at least 300. I think like at least 400, 500 goddamn boxes of ammo stashed. I'm sitting here like, bro, you got enough army for a small militia.
You know, another thing is I think is my jump off. I think that I think somebody was telling me that a race war between blacks and the whites has been due a long time ago. I don't know.
Boy,
I think everybody, you guys provoke each other. You guys really provoke each other so much that I think the only thing that hasn't got you guys to kill each other is because you guys are you all doing well economically. I think the day economic will collapse.
Boy, you talking? Boy, we gonna be out here shooting like I'm telling you, but this bitch gonna be like what was Sudan and South Sudan, bro. 400-year battle, 200 a year, a 20-year battle, bro. It's like, man.
Yeah, I mean, living here, man, it's kind of what I picture every day. Like, oh, these people really don't like this is white and black. I mean, so, you guys really, I don't know what it is, man. You guys have issue with each other. And the only reason the whites just ignore blacks because the whites, most of them, they doing well, man. They're doing economically well. So I met white people that really cannot stand, like they literally cannot stand blacks, like men, some blacks, not because of your race or whatever. They just whatever it is, right? I mean, just the behavior, the attitude you guys have towards each other. But they just move their way. They ignore you. But why? Because they got good jobs, they got
He
money, they
got good
got
job.
car.
Yeah.
Exactly. Imagine if they lose all of that. They lose their job. Their like economic collapses. Oh man, I'm
Bro,
sorry, man.
why you think he's
I'll
so
be
been having
out of
so
here.
many shootouts, bro? We had the shootout like over the last 2 years, bro, or last year and a half, bro. The shootouts have doubled out here in America, bro. Cause like you could just get one like once or twice every year. You may get one or two. We didn't had at least like 10 or 12 already.
I mean, the recipes are there, man. Look how many people are addicted to drugs.
Oh
Like
yeah, boy, what you
so
talking,
many people are so millions of Americans are addicted to drugs, but
bro?
they're able to fund their drug addiction because a lot of them they get their welfare money. They use it to get drugs, or they go back, stand on the street, ask for money, and people give money to them. So the what I see is reason why everything is intact and it's still functioning is because America is just the superpower economically. Like the money, the wealth is there. That's what's really subsidizing people's survival and kind of keeping things in function. But if that's taken away, you have a third world country scenario where you're on your own, no government assistance, economic is terrible, no, all these corporations are still they all collapses. And trust me, most of these corporations, they are employing 80% of Americans. They depend on resources from other continents to continue to fuel their plants,
Oh,
their
bro,
industries.
that's what
Now,
I'm
if
saying.
that, if
That's what I'm trying to tell black folk to goddamn start going to other places and start getting goddamn at least land in other places and start preparing for shit. But then I tell my family, they look at me like I'm the crazy Negro. Like they be like, you don't need no extra land, baby. America gonna take care of you. I be sitting here like, bitch.
oh, some people can't see those big pictures. That's why. Because if
I
you look
mean,
at
yeah, man.
most people don't know that the reason why American economy is so strong and is functioning very well is because they secure the resources, the access to the resources, the raw materials in other continents and other countries, and they get easy access to it, so it flows in, and that's what fuels the economy. What if those countries something happens where maybe that stops, that line of supply just cuts? Like you have to rise for China right now. China is there to compete, or India is rising. All these other countries are rising, so they're gonna go out there to be competing for those resources. So America is not always going to be getting
Oh,
those
so
easy
you big
access to those
picture, bro.
resources forever.
Oh, so
And
you big picture. Okay, all right. So we
Yeah.
can talk now. Okay. Because I was looking at that, I was like, bro, I was looking at four things, man. I was like, when the Chinese economy is not studies, when I know they was already investing in Africa, so I'm already looking at probably the next 80 years. If Africa necessarily can maintain getting a decent infrastructure in, the US gonna fall, bro. Guaranteed.
and the Africans themselves, they're looking to start rising because once they begin to rise, the resources that you're getting for free, they're going to need it for themselves.
Oh,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? And all these other countries, these resource-rich countries, eventually they're going to need it for themselves. They're going to tell the American corporation, like,
Okay.
listen, this minerals, I need it for myself.
So real quick,
Well, okay,
there's a
thank God. Okay.
question for Tunajan FBA Strikes Back. Like the USA, do African countries have people in the military reserves?
Not I've never like in the US we have military reserves, but I've never seen African. I've never seen it, and if it is, it's very very small. They don't have any track number of it. Like I mean, to even have like a military reserve, that means you got to be actually paying your military. And for the most part, I mean, it's the most African nations that I know they don't even pay their military just enough to retain those people. So no.
Okay.
Oh no, Nigeria doesn't have military reserve. That's for sure. I think they are very happy to do away and sack people. I don't know of any. I think this in Eritrea does. Maybe South Africa bit.
Eritrea is not even a real country, bro. So don't even say that.
I'm not sure if you know what they're trying to. When they say military reserve, they're saying like service, like people ready to be called up for service. Like they're
Yeah,
part of the military, but
we have
they're
that.
not active. We don't I don't the call up is not it's easy to do a call up, but they don't see the need to have people on the reserve. But the call up is very easy. That's why those countries don't. I mean, the cost of it is what I would think the main issue is because, I mean, I don't even see the necessity to have a reserve. Like I
You
have
need a
people in the
reserve.
military, but they're not active.
It's
Yeah.
very important to have a reserve, especially in the case of Nigeria, like when there was flooding and there is upsurge of insecurity that occurs all the time. Especially in the case of Nigeria, they need to actually, they are burning INEC offices right now. So yeah,
Do, do,
definitely they
do you
need
know the
it.
purpose of the reserves?
Yeah, to be called up when they are required in times of either war or an emergency.
So what's the difference between a person that's a reserve and a regular citizen?
The regular citizen, they don't normally call them, they have to conscript them, which is a
Mm,
little
mm,
bit
Yeah,
far.
who's the
Bro, bro,
reserve? That's what I'm trying to know if you
I can
understand what a reserve is. A
A
reserve is.
reserve is
I
a
can tell you
trained
this. I can
military
tell you this.
official.
I can tell you
Yeah,
the
let
difference
Cassius
in
do it.
the reserves is this. You were still trained and ready. You still trained and ready for combat, right? So that's the difference between reserves and let's say a regular citizen. Like you reserve, they already train you how to do your job or the capabilities. They own things that keep you necessarily at the let's say at the base or at the necessarily let's say Coast Guard or whatever, right? And you basically sit around there and just do whatever, and just keep your skill sharp for like 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day. Subscription is basically when they just get random people. They don't. You the baker. The baker got to come into the war. You the traffic guy, or you the trash man. The trash man got to come to war. That's a little different because you got to train these people. Tell them military tactics. Give them training. Don't necessarily let them know how to use different. That takes time and energy that you don't necessarily have. Let's say you need these men over here by next week or by next month. It would take too damn long to train these people to have the people ready for warfare necessarily. That's the difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Yeah, that's
guys,
good.
I do have to go. So if anyone could say their last statements.
Um, I think the last thing when I came in, that when the reason why I came in was because they were saying that we didn't need to defend ourselves. I think at the crux of all our problems is is in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Everything that we suffer in Nigeria, in Africa, in the diaspora that's the core. You take care of that, you see everything will start flourishing. Our people are creative and dynamic people. They can do all kinds of stuff. So I will leave it at that.
I don't think the primary issue with Africa is because the of course we know. Yeah, I just think it's lack of organization. I don't think it's issue. The number one problem is a military issue or anything like that. I just think the countries are not yet countries yet. It's just you have. It's not. They're not really countries. They're just mere geographical expression. That's what it is. But the last thing I want is to say everybody should start owning guns in Africa. Come on, that's a disaster right there, man. Sorry. I mean, we can have ways to maybe have weapons available in a way where it's controlled, and then if the needy population needs to maybe defend themselves, where they have a control where okay they can harm the people to defend themselves, and then after the show is over, you take the guns back. I can understand, but as far as saying everybody should have having guns in their homes in Africa, I'm sorry, guys. No, no,
Did
no, no.
anybody
We don't
advocate
want.
that? I hope not. I hope
Uh,
nobody
yeah,
advocated
yeah,
that.
yeah. I don't know if that's what you guys are saying, but that's not. Let's not pray for that. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. Anyone else want
I'm
to
gonna say
go?
one thing. I'm
Okay.
gonna say this one thing, right? The definition of gunpowder diplomacy. Gunpowder diplomacy is where the foreign policy is to support by the rest of the use of threat of military invasion to get contracts and resources from other countries. The reality is, man, just like what is it, Libya? What was that dude name? When Libya, when Gaddafi said, "Oh, I'm gonna change the currency over from the U.S. dollar to gold, bro." They used gunboat diplomacy, came down there and fucked that country up to the max. So my opinion is I think you have to have weapons at the heart of your nation. If you don't, at any given time, they just gonna come over there and just fuck your shit up and take it anyway. So for me, in my opinion, the Africans must be. They got to get cool with weapons, man. I know people that have an issue with that, but we live in a violent world, man. And if you are not violent enough, the people will take what you have, bro. So that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, well said. I
Okay.
agree with that. I think this guy is one of the few people that understand where our bread is buttered, man. You just have to take care of that. If you
Bro,
don't take care of that
I used
business,
to be
the
paramilitary,
rest
bro.
is a joke.
Paramescue, bro. I
Hmm.
did paramescue for 4.5 years, bro. I'm telling you, like,
Yeah,
you gotta have that weapon. A man without no goddamn teeth is not a man at all, bro. A lion without no teeth is not a lion at all.
exactly. Exactly. You can't make it up. It's just. I wish there are more people like you out there saying this type of things because it's common sense, but it's not that common when people are used to, docile way of survival. It's not that
Yeah,
common.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I live in Georgia. I live in the most gun ho state out of all the unions, bro. We got the most guns out of here, out of any place in the world. So I'm not naive to the reality of how my bread is buttered, bro. But like a lot of people, like come on, Fred. Like no offense to the women on the chat, y'all ain't about to fight nobody.
We
So
I
no
think
offense.
somebody's already calling me out for never respecting African millennial. She says she wants to go. I'm sorry if I offend. I'm just yeah. It's one of those things. It's shown here to an extent. So sorry about that. Anyway.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and go there. Appreciate had the conversation.
Yep, no problem. And my Mezami, did you have a closing statement? Okay, guess she's not there. So let me quickly go through. Sorry, I had to screenshot the super chats because they're going by so fast. So I do understand the whole olive branch and sword. I just feel like I personally just feel like guns in the continent is not a good idea. I don't think people have the capability of dealing with that right now, to be quite honest. Um, People will say, okay, well, in the case of the West, it's because of mental health, which is why people are taking people out. Well, there's also mental health or mental illness on the continent as well. So if we're seeing mass shootings over here, that's just the fear that I have that it could be transferred over there. So I personally just I can't do with the whole guns thing. I think it's a horrible idea, to be honest. Okay, and then MS Delta guy gave another $5 super chat. It says Audrey in the USA. There's a saying that says shoot first, ask questions later. That's an interesting saying. I mean, yeah. I mean, well, that makes sense, in some places where, someone could be on your porch. You don't have to ask them any questions and just shoot them. And then you have the defense of, oh, I didn't know who this was. I was protecting myself. Again, these are things that work in America, but importing it to everywhere else, I don't think that's the way, to be honest. I just don't believe it. Okay. And lastly, he gave another super chat and it's $5 and it's a saying in the US, another saying in the US that guns don't kill people, people kill people. Interesting. Well, in this whole thing, the question I have is, I mean, guns aren't the only way that you can kill people or protect yourself. So with that argument, it's like, then why do people just resort to we need guns when you can protect yourself other ways? Now, I again, I don't know. I guess I just won't understand it, and I don't want to understand it. There's a place here. The capital is saying that there's a capital city here called Toronto, and I don't live in Toronto, but I can drive about 40 minutes to Toronto. And looking at the Toronto stats crimes, they're not even as bad as most places in the US. But even me, I'm like, Toronto, Kilantro, like, I'm not trying to go there at a certain time, certain places with certain people, because I'm just like, I don't know what's gonna pop off over here. Plenty rappers have lost their lives because of gun violence or gang violence. So to me, it's like, if I don't even want to deal with gun violence over here, why would I want people to deal with that on the continent when the health system, the healthcare system, the hospitals are horrible? If someone gets shot, they're gonna die. At least over here, sometimes they can save you, they can help you, they can remove the bullet, they can work with you. But over there, if someone gets shot, it's over. you know, Most likely it's just not happening. So it's like, it's just so many negatives for this one positive that people are talking about. It's just no, 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 no. Maybe in some countries, I don't know. Maybe in some countries it could work, but I don't feel like the majority of the continent wants to worry about that or needs to worry about that. And as I already mentioned, it's not like there aren't guns over there. There are. There are guns over there already. But it's not a gun culture. It's not a gun culture. So, yeah. I just don't feel the need for all of that stress. Okay, black man, black man can't handle no damn personal weapons like that. Oh my, yeah, I'll just say that Africans, no way, no way. The way these people hate their tribes people so much. Oh no, no. I'm even traumatized by the little violence I saw because of tribalism. I don't want to deal with mass shootings, gun culture, God forbid, gang culture. I don't want to deal with any of that. I don't want to go to a grocery store. I don't want my cousins to go to the school and there's a school shooter. Who wants to deal with that? No offense to like most Americans, but you guys have normalized that. You guys have normalized, oh, I need to be careful because I could get. You guys have normalized that. The rest of the world has not normalized that. Maybe you could talk about, oh, well, South America, that's still America. That's still America. Most of the world does not deal with that. We don't think about that. And don't compare yourself to the UK because it's different in the UK. It's a different element of what they have to deal with. Civilians must not possess guns, else you will have a situation like Latin America. Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to go down there. That's some cop ish. Keep that Bunty boy to a minimum. How common is it for Americans to have switches on they gun? I don't. What is that? What is that? Rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Same here. Uh, I honestly think he's trolling. See, at first I used to believe it, but now more so I actually think he's just trolling. But I used to believe it. I'm not gonna lie, but I think he's trolling. Am I the only everybody? What? That's the most evil. Yeah, me too. Y'all hearing how I'm trying to make herself sound close to Toronto? She like, I'm only 40 minutes away. You in a whole nother city. Exactly. I mean, I didn't say I live in Toronto. Okay. No. Shoot first and ask questions later. Exactly. You know, for people as some people would say, for people that are so high IQ, why would you have to ask questions later? You're so high IQ. It's like what? These are the people that are going to the Middle East telling them to stop acting like fools and monkeys and animals. What? But you're just saying shoot first, ask questions later? Huh? Okay. Guns aren't the problem, mental health is. Ja, you hear about fire don't kill people either. People kill people, should should we light fire everywhere? Oh, fire don't kill people. Wait, fire don't kill people? Yes, it does. Yeah, never mind. Um, so should we light fire everywhere? I mean, if that's a solution, I mean, if you have to, sure, why not? Yeah, anyways, I rather guns than the government having supreme powers over the people. RIP, facts. I'm a responsible gun owner. Assassin. Jagas. Okay. If a mass shooting pops off, I'm gonna neutralize that ish. You guys just brought back the memory of that American saying. Lazulu wants there to be 1 million coups in Africa. Exact. They don't get it, man. They don't understand. Like they literally see. And I was telling Lazulu that, and he didn't really have a response, right? But I was telling Lazulu, I was like, when the American Civil War was popping off, where were you? Where were you? But when these civil wars happened, the 80s, 70s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, you'd be shocked at how many people here were actually alive during that time. You'd be shocked at how many people's parents were actually affected by those civil wars. So it's really just not the same thing. Like I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what to say. It's really just not the same thing. South Africa is much dangerous than America, though. Human sacrifice is what it is. I haven't. Oh, thank you. Nothing wrong with guns. I have several. This is how you know it's This is how you know it's American speaking. I don't hear non-Americans talk like this. Boy, are you trying to get a gun? Behave yourself. Don't let me. Oh no, this is. Boy, why are you like this? Oh, and by the way, he has a channel. If you guys want, you could subscribe to his channel. Boy, you could drop your link, and he has a channel. He has 2 videos out. I liked his first video. His second video is just personal preference. I'll just say that I liked his first video over his second video. Not saying that his second video is bad. I just like the first video better. That's it. But yeah, go ahead and subscribe. Um It's funny how the most liberal states, which are tough against guns, have a worse gun related crimes or deaths than the pro gun conservative states. Well, that would be, yeah, because I guess more people are armed. Because I remember when I went to a state in America that was pro conservative, um, people were driving very carefully as opposed to people in the north of the US. And I asked them, why are you so lenient when you guys are driving? And the lady was like, oh, because we can carry. And I was like, what? It's like, oh, we can carry guns. And I was like, oh. And she's like, yeah, you don't want to deal with road rage. You don't want to deal with traffic issues and someone's mad and angry, then gets out of their car and puts their gun in your face or in your windshield. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I guess it's just, you just have to assume that someone else is armed in these states as opposed to states where it's not really welcome, but people are still getting access to them anyways. And yeah, Iru boy, I'm not sure if you know, but apparently what they're doing is they're doing 3D printing of guns now. So um I think it was Trudeau who banned, gun purchases. Did he ban guns? But people could still print 3D guns. So is that really gonna solve the problem when people are gonna be doing that anyways? I don't know. Do drive-bys happen anymore? Boy, it's really bad. I remember watching those movies back in the day. It's not funny, but because it's a movie, I'm laughing. There would always be like a drive-by shooting. Someone would always get caught. Like someone would always die, and it's like, what? This is so stereotypical. Like, do we actually die like this? Just a drive-by shooting, just a random unmarked car, and all the actors just drop dead. And I'm just like, is this how it actually happens? Like, was that like a 2000s thing, or does that still happen today? It's just never comes to my mind about drive-by shootings. I'm just like, why would you need to do a drive-by shooting? It's like these people are like, I'm so big and bad, I'm gonna run away in a car and not be seen. What? I mean, at least if you're actually fighting somebody to death, you could stare them in the face and actually see them die, see them get hurt, stab them, inflict pain on them and look at their emotions. But if you're doing a drive-by, like, how are you big and bad in doing a drive-by? I never understood that concept. Anyways, yeah, I know fires do kill. I was like, what? Okay, African Americans fought in some African wars or either supported them politically. Which African wars were those? All I remember was they helped with Ethiopia. I know they helped politically with a lot, but African wars, I'm not too sure the African wars that they fought in. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that, but okay. Ja is one of the Americans who feel like if I was on the plane during 911, it would have ended differently. 911 was an inside job. It was an inside job. That's correct. Correct. But I dead ass will sacrifice myself to maintain. Oh, that's so sweet. Do you actually mean that? Do you actually mean that? I have a paralegal license, and in Ontario, we can practice law. So I'm an officer of the court. Get out of here, you snitch. You're such a snitch, man. You seriously are. No, I don't want her boy looking into my genetics of my family. He is genetic. Yeah, Iruboy is genetic obsessed. Iruboy, where do you get that from? Or is that just a Horn African thing? It must be a Horn African thing. It must be, because I'm just like, all other Africans are like, oh, I don't know. I'm assuming I've always been here because my grandparents were here, my great grandparents were here. I'm assuming I'm just this ethnicity or this tribe. But it's like Horn Africans would be like, no, 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 we came from here and there and here and there and intermixed and did this and we have this blood and we have that blood, and I'm just like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's okay. Because when they say all of that, like, oh, we have like admix from like 5,000 years ago, I'm exaggerating, like 5,000 years ago, I'm just like, yeah, I only care about 300 years of my history, to be quite honest. 400 is a stretch, but I only care about 300 years. I don't care where else people supposedly came from. I don't care at all. Like, it's cool. I don't care about migrations. At least not my personal people. Like, I don't care about that, but you know, other people do, and that's completely fine. But it's just funny to me sometimes, being a fly on the wall. Uh I think the Mexican government is suing United States of gun purchases there. Ah, well, shout outs to the Mexicans. Shouts out to the Mexicans. Yeah, yeah, it's really bad, man. It's really bad. It's horrible, man. Drive by don't really happen. Dudes usually park around the corner and walk. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Was wondering about that. Hardly in Angeles anymore. I think Menace to Society had one. That was a great movie. Shoot. That was a really good movie. Drive by are considered coward. Okay, okay, okay. This makes so much sense now. It is. It is. It's very interesting, to be honest. Like, America is a very interesting place. It's like it's like I know there are like 52 states, but I look at it through regions because I don't obviously know all the countries. But to me it's like four or five different countries in one. Like, it's so different. It's really interesting. Okay. Just assume everyone is armed. I love the United States, but I also love the rest of the Americas, namely Brazil. I would not mind checking that out and invest in real estate over there. For example, Ethiopia, we help the modernized Air Force. Also, during the Biafra, we help support Lagos. Okay, yeah, I remember the Ethiopia. Okay, so Ethiopia, Biafra, and politically helping with South Africa apartheid. And of course, I would have gotten my gun license if I wouldn't sacrifice myself for my family. Oh, okay. Interesting. Whatever, dude. He's an ancient biracial. You're so funny. Oh my goodness. Um, that goes to Malagasy. They are the original Blasians in the physical sense. I think people over exaggerate America's violent problem. Um, That could be correct. See, I think the thing is we just perceive Americans in general to be more violent, just more aggressive. So I think for a lot of people that translates into more violence and degeneracy and actually acting on it. I think that's what it is. But um because let me tell you something. Last year, right? Or in 2020 when the pandemic was blowing off, you had a lot and you honestly you have to blame some members of your community, especially the staunch pro black ones. You had some pan African I might talk about it in the future. You had some Pan Africans be like, we're being hunted in America. They were like, African Americans are being hunted like deer in America. And, you know, the only people say things like that is really, I'm sorry for laughing, but I'm just like, they're literally calling African Americans deer, liking them to deer. And I'm like, please don't tell me that the police are that bad like everywhere. In certain communities, sure, I could understand, but you're really telling me police are literally just eyeing African Americans randomly and shooting them like just like that? That's what they made it sound like. So they're like, this is why we need to leave America because we're being hunted. We're not safe here. We can't live here. We can't go outside without being shot at. And I'm just like, is this a war? Like, what is this? Like, I was like, so how come this is only happening to you and not anyone else? Now, don't get me wrong. I do understand there's racism. Don't get me wrong. I do understand those instances of, maybe somebody is minding their own business or maybe they're being stopped at a traffic light and things, escalate the wrong way. I understand all of those instances, but you're telling me you're just gonna walk outside and for no reason, somebody's just gonna shoot you just like that, and the probabilities are that high that you have to leave America or else you're gonna be dead by the police. Just again, I'm so sorry who that offends, but sometimes when you when people talk like that, when some members of your community speak like that, you have to understand some of them are making us think that way too when they say things like that. When they say things like that, we really we don't know what to think. It is what it is. And then some of these people are the same people, right? That will go to, I don't know, let's say like back to Africa. Let me just say back to Africa spaces, right? And then when you ask them, why are you leaving America? Like, why are you leaving? Like, why are you, repatriating to somewhere else? They'll literally sit there and tell you, because my life is at stake in America. They'll be like, you can't deal with the police in America. And we're all like, okay, all right, sure. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, yeah, I like that movie. I know, that's so scary, man. Yes, they even show their guns on live streams. It's like, you told me you have a gun, I believe you. I don't want to see it. They show you, boy. You don't know how many times I've seen guns on live streams. Somehow it always happened to be an American. And I'm just like, how do you just casually have that? These people have these guns, some of them. These people have these guns casually right beside them, right beside their bedstand. And I'm just like, what? right where, right before you go to bed, you read your book or you check your phone, you have your glasses, your water. They just have their guns there. And I'm just like, um, don't you store it somewhere else? Like, don't you have like a security box or so? No, you just keep it. Okay, that's very interesting. That's interesting, man. That's different. That's really different. Um, okay, let me just go ahead. What happened to Mr. Nice? Mr. Nice is still here. He's just not in this space right now. And I'll just tell you, there's a reason why a lot of people are not, or some people are not in this space. It's because of there was some hacking. Someone was responsible for hacking a whole bunch of accounts. So some people decided to use that as their exit to leave and concentrate on other things in their life. And I completely understand. And I'm saying people because I actually mean more than one person. Yeah. All the OGs of the space are leaving. Yeah. Why aren't migration patterns a factor to you? Oh, I think I already explained that. Oh my gosh. That's interesting. I wonder whether Colombians okay. I was scared of the cops for a little minute though. There are little bit of victim talking points. A lot of Black Americans were leaving America during the George Floyd protests. Yeah, they were. They were. The only reason why I would want to leave America is because of the cultural degradation. That makes sense, not because of racism. I think they still have Just Call Me Brian. The drug dealing has not died down totally. America is totally safe. Just stay in your lane and be respectful, as I thought. I don't want to travel to Colombia after my Colombian buddy said it was safe. However, he lives near the Andes mountain. But what the hell's there beside Armenians? Oh, Amerindians. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know where Kaizo is. He was supposed to be live. But yeah, I'll go and ask him if he's going live. But yeah, guys, I gotta go. Been here for 5 hours now. If you guys haven't noticed, at the very first 3 hours of this live stream, I was at a different location. The first hour, I was at the gym. The second hour, I was at the Starbucks. The third hour, I was at the shopping mall. I've been shifting this whole live stream, but yeah, thanks guys for being here. Yeah, I don't want it to end either, but see, this is the thing. Like all these other people that are starting YouTube channels, right? I was just like, can you guys just host and I not be here? Cuz I don't want to be here right now. I don't mind listening to a live stream, but I don't want to be here. Like I don't want to be responsible for it. But, all these other people that are starting channels don't want to take advantage of it. They don't want to do that. So anyways, I'm gonna go. Do you use AirPods while streaming? To be honest, I usually don't use AirPods. I usually just use speaker. Yeah, but guys, I'm like seriously, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm really tired. But anyways, yeah, I'll see you guys soon, and I'll try to talk to Kaizo, see if he's streaming today, and I'll let you guys know. If not, then he'll surely be here tomorrow. The topic is on Apparently, Cameroonian. It just happens to be Cameroonians, okay? Mostly, I should say. Not just Cameroonians, but mostly Cameroonians are crossing the Brazilian jungles and rainforests. Not Brazilian, South American. So it could include Brazil. But South American jungles and rainforests in order to get to America. So I'll give a small preview. Basically, what's happening is a lot of them are taking planes to South America. And then once they get to South America, they usually go to Panama or some other countries. They cross the jungle, forest, on foot. See the desperateness. On foot, they cross these jungles, have wild animals, poisonous insects, flowers, vegetation, rivers, terrain that they don't know about. They'll do that just to get to the United States of America. People are actually doing that. Trust me, it's enough people who are doing that. You might just not know about it, but people are doing that. The Haitians been doing that. We know this. That's how they got to the border. Remember that video that the Haitians were being chased away? Sorry. That the Haitians were being chased away on those horses. Yeah. People have been doing that. So to me it's very, very interesting how, for whatever reason, I don't know why Africans are doing this. I this is really, really embarrassing. Like, I get the Mexicans, I get the Latin Americans doing this. I understand that. But how do you literally just leave Africa to go over there, to cross the border, to try to get to US? This is just this is too much. This I mean, it's sad for me. Like, I don't even know if I should laugh or I should cry or if I should be angry or maybe just all of the above. But this is bad. Okay? Now, no offense to a lot of the the biggest demographic tends to be Cameroonians. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to throw any shade, even though I like to throw shade at Cameroonians, specifically one. Um, my thing is, right, some of these people will always brag about how their country is so good, how their country is amazing. They'll just brag about, they'll be like, you'll make a video about the Cameroonian Civil War, and they'll be like, you're capping. It's not that bad. This is propaganda from the West. Whatever. Cool. Why are you guys leaving your country to go to South America to get into the United States? What excuses are you guys using as refugees? This is just this is horrible. Anyways, I'm gonna I don't want to even get into that topic right now because I can. If Kaizo does not do that topic, I will. I don't mind doing it. So if Kaizo doesn't do that topic tomorrow, I'll do it because this is ridiculous. This is embarrassing. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. I have to go and do another Haiti stream. I heard the government requested the West to invade. Huh? Really? That's interesting. I'll look into that. But yeah, guys, that's all. Bye.